Oh, what's up, everybody? Welcome to coverage of the Hong Kong Flesh and Blood National Championship 2025. It is day two. I am Josh Lau. With me, as always, is Mr. Nathan Crawford. How are you doing today? Get some good rest?
I got a little bit of sleep. A little bit of sleep.
Well,
Never
today should
enough.
be
Never
today.
enough.
Today should be a much easier day. We got 3 rounds of Classic Constructed, followed by 3 rounds of Top 8, which will also be Classic Constructed. The round has paired, so I want to move pretty quickly through some housekeeping. So let's quickly take a look at the standings. So this is the standings after round 9. I have edited in the heroes that the players are playing in Classic Constructed. A red star indicates that they 3-0'd in Classic Constructed. Now, the TLDR is given that there are 70-something players in Hong Kong Nats, you need to go 9-3 to guarantee a top 8. If you have 9 wins, you basically have made top 8. If you have 8 wins, maybe you make top 8. So let's quickly break this down. So Pudding is our lone player that not undefeated. He is currently 8-1, but he is currently ranked number 1, playing Syndra. Had a great CC and 2 great drafts, went 3-0 and 2-1 in the other one. So he just needs to win one of his next 3 games, and he is in the top 8. Then we have many players at 7 wins. So everybody here just needs 2 wins to guarantee top 8. If they get 1 win, they probably will not make it unless tiebreakers really break nicely for them. Bun and Terry both undefeated, so that's going to be nice to see. Down at the 6 wins category, these people have to 3-0 or they will not make it. So we have quite a few different heroes. We got a KO, we got an Arachne, we got an Acilio. Spoiler alert, we are going to see the Acilio, and we're going to see a Dorinthia. Nathan, if we could see Kaiser and we could see a Dorinthia at the same time, I think we're both going to be pretty happy with that, right?
No complaints. No
No
complaints.
complaints there, right? All right, and then down at the 5 wins, these guys did not have a great draft. However, they 3-0'd the first 3 CC rounds. So if they can 3-0 and the tie breaks break nicely, they could potentially make top 8. I believe 2 or 3 players at 8-4 will make top 8, and because they won the first 3 CC games, they are the best positioned 5-win players at the moment. So these are the 21 players that all have potential to make top 8. As you can see, lots of different heroes represented. We could have a very, very, very diverse top 8, Nathan.
Actually, just looking forward to it. I mean, really good players. Blue Pitch obviously having a strong representation throughout all of the top 10, pretty much, even down into
60% of the top
top
10.
20 as well.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
just keeping it casual, but yeah, strong diversity. One thing we haven't seen a Gravy Bones game in CC, so looking
yeah.
forward to getting one of those. Other than that, we got Bun doing really well on Florian,
Mm-hmm.
which is I would say a little bit more of a surprise than it would have been, a couple weeks ago. It looks like the representation overall in Florian's been dropping a lot from week to week, whether it be due to verdants or just gravy in general.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this top I almost said top 8, but this assortment of top players looks really, really strong. Lots of different heroes. I'm sure we're going to have some very, very good games today, Nathan. Let's quickly take a look at the bingo card. So this is the thing that we've been doing to help us stay awake. Today, in theory, should be a little bit easier to stay awake. But yeah, Nathan, you got a couple here, and I got a couple, and we're still racing to get there. Chat, we still need a couple good suggestions to fill out the ones in the corner. But the rest of these, we'll see. 1 a.m. fireworks, Nathan. I don't know if you can get 1 a.m. fireworks anymore unless we have like a ridiculous game at 1 a.m. Maybe we'll count that if there's a ridiculous game at 1 a.m. We'll
Mhm.
give it to you. Um, but yeah, literally I don't think you could get Kano into a brick because there are literally no Kanos in the left in
Yeah,
Nats,
right.
I don't think there was any Kanos in Nats at all. So yeah.
Yep.
But yeah, we'll see if we can do something here. Warrior in top eight. This is looking a little bit uncertain unless one of the two Dorinthias 3-0s. But we'll see how that goes. We also had a Fang player that did pretty well, but unfortunately, I believe he went like 2-4 in draft, so he's not doing too well at the moment. Yeah. Uh, Chat rats justifiably. I might have to fan the flames a little bit to get that one. I don't know. T-Bone gets equipment turn 0, turn 1. We're going to need Alan on stream for that. And, the Brutes rolling. We're going to need Eugene on stream for that. Although there is a KO as well. So that could happen as well. So, yeah. If you guys in chat have any good ideas for what could be the chat choices here in the corners, let us know. Chat has already been pretty good. They already got 5 already. They got half the pod on the same hero. Break 4 gold in 1 turn. Puff and 3-0s a pod. Nimblism and Reinhardt. You want to tell the story about how that one came about? Maybe Fabry updated midstream as well?
I mean, we still don't know what the hell's going on. But Nimblism in Eugene's Rhinar is an interesting choice. He said it was some secret tech, so I'm interested to see maybe what that comes in for because there's only a couple things that I could put together, whether it be, kind of pumping Savage Feast or freewheeling Renegade, or maybe even you have a Jack package kind of in the sideboard for Gravy, kind of
Right.
necessitating that go again, kind of go wide to clear up the allies.
Sure. Sounds good. We also have the pairings for round 10. We could quickly take a look at that. Let's see. Let's go over to that. So here we go. Here's the pairings for round 10. Table 1 is Pudding versus Allen. Unfortunately, a blue pitch team kill, but if either one of these wins this, they're very likely to be like top seed in the top 8. So Syndra versus Dash. We got Florian versus Gravy. Traditionally, that is a little bit is that a little bit difficult for Florian?
Yeah, basically Florian has to be super tech just to get it to 50-50.
Hmm.
Which I don't even think it gets it to 50-50, but to literally just have a chance, you
Yep,
basically have to run the Rune Rager Swarm package and CMH and things along that line.
sure. We got Terry versus Nova, Arachne Marionette versus Syndra, and then right below it we got Shing versus Kiros, uh, Slippy versus Syndra. So 2 assassins versus Syndra. I think it's safe to say, from what we've seen so far, that this is a pretty favored matchup for the assassins.
Yeah, I think they got really good pairings, especially Shing. I mean, Slippy, it's exactly what you want to be playing into is Syndra. And then right under that, you have David getting a
Hmm.
pretty good matchup against Gravy,
Yep.
unless there's any like super secret tech that kind of, comes out. But historically, that's been pretty Prism favored.
Yep. A little bit further down, we got Marcus Mock playing Ian Chan, and this is a pretty classic matchup. Domblade Dorinthia against a mid-range KO that could go either way depending on uh, how they pilot that. So that could be interesting. We got another favorable matchup for an assassin. So the assassin's getting some nice pairings. So we'll see how that goes. Uh, Right below that is the match that we are going to watch. Kaiser Wong playing Acilio. He 3-0'd yesterday in CC, taking on Roderick So, the other Dorinthia still left in the tournament. So that should be pretty good. If this was a Hatchet Dory, I'd say this is extremely favored for Acilio. However, I'm pretty sure Roderick is on Dawnblade. I'm not 100% sure. But yeah, that should be. Oh, my frames are messed up. Let's get that fixed. So yeah, that if we have a Dawnblade Dory against a Acilio, that could go either way. I mean, Dorinthia can kill you extremely fast if you don't want to block, and Acilio has very little intentions of blocking. But Acilio can kill you out of nowhere. Crazy combo turns. gone in a flash, played 7 times, not unheard of. So yeah, that's the feature match we're gonna watch. Below that, we got Verdance versus Florian. That should be pretty favored for Verdance. Uh, we got Gravy versus Max. God knows how that's gonna go. You're the
What's
one
the
that
record
played.
for the max?
Marcus Shum is currently has five wins, so 5-4.
Okay,
So
so
not
probably out at this
yeah.
point, but
So yeah, anything
hey,
like
for
down
max, I
here,
mean, yeah,
yeah,
max will take it.
we'll take it. We'll take it. We got Eugene taking on Mario, so that's an interesting matchup there. I'm sure Eugene will be pretty experienced in that. We got a couple more Florians here. We got good old Dennis playing KO. We'll see how he does. We got another warrior against an Acilio, so that's I would say overall that's not good, but Fang can be pretty quick, so we'll see how that goes. And your beloved Vincent unfortunately looks like pretty far down the list here. So probably
Yep.
just fighting for maybe a top 16 cash or something like that. So yeah, uh, pretty interesting matchups. I think just based on this, we are fairly likely to have hold on to have quite a few assassins at the top. If I had to guess, I would say that we're probably gonna have some aggro decks. We're gonna have some assassin decks, and we may have one or two rogue decks that might slip in. Whether that is a deck like an Acilio or Verdance, I wouldn't call Verdance rogue, but like Verdance has pretty low representation in this tournament. Maybe one of the Dories can
Right.
slip in. Both of these gravies could have a chance. Although I think this is a pretty hard matchup here, Prism versus Gravy. But yeah, top 8 still really up in the air. Anybody up here in the top, right here, anybody in the top 21 has a shot to top 8. I already kind of broke down how they need to do. So I believe they are setting up the game. Are they? Nope. Looks like they're not. So we'll just chat here a little bit. Um, yeah. So there's a we talked about this a little bit yesterday, Nathan. That this is a good tournament for kind of leading into Pro Tour Singapore. Hong Kong being one of the strongest regions, obviously proximity to Singapore is quite close. So there'll be quite a few players from Hong Kong that are going to go to Pro Tour Singapore. Um, so yeah, I've loved to see the metagame develop in the last month or so. With Verdance winning US Nats, and then an adaptation in the meta with Syndra, really becoming the premier aggro deck. We also have the assassins that have started to come out in full force. Especially Slippy
Mhm.
has really started to target that triangle. We have Gravy still performing pretty well at Battle Hardens, for example. So the metagame is very wide open. And just looking at the pairings for round 10 of Hong Kong Nats, it looks like the meta is extremely varied.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. And just the importance of the event and how basically the BNR came out, like I mentioned yesterday, with no changes. So this is what we're going to see, or this is like the last thing that we'll see kind of before the Pro Tour. With that being said, I definitely expect some spice to still show up for the Pro Tour. Obviously, I think there's a lot of maybe early events where people have had time to kind of develop some more things, maybe some more evolution on Gravy. That's kind of one of those decks that's very complicated. People need a little bit more reps, and then also Acilio, a very interesting choice that kind of targets the meta very specifically. So a lot of innovation left in the meta, although it seems that Florian's kind of been abandoned, and we'll see if Bun can kind of carry that torch. But very interesting development across the board for sure.
Yep. Yep. Should be a great pro tour. We're also going to see a little bit of a shakeup because we have the Ira Armory deck that is introducing some pretty strong cards, and Ira is one of those decks that could shake up that triangle, especially the Gravy matchup. Ira traditionally been pretty good against Gravy. We also have potential Living Legend occurrences. Some of the heroes are pretty close. There's a ton of nationals going on this weekend. Wouldn't be surprised to see maybe a few decks, like maybe Azalea gets there. I know Phi is pretty close. I know Dash IE is pretty close, although I I don't know if I don't know if without high octane it
Mhm.
might be a while before she can actually get there. But yeah.
Right. It does look like they're getting started, so we can probably just
All
pan
right,
over there.
let's get over there and let's click here. All right, so like I teased earlier, we have a pretty good match on our hands. Nathan, why don't you give them a little bit of a teaser while I set up a couple things?
So this one is pretty interesting, but definitely very, very short, to say the least. Basically, what Acilio is going to present, or I guess more so what Dory is going to present, is basically demand that Acilio draws a Gone in the Flash or a series of really, really powerful turns within the first 3 or 4 turns. Because if they do flip over Dawn Blade, I mean, you're basically just going to really just put a clock on the Acilio player because they're not going to be able to deny those counters. It's just not going to happen. There's too many non blocks. So one thing we are expecting from Kaiser is heavy, heavy usage on that hero ability of Acilio to just get through the deck as quickly as possible and kind of get those key pieces like Gone in the Flash.
Yep. Now, there's something to be noted here. Kaiser Wong is not just a wizard player. He has played Dorinthia at a very high level as well, which actually, can be a double-edged sword for Roderick. You could say that's bad because, well, your opponent knows all the play lines. However, that could also be good because your opponent knows all the possibilities, so you can represent a wide variety of things against a player that is aware and you know very very just sharp and on the ball. So looking forward to this matchup quite a bit. Of course,
Does
Acilio
that
gonna.
really does that really matter in this matchup though? I mean,
Uh,
it's not like Kaiser can block if he wants to.
yeah, it matters less. However, you get some interesting late game situations where Acilio is going to be forced to block, right?
Sure. Sure.
So
Yep.
unless of course Roger suddenly kills him from like 10 or something like that. But yeah, this is going to be an interesting matchup. Acilio being a wizard and quote unquote fair is going to begin at less than 40 life, uh, somewhere between Kano and Verdance. And yeah, this should be really good. Uh, I'm excited to see Acilio played in Kaiser's hands. I've seen Acilio piloted several times. However, I have not seen it piloted on camera at like the ultra high level. So uh, looking forward to this. Kaiser loves playing Wizard. He loves playing complicated decks. So this should be very, very good. Also, I would also expect Kaiser to know what weapon Roderick's on. First of all, Hong Kong is a small area. Second of all, Kaiser's on a team. So probably one player on his team has played against him. So that is a feature of smaller Nats is you cannot really hide your weapon choice, and based on, well, that's a Crown of Providence sleeve. So okay, there's a graded card that could be a $5,000 tunic there, Dave. That I could get my bigger card. Let's see here. We got anime. We
It
got.
very well could be.
We also got like triple anime here. We got anime Dory sleeves, anime Dory hero card. So this should be this should be good. This is how I like to
It's
begin
actually a good.
my day two. Sorry, go for it.
Yep. Yep. I was just gonna say that's a really good point about the scouting and how effective it is during the later stages of the event, especially in something that's kind of like less than 100 people. we start seeing things where you just know exactly what the person's on. Maybe not down to the card, but just knowing whether the Dory is Dawnblade or Hatchet completely changes what you're actively trying to do, or more so how much time you have to do what you want to do. And that's a pretty big piece. So Kaiser can sideboard accordingly, of course, and kind of have the most aggressive package possible if it is the Dawnblade variant.
Yep. Look at that chess piece. We are not here for a long time. It's old Docker in the chess piece. Really, really aggressive loadout. Over on the Dorinthia side, we got Courage of Bladehold, also an indication that we are not messing around here. Courage of Bladehold, little bit rarer to see compared to Grains of Bloodspill, mainly because Grains of Bloodspill is just like the mid-range thing that you can do. And this is a pretty scary turn 0. We got Glistening Steelblade with a Dawnblade. Now, how do you think Kaiser's going to approach this?
Well, I mean, it's terrifying because he has 2 electrostatic discharges, and drew a Blast to Oblivion, has 1 spell, so 3 blockable cards. He's gonna lay it all down and probably get Twinning Bladed because I saw one in there, and this might be worth Bolter's investment as you continue to
Yeah.
go on in this chain. I mean, starting with 2 counters is I guess it would be 3, right?
Yeah.
Um, I've heard that's pretty good, Josh. I think that's a little bit better than an Arsenal and maybe getting block value out of your Bolters.
Yeah, I've always said that how you use your bolters tells me a lot about who you are as a Dory player, and I think trading bolters on turn 0 for 3 counters is a acceptable trade. And all right, so second attack coming in, and are we going to see all the armor committed here? Looks like we are.
Does have 3, yeah, okay, so did have 3 armor blocks, so I guess that
Mhm.
does make it just enough to kind of avoid, but effectively dealing 3 damage because obviously there's no more armor left except for the chest piece.
Yep.
But more importantly, taking the head slot
Yeah.
out of Vasilio, stopping the bouncing of sigils and those key points is pretty important. And so now it's really just like I mentioned earlier, Kaiser just has to find those important pieces. So very, very likely that we just see a Celio activation every single turn until he finds those key cards.
Yep. Going to start off with a Sigil of Lightning. See if I can pull this up. When I search for sigil on Fabry, there's a lot of sigils, Nathan. I found it eventually, but all right. Also following
Yeah,
up with
there's
a
like there's
Common
like one
Storm
or two.
Shock.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Common
No,
Storm
there's
Shock.
there's quite a few. You definitely have Sigil of Lightning, Sigil of Brilliance, and then there's probably a couple more that I'm not able to name off the top of my head. But
Yep.
yeah,
It,
this is where it starts to get really tough, right? Because now you don't want to block with your hand actively. So we'll probably just see Kaiser just start taking damage unless he knows he can stop the second swing. He's probably just going to sit there and eat it
yep.
and try to present as much damage. And this is where the clock kind of starts at this current moment in time, especially being down the equipment so early.
Yep. One thing we also didn't point out, but we should point out, is Roderick is not running any Arcane Barrier, which I think is correct. It's not like Arcane Barrier is going to save you against single sources of like 15 Arcane. So just having all the armor, no doubt we're going to see the armor used extremely, extremely aggressively. If Kaiser puts down any physical attack, I see the Courage and Bolters basically immediately blocking. Looks like Kaiser's going to block this Spoils of War Dawnblade turn. Going to get punished by an Iron Song Pride. That is a card you don't see very often in normal mid-range lists. However, it is the hallmark of an aggressive Dawnblade focused list.
I do like the play from Kaiser, though, kind of sniffing out the turns a little bit on the weaker side
Mhm.
by pitching of several red cards and just kind of hoping that you can kind of stop the swing, which he effectively did, right? Sure, the Dory player maintained a counter off of Iron Song Pride, but I think that's a little bit better than facing down a second swing.
Yeah, I've always said that Dorinthia basically has a hidden quest attached to her hero ability. It says if this hero ability triggers 3 times, you are likely to win the game. Uh, from playing Dorinthia many, 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 many times, that's kind of how I felt. Whether it's hatchets or Dawnblade, if you can get your hero ability to trigger 3 times, you've extracted a pretty large amount of value. Assuming that you have go again, of course. If you trigger the hero ability and you don't have an action point, that's not quite where you want to be. All right, Blast to Oblivion coming out. No doubt that looks like that's a yellow Blast to Oblivion. Interesting. Okay, so I mean that is a core card of Cilio though, so it kind of makes sense. A combo focused
I
Cilio.
mean, yeah, I fully expect Armor to come in here. Just getting the value from it as quickly as possible. Because given a very very explosive turn, which typically involves gun in a flash, so I'm looking for a very early block on the chest piece and the arms just to make sure that you can at least get the value out of the bigger turn. But Surge is guaranteed here, obviously, unless we have a kind of Oasis or something like that, which is definitely in Kaiser's favor because any card that he plays, he kind of knows
Mhm.
that he's going to get that bonus effect on it, which can prove to be extremely valuable depending on the card, like Mind Warp or whatever the case may be.
Yep. So Etchings of Arcana came in for 4. Allowed Kaiser to get back the Sigil of Lightning, and he put it in the arsenal, I believe. All right. Naked Dawnblade for 4. Bolters blocked the previous turn, which is this is a fairly interesting situation as well. We did see Roderick reach for the Crown of Providence, but he did not block with it, kind of indicating maybe this hand is a little bit clunky. Now, generally, uh, the play pattern for Dorinthia is if you're off an arsenal and you have a counter, you'll generally keep your hand. And then you have the mix up of, okay, if you block, I'll play my attack react. You don't block, I'll arsenal it and I'll maintain my counter. And this is that the difficulty of defending against Dorinthia comes from, especially when she has a large hand like this, going to be extremely difficult to block this. Now, Kaiser does have a sink below, does play it. This is the beauty of boots. If Roderick has like a glint or a singing steel blade, it's going to get mega punished here. So glint going to resolve after the sink below. Going to draw a card for Roderick. And nip at the heels, aka better Iron Song response. Except when you're playing against new. So nip at the heels going to bump this to 5. Kaiser going to take 1. Dorinthia's hero ability going to trigger, and we're going to have another swing coming in, no doubt. Now, whether or not he uses the bracers does indicate a little bit about whether or not he needs the resources.
There's also a little bit more information as well. The Dory player thought about blocking with the Crown of Providence, so maybe
Mm-hmm.
the hand kind of has some duplication pieces, or we know that it's not just an amazing hand, right? Or he wouldn't have at least thought about it unless he was doing a fake out of some sort.
Right.
But maybe like the hand is okay, it's not amazing, it's not terrible,
Mm-hmm.
and then just passing with an extra card in hand.
Yeah.
So we're kind of seeing a little bit of the downside of Courage of Blade Hold, as amazing as a piece of armor as it is.
Mm-hmm.
Just the versatility of kind of the other chess piece, which you'll have to remind me what the name is.
Uh, Grades of Bloodspell.
Grains.
Yep.
That's it.
Yep.
Yeah, that one.
Okay, we got Flittering Charge coming out on Kaiser's side. This will gain Go again if he plays an instant. Obviously, we know he has an instant in his arsenal. Sigil of Lightning going to grant him an embodiment, and he's going to play Mind Warp. No, he won't get the embodiment yet, but Mind Warp, moderately annoying, mainly because you're going to get a whole new hand. Now, Mind Warp is one of those cards that you normally get a little bit of information about your opponent's hand, but he doesn't have Arcane Barrier, so he has it's just like, okay, just give me a brand new 4 card hand. We'll just see how this goes. So now with a card in Arsenal, Bolter's still up, Courage still up, especially considering based on the deck build that we've seen so far. I don't think Roderick is going to brick. Very
I mean,
likely, yeah,
there's also the unspoken kind of aspect of mind warp of where you could literally just improve the opponent's hand.
yeah,
That's one thing that a lot of people don't want to admit,
yeah.
but it's happened several times to me for sure,
Mhm.
where I literally just let the surge happen because I wanted a different hand,
Yeah.
even with it being at a lesser number. So that's something that you definitely have to consider. Maybe you don't
Oh,
have a blue or whatever the case may be.
speaking
Yeah,
of
that's
better
pretty
cards,
good, right? Like, yeah. So like,
yeah,
this is exactly what I'm talking about. Unsheath is just a monster card when you already have counters on your Dawn Blade because it's just the most effective and efficient way to get that go again.
yep. This is an excellent card because, especially in Courage Bladehold builds, because normally with the Grains of Blood spell builds, when you get a Dawnblade counter, you generally will also have a Vigor token, and Unsheath costing 0 allows you to play out any 1 cost attack reaction and still have enough resources to swing a second time off a single blue. Although that is run through in the pitch zone, I believe. So this is going to have to be, like a Blade Flurry or an Iron Song response type of effect. Looks like no blocks on this, and go again going to be conferred. And do we use bracers or do we use the card in the hand?
I mean,
This,
it's tough because if you have a card like Seeing Stillblade, or I guess that doesn't really apply because you have to pop chest to make it live. But Iron Song Response or something like that. I mean, if they didn't block the first one, then
they're not blocking the second one.
very high chance they're not blocking the second one. So pitching, it would cost you. You would have to pitch it to swing the next swing. But I mean, it just makes sense in this scenario. But he's going to allude to not do that and just swing for 5, kind of holding that card, making the guessing game a little bit more difficult for Kaiser. But Kaiser does have a D react that he can lean on.
Mhm.
But a key note is we have not seen that oh so important card gone in a flash. And Kaiser's went through several cards in his hand, and activated Celio probably 5 or 6 times. So a little bit low on the variance here in regards to time it takes to acquire that card for sure.
Yep.
But actually, could it be in the hand? I think I saw it. Maybe I didn't. Yep, he does have the card, so that's a very important piece. Now you just need the setup on how to execute it. You just need multiple ways to give go again or gain action points, and then you need a spell on the end to kind of like extract that value from Bullseye.
Yeah, Gone in a Flash going to be extremely important. So looks like Kaiser's going to activate his hero ability, discard the Null Shock, and 20 life with no Arcane Barrier. He Roderick could just be dead, depending on how good Kaiser's hand is. All right, so Gone in a Flash, and the Volzar is up to 1. The
Yep,
armor
here goes the equipment.
being blocked.
Also, notably, Crown of Providence was not used, indicating decent strength in the hand,
Yep.
which is very, very important. Kaiser's going to get the bounce back and then get rid of that sink blow because he's looking to just probably set up that Gone in a Flash kind of in Arsenal. Maybe there's a Sigil of Solace or something in Arsenal that he can just kind of bounce it back and then kind of maintain. Because you just don't want to let go of that Gone in a Flash that took you so long to acquire.
Yep. Yeah, if you can play the Gone in a Flash 7, 8 times, that's kind of what you're looking for. And we got Take It on the Chin, going to prevent a little bit of damage. And Sigil Saw is going to gain some life. And that was not a extremely good turn. That was a turn that he had to
I
play
mean,
out
it was
because
more of a
yeah,
he did discard the instant, which
yeah,
presented a kind of rough situation because he drew the sink blow off
yeah,
of the Acilio effect, which is not the most offensive card, right? And so the ultimate question is, can Kaiser not block and be dealt 23 damage with a 3 counter Dawn Blade? And if the answer is yes, then Kaiser's probably just going to kill him on the next turn, depending on the hand texture of the Acilio player
yep.
and having a Sigil of Brilliance already in the field for an extra card. Uh, but vice versa, if he can pressure in some way, whether it be an on hit effect or just a way to deal 17 damage, however that can happen, then, you know, I mean, just looking at the posturing of Kaiser, just setting the cards down, instantly saying no blocks, it looks like Kaiser's ready. You've seen the Gone on the Flash. You know the combo piece is there.
Hmm.
So you have to just go all in here. You have to do whatever you can to either just that's a good
Oh,
way to do it, right?
oh, yeah,
So now Kaiser kind of perks up and says, "Okay, maybe I won't just say no blocks because that's targeting my
Gone in the
key
Flash.
piece,
Yeah,
right? Because Gone and Flash is the glue that's holding the
but
combo together." So it creates an interesting spot now because now you're at 11
yeah,
and he keeps the counters, and now he's at 4, and the next turn I can guarantee he can
he could
rep
deal
11
enough.
damage with a 4
Yeah,
with a 4 Dawnblade counter Dawnblade. So
yeah,
um very tough situation.
yeah,
Just has to hope that this brilliance just draws something that's absolute gas,
yep.
and really just be in a situation where he can present 18 damage, most of which preferably in the arcane, because the Dory player's in a great spot to even block a little bit here and feel more than comfortable.
Yep. So Aether bindings of the third age have been popped, indicating Kaiser has a spell that he wants to go with. Obviously, the window of time for Kaiser to make a play has been closing, and I can tell you that I've pulled out that move that Roderick has done several times, where you Dawn Blade swing, and they're like, okay, the turn's over, and you're like, I'm going to break boots in the resolution stuff, and they're like, uh-oh, this only means one thing.
Yep.
It only means one thing when you do that. And Command and Conquer, extremely disruptive. However, like you said, Sigil Brilliance, combined with the Aether Bindings, combined with Volzar, could it's not hard for Acilio to amp well into the teens, and obviously with no Arcane
The
Barrier.
main Yeah, the main thing I see missing from the hand is we don't have that many instances. So you do have the ability to
Yep.
pop chest piece to pay for the initial cost on the boots. However, the problem is you don't have enough instance to really get a lot of value from it. Is kind of the problem that Kaiser's running into now, where he has most of the pieces, he's just missing the instances, I believe.
Yep. This is the key turn. If Kaiser cannot kill Roderick or get him low enough that he can kill him like with a mini Stormstriders, Kano cosplay on the next turn, this is probably Dorinthia's game. Especially if we see any physical damage sent. I think this is like you're going to block your crown this turn, whether or not you need the filter, because this is the situation where Kaiser has to basically kill you this turn, or get you down so low that he can kill you next turn. Going to start off with Gone in a
Okay,
Flash.
Kaiser is basically saying I either have Blink or I'm going to invest the boots into this turn, which means also the chess piece. And the Dory player understands that this is the best moment to just extract as much life as I can out of my equipment. The interesting part is, do you cash in the Courage Blade Hold for the extra life, or do you maybe block with a blue and kind of just use it? Very interesting dynamic here, depending on the texture of the hand.
Yep. Well, Roderick hasn't seen a Supremacy or a Singing Steel Blade yet. This is one of the few matchups where you could actually sideboard out the Singing Steel Blade, but given how, like, giving the deck build that we've seen so far, he probably still has it. So I would likely just block with the Courage. You know, the little bit of life that you save there could make a massive difference in whether or not you die or not. All right, there's a Mind Warp amped up by a moderate amount, not the largest Mind Warp we've seen. This is coming in for 5. Okay, so Roderick going to get a new hand of 3 cards. And this is bad news bears here for Kaiser, I think.
Yeah, with no way to really pressure, the 11 life total. Because, I mean, as far as shenanigans on the opponent's turn, if I'm not mistaken, I think the most that you can kind of output is you just play like 4 lightning sigils and then a shock with a Volzar trigger.
Yep.
And it's like what, 5, maybe 6 arcane, depending on if there's any like bouncing shenanigans. So well out of range of anything to die on your own turn.
Yep. Now, I think this is one of those situations whereas with Kaiser, you just have to throw your whole hand out and pray. And we have a Courage of Bladehold Break with a Supremacy. So this is really just a situation where you lay the hand down and you pray it's not Singing Steel Blade or Twinning Blade.
Because if you even have that luxury,
yeah,
because that's 9.
it may not even be the case where he could block it. If that card is Singing Steel Blade or Twinning Blade in the arsenal, Roderick has won this game.
Yeah, I can't tell what sigil that is. I think it's Conductivity, which is just Arcane Shelter, which does not have any particularly relevant text here, but only giving 6 on the 9. So unless there's a D-React in hand, he does. Okay, so putting the Dory player on Better Have It. And
oh boy,
he definitely has it.
He had it. In fact, he had the full art version.
It doesn't present lethal. It's 1 short because, well, actually 2 short because it's just going to swing for 9 again. But no way to give go again on this swing that I'm aware of.
He had hit and run. He played hit and run prior to swinging.
Yeah, on the first swing. I'm at the second swing.
Yeah.
So there's no way to gain go again here. So it's basically just pass, which means Kaiser's in a little bit better of a situation. 1 card hand, maybe you can send a little bit of arcane damage, but not great. Still definitely in a behind position. But what's the best that he can do with a 1 card hand is the question.
Yep.
And that answers 4.
Blast to Oblivion going to be the response. And another cover up with the armor. CLV going to get him a card back, so maybe if he rips a... he could even target the... I'm not sure what's happening here. Oh my goodness! Hold on. Hold on.
Turns out reading the card is kind of good.
That has never happened to me. Oh my goodness.
Now, because he bounced the Ironsong Pride, if I'm not mistaken, that one would actually go to his hand, would it not?
Yes, the Ironsong Pride should be in his hand. Maybe Roderick has not even come across this. That's why he's so surprised. Well, let's see if the table judge catches this, because the Ironsong Pride should be in his hand, and that's actually massive here. Because then Kaiser can't just block with 2 block. Blast to Oblivion. This is why we don't play Ironsong Pride against Acilio, I guess, guys. Lesson learned. We learn things every day.
Doesn't it say return to the owner's hand?
Yes, you may return target or permanent with cost 1 or less to its owner's hand.
So the Ironsong Pride would go to the player's hand. It would not go to the grave.
Correct. That is correct. But it still left the battlefield, so the counters come off. Blade Flurry.
Yeah, but it didn't go to it didn't go to his hand. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
He
I
just stuck
know.
it in the
Yeah,
graveyard.
yeah. Well, Blade
So
Flurry, Jagged Edge.
definitely,
it may not matter.
that's pretty good.
Yeah.
Yeah. It did not matter, but
Unless we have
imagine
another
if you could go
D-React.
one more.
We have Shelter
Oh,
here to cover things up. Okay. And Siggy's Steel
oh,
Blade. Ooh. All right, so where are we at? We're at 3, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 against 9. So normally the trick here would be go singing into glint, but
well,
that's not
Iron
an
Storm
option.
Response just wins the game, right?
Yes.
Unless they have a D-React and you just,
Yep. I would be shocked if there's no red Iron Song response here.
Seems like a good pick for me.
Yep, there we go. Iron Song response going to close this out. And Roderick So on the most aggressive Dawnblade build I've seen in a very, very long time takes down Kaiser Wong. Unfortunate to see Kaiser lose there, but a pretty good game for both players. Unfortunately, we didn't get to see like that wombo combo Acilio turn that we're kind of used to seeing. But yeah, still a good game.
Yeah, I think the all-star for definitely the CNC. I think that game ends completely different if Kaiser has 2 more cards on his Gone in a Flash turn. So definitely, just an MVP card in that situation.
Yeah. Yeah, getting the armor on turn 0 is also a pretty big deal. Just a couple pieces of armor can throw off the math of Dorinthia quite a bit, even if you have Dawnblade counters. So yeah, pretty good game. I hope you guys in chat enjoyed that. That was a pretty cool game. That Command and Conquer turn was so rude. Hey, Warriors 99% of the time are like, you got a cool hand? All right, bro. You keep your cool hand. Let's see what you got. Once in a while, we have to say, no. We have disruption too. We don't have a lot of disruption, but we have some.
Joey said, you guys look very awake compared to this morning. Yeah, no shit.
Well, you see, so this thing
I
called
was
sleep.
literally almost falling asleep to the last draft. I almost fell asleep.
Yep. We're talking about how I don't even remember what we were talking about. We went on a whole journey there. Clutch CNC, yep. You guys are right. All right.
There's a reason it's $80, right?
Oh, that was a Marvel, Nathan. That was more than
okay. Oh, that one's I mean, that's why I won the game, right?
Yeah. I mean, the full art twinning blade also. Both of the full art twinning blades that were played were absolutely backbreaking. So that too.
I actually lied yesterday. Somebody asked what my favorite art was, and it's actually the full art twinning blade.
Good choice.
Not Cold Snap.
Good choice.
Because it kind of reminds me of a playing card.
Mm-hmm. See you at top 4. Have a good evening.
What 4 Red Bulls does to a man. I did have 3 cups of coffee, so we were trying. We were trying our best.
Yep.
We did what we could. So now to fill the time, chat, if you have questions about anything, fab related, not fab related, whatever the case may be, feel free to throw it in chat. We'd love to get to it because I don't think we need a break. I think we're good. We just started. Just getting into the swing of things.
Mm-hmm. I want to finish our bingo card because we're getting to the point where if we don't fill in these, this is not happening. So graded cards for equipment. This happened. There was a Courage Blade Hold graded. Uh, Chat, you haven't rioted justifiably yet, right? So we're gonna wait on that. 2 D reacts in 1 turn. I don't think that happened last game. Yeah, anime sleeves. There were Dory anime sleeves. We got that one. Oh boy. Okay, we have a possible win here if I could get Rogue Deck in top 8 at a good chat's choice down here. We could get that. Over on your side, we also need a replacement for playmat sleeve because they're using the official Nationals playmat. You know, we're being a little bit more formal. So Nathan unfortunately can't get double anime waifu playmat or playmat sleeve because, you know what? Let's just do this. Double anime waifu, just period. Double anime waifu.
Okay.
Yeah. And this one can be, I don't know. You're gonna have to figure out what you want for playmat sleeve.
Somebody was saying that draft deck did have 3 Majestics in it. Is Yellowfin a Majestic?
I don't know. We were
Harpoon. Let me look.
we were half asleep, so maybe that did happen. I don't know.
Yellowfin Harpoon is a rare, so no, it was just 2 Majestics.
Okay, whatever.
So
we're
close.
We're gonna change this to 2 Majestics in 1 draft deck. There, okay, there, you got it. 6 cards in hand. This could have happened if some Sigil of Brilliance shenanigans happened. I've seen Asilios with 6 cards in hand, but unfortunately, it didn't happen.
Where do baby fabs come from? Apparently, Verdance's feet.
Oh damn!
The card guys play fab. Thought they just talked about it. Thomas, you have no clue how funny that is.
What? I'm sorry, I'm lost.
We got. That's what happened.
We got. Oh boy.
I'm back for more talk about noodling. Who is it? What decks are y'all trying out now? I'm playing Dio. Dio is my current weapon of choice. Just think it slots into the meta really well, and you know,
it's good here. It's complicated deck.
Has good. It is complicated, but it just has good into wizards, good into you can race Syndra.
Yeah.
You don't want to see assassins; it gets a little rough, but you can win. And then you kind of, I think, you're pretty decent into even Florian and Gravy as well.
As for me, I'm trying out all the decks in the 0 to 60 series. I'm slowly trying to learn how to play other decks. So when I go back to playing Warrior, I know how to bully them.
What are your guys' thoughts on Ira Armory cards? Think it will shake up the meta? Yeah, I think it gives Ira some tools. I think it also gives Katsu some tools, believe it or not. And yeah, I mean, I think it will definitely make an impact. Is it going to be like a Aurora level impact? Probably not. But I think Ira will be a really good deck with a lot of respect behind it for sure.
Mm-hmm. It also makes the deck way more complicated. Originally, when we did the 0 to 60 tier list, we put Ira as the second easiest deck to learn. However, adding all the Vengeance cards in there does make it a little bit more complicated. Is it more complicated than the other things? I don't know, but it's a step up, especially in deck building, because now you have like a little bit of ambiguity whether this is like a very, very defensive style Ira that's playing a ton of D reacts, trying to go Kadachi thing, or a very, very aggressive version with dual threat, or is this like a Vengeance style deck? So yeah.
Yep.
Several ways to build Ira now, which is pretty cool.
What's the best ranger deck, Josh?
Well, I think it's currently Azalea, but Azalea is not long for this world. I think she's well into the 900s on LL points. Um, I don't know if she's won any Nats though, but she does seem like one of those decks that just. I mean, she could bully the ninjas. You know, dominate is pretty good against the Verdance decks. You have some clearing with they got like the multi-shot arrow, I believe. So probably Dio.
Hot hot take here. Best ranger. I don't know if Riptide's better, but I do respect Riptide a lot more than most players. Um, just the ability to be really aggressive, go a lot more wide than most ranger decks because you're not penalized by running things like Rabble and things like that. You actually have collapsing trap to kind of shore up the ninja matchup and actually make it a lot more playable rather than just kind of racing on consistency of hands. Um, yeah, I would not go as far to say that it's better than Azalea, but I do think it's a lot closer than people make it out to be.
Bouncing Iron Song Pride, pretty good for a chat choice. All right, I'm going to take that one.
There you go.
I'm going to put it in the corner.
You had it.
So if a rogue deck makes top 8, I'll get my bingo. Bounce Iron Song Pride.
Real question, your thought on your through of Project Blue. I'm assuming that's thought. Your thought on Project Blue. That's what we're gonna roll with. Does it bring new blood to the game, or does it just blip and vanish? It's very interesting. Ever since I started this game, I think probably my 5th or 6th ever first stream. I spent about 30 minutes to an hour talking about how I didn't understand the casual player base and how they kind of fit into the Flesh and Blood ecosystem. I'm not saying that it shouldn't. I'm just saying that I don't understand how it fits. And the basis for that theory is kind of like Flesh and Blood, I would make the argument, is one of the most difficult TCGs to play it really well, right? And even from like a base mechanic level, it's still probably one of the most strategic and difficult to play. With that being said, is is casual chess a thing? Like I don't think it is. I've never seen, every single thing about chess that I see is what's your elo, things like that. It just seems hyper competitive. So I would compare it a lot closely to chess and how if you're going to take a game casually, what incentive do you have as a player to come into Flesh and Blood? And I'm not saying that one doesn't exist. I would never insinuate that. I'm just saying that I don't see it. And that's largely probably because I don't engage in the game in a casual way in at any level. Um, Even though I would like to.
Nathan has
So
not even played a game of UPF, and I don't think he's played a game of Cube. You got to play
I
my
have
Cube
played
sometime.
I've played exactly one game of UPF.
Okay.
We barely knew the rules, and yeah, and like I said, I'm not saying that it doesn't exist. I'm just saying I don't see it. I don't understand it. I don't understand what axes it's on. Um, and I I'm probably not the person to ask for that. Because you know what's the difference? What's the real difference other than what cards you can and can't have between Project Blue and what was the other format? Commoner. That was
Commoner,
the
yeah.
other yeah. So like sure, it may be more balanced or whatever the case, but is that why people didn't play Commoner, or was it because the casual base just kind of lacked a little bit?
Com-
Um,
Commoner
and
was
if you
only
just
really played at side events. Like I from my opinion. Yeah.
But
Like
I mean, why is that?
the gold
Like,
foil side
you know,
events on Saturday.
uh, I don't know. It's interesting. I'm not sure. I hope it works. I hope Project Blue takes off and it fills that void. I don't see
Did
the angle.
Do you
Um,
remember PVE being a thing? Like that, in my opinion, PVE would be like a better introduction or better lead in for the casual player. Like if you want to expand the casual player base, sure, you can make some formats, maybe even run a skirmish for them, sure. But like PVE theoretically is the one that would draw in more players. And we haven't really heard anything about that. I don't even know if they're doing any development on that.
I definitely agree because basically, if you go PVE, you can essentially just rewrite the entire mechanic rule books. Essentially, you can kind of do whatever you want. I mean, you have to play within the lines of what's printed on the card, but you can make that a lot more simple in regards to PVE. So maybe, um, maybe that is the answer. Maybe going to that type of format is the answer. I just, you know, that's a tough one. That's a
Yeah.
tough one. I don't engage in a casual manner, so I'm probably the willing to admit that I'm probably the wrong person to ask.
What are your biggest complaints going to be after about Guardian after Guardian hit set and Heavy Hitters comes out? Are you a Guardian complainer, Nathan? I don't think you are. Are you?
I mean, I did play Guardian at several large events. You know, some of my worst events ever.
You only played
Both.
Bravo, from what I recall,
I played
at World.
Bravo at Worlds, and I played Victor at Pro Tour LA.
Oh yeah, you did play. Okay. Yeah.
And yeah, it's just not my cup of tea. Just maybe the aura direction that they're going maybe changes my mind because it seems like they're completely redoing the script on Guardian and going away from just hammer for 4 or big dumb attack that's never going to hit because there's so much armor in the game. So they're completely re-identifying what Guardian is. So to be honest, I have no clue what my biggest complaints will be about Guardian because I don't know how the final state kind of looks. I will say that there's a lot of Guardian products coming out back to back to back to back. We've had the Jarl deck, we've had the new chick deck, the new product. We got Mastery set coming out, all focused heavily on Guardian, which is a lot in a almost 6 month period. So they deserve the love because it's been a while. It's been since Heavy Hitters since they've gotten any love. So they definitely deserve it. But it's just a lot of investment, and maybe they needed that investment to rewrite the structure of Guardian because it just wasn't working, plain and simple.
Yeah, the aura focused Guardian could definitely be a new chapter in the book for them.
Yep.
Do you guys still have a One Piece TCG team? No clue.
Yeah.
I know they
I have no
exist.
idea.
Yeah. I don't even know how to play the game. I never watched the anime
I've
or show or
I've
whatever.
played. Oh no, I've never even played. I've watched people play. I'll take it that far.
With LL changes, what are your thoughts on the format? Haven't touched. I don't think I've ever played an LL game, Nathan. You've played more UPF games than I've played LL games.
Wow. Okay.
Yep.
The LO changes are the LO changes are a start, obviously because they are changing. The problem is, or I don't even want to say the word problem. I just want to say that whatever it looks like right now is not going to be the final state for Worlds, more than likely. I think that there'll be more developments as we have events. But like I think Briar's in a decent spot, a competitive spot. So I'm a little bit biased, and I'm typically enjoying it a little bit more than usual, solely off of that. And I'm willing to admit that it's a little biased.
Yeah. Maybe I'm just gonna ask my teammates about a month before Worlds, what is the most brain dead LL deck that I can play, and I will play that. And that will be that.
Yep. Yep. Isn't Azalea in the same place as Dash IE, just permanently stuck in the high 900s but won't LL? I mean, Azalea will definitely do it before Dash IE because there's at least a reason to play her, whereas the existence of Dash IO kind of invalidates Dash IE, or at least currently, um, and with Gravy existing and things of that nature. So I don't know. It's definitely interesting, but I don't know. There's a lot of heroes that just kind of chill at 900. Seems to just be the thing to do.
Hey guys, I'm picking up cards for Puffin. Do you think she has a place in the meta, or should I just look into Dio? I mean, their playstyles are pretty different, so it's like, which one do you prefer? Puffin is a deck that is a little bit less solved. Uh, from a competitive standpoint, it is like a real glass cannon. Uh, I mean, Dio is also a glass cannon, but like Dio's damage output is higher than Puffin's. So yeah, they're both good. I don't know if there's a lot of overlap in terms of their card pools. So unfortunately, you may have to buy a lot of Met cards if you want to play both of them.
Yeah, Dio is just the more competitive deck for sure. And I don't think it's particularly close. But like Josh said, I mean, they're completely different. So depends on what your priority is. If you're just trying to be hyper competitive, then probably just pick the better one, which is Dio. But Puffin is fun to play, and Puffin's not bad. When I say that, I'm just saying I personally, like I mentioned earlier, Dio is what I'm currently playing for myself. So um, I think that Dio is probably one of the best decks in the format right now, and I think that people are going to slowly come to that realization. Um, so when I say that Dio is way better than Puffin, I'm not digging on Puffin in any way. I'm just saying that I'm really really high on Dio. I'd say that having the different formats isn't really about it being casual. It's just competitive formats with lower price tags on it. Uh, yeah. I mean, but is it? I mean,
You can build
okay.
an unlimited amount of Project Blue decks for basically $0 if you've played the game a
So,
decent amount of time.
okay. So you're saying that Project Blue is not a casual format. It is a competitive format with a low cost of entry. Um, which makes sense. And maybe that's the angle. So the way that that equation should theoretically work out is we're at a critical mass already of formats where we have limited, we have LL. Like you couldn't add Project Blue to Worlds. You just couldn't do it, right? We're already literally. I mean, I guess theoretically you could. You could have 3 rounds of CC, one draft, Project Blue, and LL. But I mean that I think you're already demanding a lot, asking for 3 formats instead of going to. So naturally, how much do you invest from an OP perspective on Project Blue? Do you make an occasional calling? And if that's the case, then is somebody going to routinely play? If it's competitive, if that's what you're saying, it's a competitive format with a lower price tag on it. Well, if people are price sensitive, those people, I'm making assumptions here, theoretically are more price sensitive to going to events, right? So having more events theoretically should be less because that consumer is just price sensitive. And if that's the case, what are you being competitive for? Um, Other than I guess just winning. Um, which may exist. I don't know. I don't know the psychology behind have you have to have the money behind it to for it to remain competitive in a way. it's interesting. And I feel like they just need to like take the leap and like go all in on it or not.
All right, Nathan, I'm gonna put a poll in chat because I see we have some Gravy's doing well. We have a Verdance that has won. I'm gonna put Reinhardt and I'm gonna put Mario in the poll, and we're gonna ask chat what they want to watch next. I wanted to put Dorinthia again, but I can't be too biased here, right? All right, please
I
vote
mean,
in
we haven't
chat. Let
seen
me know.
a single Gravy. I
Yeah.
think Reinhardt's gonna get a few extra votes just for Eugene, but we also have to see where Eugene's at.
He won his
I
last
don't think
match,
we
so
can,
still in.
but isn't it like X and 4?
If he goes 3-0, he should be able to make it in because he has a very good X5, or sorry, a very good 5-4 at the beginning of the day. We'll see. We'll see. Oh, no. Okay, well, it looks like chat has decided what they want to do. No surprise. All right, we might get a Gravy, we might get Eugene. We'll see. We'll see. Because I'm pretty sure any of the people that 3-0'd the CC and then 2-4 the draft can still make top 8 because of the order that they lost. So is Reinhardt Eugene? Yes. We got to
Pretty
give
much.
people what they want. I mean, the people want to see Gravy and Reinhardt and oh, poor Mario. Nobody wants to see Mario. Nobody wants to play
Mark
against
said,
Mario.
"Yep." Mark said, "New to the game, what's the best way to start? What's the first thing to invest in?" Um, I think the answer to that question would have to be, what are your goals? Are you a hyper competitive player that's going to a lot of bigger events? If that's the case, I would pick up a mid range deck to learn both sides of the game as quickly as possible, and kind of avoid decks like board state decks or strict aggro or strict defensive, because you kind of lose a lot of insight on both sides of the play, and just kind of learn that way. If that's not your goal, if you're not very competitively minded, then I would just look at some gameplay of a bunch of different heroes and maybe go with what you think looks cool and just go in. And I will say, do a lot of research before you buy into a hero. The cost can be a little bit high, so um, just do a little research. We have a bunch of Guardian and Brute stuff on the horizon as far as what's coming out. Also, the Ira deck would be a great place to start, no matter what your goal is. I think it comes out in like exactly a week, maybe a little bit less. So I would check out the Ira Armory deck. Probably a very good place to start.
Mhm. All right, guys, let's quickly take a look at the results from this round. So I'm going to refresh this page. All right, so we got Alan beating Pudding, Bun on Florian taking down Gravy. That's pretty impressive. We got Terry on Mario beating Nova on Syndra. We kind of expected these three matchups to kind of go this way. Mario beats Syndra, Slippy beats Syndra, Prism beats Gravy. Marcus on Dory did come out victorious against the KO, so both Dory's still alive for the top. Ray takes down Mario. Wow, really impressive. Ray is one of the best players, so I'm not really surprised there. Wen on Verdance, still has a potential for top 8. So like anything from up here would be could be top 8 potential. And as we kind of go down here, we kind of see, the other matchups here. We got, Fang losing to Ocilio is what it is. Couple Slippies doing pretty well as well. Mario beating Gravy, that's a tough matchup. So
I think Bun taking down the Gravy matchup is huge. Bun's on a little bit of a tear.
yep. All right, it looks like they're going to try to get us a Gravy that is still live. So even though Gravy's lost here and here, we could still have them. They're still. They just need to win 2 of the 3 games. So We could go with that. All right, I'm going to end the poll because it looks like they are going to try to get us a gravy. All right, next round should be paired pretty soon. In fact, I believe, yep, we got the round paired. So actually, we could take a look at that. All right, so this round, round 11, we got Pudding playing David. That's another. Okay, that's Syndra against Prism. That could be tough for him. Got Bun playing Flooring against Shing's Slippy. That could also be a pretty good match. We got Nova against PH. So Syndra versus Gravy. That's going to be tough. Oh, both of these Gravy games have potential to be very, 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 very one-sided. So for those of you who said Gravy was going to make top 8, I don't know if they're going to win this Syndra or this Dory game. Seems really hard. Marcus is going to pick a story.
Alan and Terry? What about Alan and Terry? Dio versus Mario?
Yeah, that would be good too. Let's just see what they want to give us, because they said they would try to find a Gravy, but I think both of these games are going to be very, very one-sided, which I don't know if we want to see that. We'll let the people in Hong Kong choose. I trust that they can give us a good game.
We cannot do another Dory. We can't do it.
I mean, they said they're going to get us a Gravy, so it's either this one and this one, or I don't think this is a game that's live for top 8. But KO against Gravy, I mean, you want something different. That's pretty different. So yeah.
That would actually be pretty interesting, how that one's kind of navigated.
Yep. We see Reinhardt playing against Syndra again, so maybe Reinhardt's going to smash again. So we'll see. Yeah, a lot of interesting matchups here. We'll see what they give us. Yep. You wanted the Arachne versus Dio matchup, though? I can request it.
I mean, that one or the KO Gravy, I think is good. Okay. It is kind of unique, kind of either one of those. I've seen that deck box.
Oh, are we getting set up already?
Somebody's there.
Somebody's there, yeah. All right, let's go back to us, and then I'll start setting this up. Yeah. Okay, looks like they're setting up right now. That is Nova.
Syndra. That's Nova. Yep. So Nova and Gravy.
Yep. All right, we're going to see potential slaughter here.
Well, now maybe not, right?
Okay.
I think that this is actually this is one of those matchups where if you ask the Syndra player, right? It's 90-10 or 95-5, and if you ask a Gravy player that's maybe had not that many reps on it, then they'll probably agree with them. But if you find a good Gravy that has a lot of pieces kind of ready for this matchup, things like maybe a race face or just more attack actions in general, then this matchup is actually pretty decent. And then quick dodge flexors as well, as we see on the board.
They don't see
I don't think the matchup
is setting it up, but yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, I don't think the matchup is like that terrible. Definitely not what you want to sit across from. I would probably put it in the realm of like 70-30. Maybe if you got a little bit of a skill gap on the Gravy side, maybe you can get it to like 60-40. Obviously, Syndra favored there. But like it's not as atrocious as people really make it out to be. And I think there's a lot that can be done inside the matchup than people kind of lead on.
Okay, I like to hear that, because I guess my Dory bias showing a little bit, because I think Dory versus Gravy, especially for an Ag or Dom Blade, is like nearly unlosable. All right, let's go take a look at the game. Well, I'm almost done setting up everything. So yeah, we got a Gravy versus Syndra. I'm going to be excited to see if PH can pull off an upset. That would be pretty cool. Both players made top 8 last year, so they are no slouches. All right. Looks like we have everything set up except I haven't changed the card, so we'll put gravy. There we go. All right, the match is set. All right, I guess the players will begin soon. Let's see. All right, Nathan, is there any crossover between Gravy and Katsu? Because PH has been playing.
What?
PH has been a Katsu main for years, so I'm a little surprised to see him, playing such a radically different hero. I guess they're both sequencing based heroes.
I mean, maybe he just came to the realization that he wanted to play good heroes.
Okay, that could also be it. Yeah.
Katsu's in a rough spot, but maybe after the Ira Armory deck, he gets in a little bit better, obviously, with the unbanning of bonds. But Gravy's just a house, right? I mean, just presents so many questions that decks have to have the answers. Now, Syndra's one of those decks that for sure has said answers. But we'll see if Gravy gets elected to go first, which is definitely a huge advantage in this matchup. And kind of what the Gravy player is trying to do is doing exactly what they just did, leaning on those chums to kind of, mess with the kind of turn structure of the Syndra player to really maximize the value. But more importantly, kind of playing allies in a way to where maybe the allies can recoup the value that they're almost guaranteed to get on that Mask of Momentum. And kind of using that to kind of balance that aspect out, because it's very easy for Syndra to get Mask of Momentum triggers in this matchup specifically.
Yep. So Call to the Grave, Chum put into the grave, and now it's going to join the battlefield. Essentially gaining 6 life on turn 0. Not bad.
It's pretty good, right?
Pretty good start. Call to the Grave. Eugene likes to call this the Pokeball. Because you get to go search your deck for whatever Pokemon you want. And put it out into the field, especially if it's turn 0. All right, Fire Tenant, strike first. Going to be the first card onto the battlefield for Syndra.
Okay, we do have a very important card in the Gravy player's hand that can be very relevant in this matchup, and that is Sunken Treasure. Because depending on the structure of the turn, so for example, let's say that this attack is blocked, and Nova decides to flick the knife to activate the chain for Mask of Momentum. That puts it in the graveyard. That means Sunken Treasure can then, on the next attack, literally remove it from the game, which does alleviate a lot of problems in the matchup. Choosing not to take that line by just simply taking the damage and not activating a chum either.
All right, Kudai going to mark 1 damage onto chum. Blaze headlong into.
That is going to trigger Mask of Momentum.
Yeah. Blaze headlong with the buff from Fire Tenant. Going to be sufficient. And we got a Burning Blade Dance. Nova's still with 1 card in hand. If this hits, Nova's going to be able to flick the dagger. And he has 3 Draconic Chain Links, so this is going to be pretty easy to get both daggers back. So both daggers in the graveyard right now. And then Demonstrate Devotion.
And this is an okay situation, because if the Sunken Treasure is blocked with, you can just respond to the trigger with the
Yep.
Syndra activation and just get those daggers back. So
Yep. Exactly.
completely playing around that scenario just, I mean, goes to show how strong of a player Nova is
Yep.
and kind of knowing the risk associated with those lines.
Mm-hmm. All right. Gonna put a Sawbones into the graveyard. Sawbones, moderately annoying. Kind of got like a shelter-like effect. All right, gold baited hook going to be activated. Saltwater swell going to find a call to the grave to enter the pitch zone.
Also, a lot of money floating, depending on what the hand is looking like.
Mm-hmm.
Do we have a CNC ship?
Could be. Currently,
Getting
Syndra does not
blocks
have an
from the
arsenal.
Syndra?
Yeah. Yeah, the Tenacity is a card that's not that great against a deck that doesn't really want to block much. All right, Murderous Rabble. Going to reveal a Saltwater
I guess it
Swell.
means there's a red on time.
Yep, so it's
So
only just the
playing
one.
red saltwater.
Yep. Into a Golden Tipple. And this doesn't look like a particularly strong 5-card hand to me.
No, that is called playing what you got. By looking at the top card and just trying to manipulate your way to a threat, which obviously did not materialize. Um, I mean, yes, you established an ally, but at the same time, a head jab just takes care of Sawbones. It's not that great.
Yep. All right, Nova with a full grip, but no arsenal. Going to be able to clear this Sawbones pretty easily with whatever Draconic head jab he feels like. And then the rest of the damage going to be sent to Gravy's face, I presume. Go start off with a Kunai. We see a pretty important card in the pitch zone, Warmonger's Diplomacy. This is one of the strongest cards against Gravy.
That's actually a very, very good block to block with the equipment because it does look like Nova is trying to bait out the Sawbones activation.
Mm-hmm.
So to be honest, I think that's a very, very good block.
Yeah, can still save the Sawbones for a later breakpoint or flick type of effect. Seeing the Warmongers in the pitch zone is actually interesting because this is like one of those cards that you would like to play against Gravy because it prevents them from swinging too much or yeah. So we got an Ignite for 2. And there's that bait you were talking about. So Ignite only coming in for 2, and in response, he can tap the Sawbones to prevent one of those 2 damage. And then he's going to have to... Okay, so in response to that, he's going to flick to consume the damage prevention, which causes the Ignite to kill the Sawbones. Going to follow it up with another Kunai. And he's going to break a fealty for an Art of the Dragon Blood or Fire. I'm not sure which one that is.
Fire, I
Art of the
believe.
Dragon Fire, yep. The one that deals damage.
She's going to do 2 true damage and 5 on top of that. And threatening a Master also going to warrant out the blocks in this situation. And really a little bit behind on tempo and life and equipment, unfortunately. Should be a counter on that hook.
Yep.
Because it did get blocked with.
Yep. I'm sure the players will realize that pretty quickly. All right, another Murderous Rabble into Tip the Barkeep.
And Tip the Barkeep is just one of those cards where you're not actively trying to to play it for
Yeah.
against Sin. I mean, the go again is nice. Don't get me wrong, but usually that's not what the game is going to really come down to. So looks like just trying to salvage as much value you can from an extra card is kind of
Yep.
you know, whatever the case may be. And somebody in chat mentioned that Flick is target hero, and you cannot actually hit the Sawbones. It would not have mattered because he did swing the dagger afterwards, and you could just threw the dagger into. I guess it does matter on the Mask of Momentum. No, because the Ignite would have hit anyway. So yeah, it would have made no difference. It would have just been swing the dagger into Sawbones instead of player afterwards.
All right. Nova starts the turn with an
Oh, it
ignite.
used the prevention.
Yes.
That's what it was. Yeah.
Yes, correct.
Yeah.
Flicking the dagger ate the Sawbones prevention, which caused the ignite to kill
Yep.
the Sawbones. All right.
Yep.
Balance of Justice blocking this ignite. How often does Syndra draw 2 cards? Is the question.
Not too terribly often in a situation where you're winning.
Yep.
You basically have to have Snatch plus Mask of Momentum is the only combination I can really think of.
Yep. All right. The quick dodge flexor is going to cover up some damage this turn. So normally when you see an aggressive armor usage like what we're seeing, what does that indicate? Nathan?
So you're asking what does using the armor actually mean?
Yeah, we're seeing the Balance of Justice used. We're seeing the quick dodge flexors used on this particular turn. Does that indicate like
So
Gravy wants to make a play, or is he just trying to prevent an MOM trigger, or is there something else going on?
the balance of justice is just probably making a move on the Mask of Momentum and trying to maybe um, prevent it on this particular turn. The quick dodge flexors is really just basically admitting that your hand is not that amazing,
Mm-hmm.
and just saying, okay, this is the most value I can get from this blue. I'm not really trying to do anything else with it. So let me go ahead and dump it. And this is obviously a turn where he's going to get the opportunity to block with it several times because Nova has a full grip. And as you can see, he's just given up basically his almost entire hand to kind of confirm that idea.
Yep. Well, speaking of snatch, there's the snatch there. So there is a theoretical way for Nova to draw 2 cards, although that is obviously very bad if your opponent is drawing 2 cards as a ninja. All right, this particular Syndra turn going to start with the Rising Resentment. Into a Fire Tenant strike first.
Okay, just giving up the mass trigger.
Yep.
Just willy-nilly. So, all right, just basically saying this is the turn I have to make a move on the gravy side of things, and saying it's now or never, which in strong indication of a solid hand, but at the same time, it really just it could be something as simple as a CNC ship that's not going to have an actual target in the arsenal, or maybe we're making an ally play, but currently we have nothing, or the hand could not block as well. That's another possibility.
Yep. All right. All good gravy turns begin with Golden Tipple. I believe this is a red Golden Tipple, so still need a blue to get the allies out of the graveyard.
Okay, we are seeing the swell come out and getting that extra pitch.
Yep.
So
That's a
definitely
good way
can
to do it.
afford whatever you're trying to pay for. I do see a CNC ship. So it does look like an 8 go again into a Mortis swing, which is a very solid turn. I don't know what it's going to do for you while you're at 5, but very solid turn nonetheless.
All right. There is the classic Conqueror of the High Seas.
Also have the ability to activate Hook on this turn. You've already made the gold off Tipple, so it's just a free activation as we see it coming in now.
Yep.
And putting it on the Mortis, and just Nova saying, look, I got tempo. I can put your back against the wall, and trying to close the game out. And Nova still has not activated that chess piece, not one time. He's had a good resource curve with most of his hands.
The rigor mortis shouldn't be in the graveyard.
Basically,
Yep, there we go.
Yep. And this is the saddest thing ever as a gravy player, just having that kunai go into a Mortis is very inefficient on the gravy player's behalf.
Yeah.
But it is what it is. And to the point to where in this matchup, I've actually seen a lot of players actually side the card out for that very reason. But to each his own.
Mm-hmm. I think rigor mortis is just too solid of a card. But yeah, Sidra could clear it very easily, but I think you gotta have it.
It is the most efficient ally for sure,
Mm-hmm.
from a damage perspective. So maybe you do just need it for that tempo aspect, but just really feels bad getting cleared by effectively a Kadachi.
Displayed loyalty going to generate a fealty token. And threaten 75% of PH's life total. Dead Threads plus Golden Tipple going to block this. And another Art of the Dragon Fire. Going to demand... Oh, he doesn't have any blocks. GG. And well, that game went about what we thought, even. Yeah, I mean, Syndra had Nova had his foot on the gas the whole time, and Gravy was unable to establish a board. Mask Momentum triggered like 3 or 4 times during that game, and yeah, tough game. All right, let's go back to us.
Somebody in chat said, why does Balance of Justice only have 1 counter on it? And that's just a shortcut, basically.
You should have
it's basically
2,
just assumed that if you block with it once, you can't block with it again, and people just put a counter on it. I think I do it myself if every time I use it. So I think it's just shortcut, kind of definitely not the correct way, but is what it is.
Yep.
Not gonna lie, not a very satisfying game to watch. It did seem very one-sided. That is for sure. So you know what, Josh? What if we just double down and say Dio no matter what? Get us a little.
Well, I
get us a little.
Alan might already
loud,
be locked. Let's see if Alan's already locked. Let's see, because we should actually have some people already locked here. We're actually
good. He can show us how he did it.
We're actually in a situation where Pudding might be in some danger here, because he's lost both of his games. Although I guess he would be a good 8-4. He probably makes it, but he might have been locked at the beginning of this day, actually, now that I think about it. But yeah, we have some results. Well, funnily enough, Nathan, the Dory already beat the Gravy faster than the Syndra beat the Gravy.
Yeah, so no matter which way we went with the Gravy matchup, basically resulted in the same thing.
Yeah.
I'm curious how the Shing matchup is going to end up. Typically, Florian's considered a bad matchup for Slippy, just because you don't really have a lot of ways to navigate around the critical mass of D-Reacts. So interesting how that one, and of course Terry versus Allen, interested to see how that one lands.
Yeah.
I
can tell you the storyline right now is the evil empire called Blue Pitch is everywhere in the top 8, And then both of our doors gonna have a win in it, I think, for top 8. So that's what could be happening here. Also, Terry doing pretty good as well. I mean, Terry is like the highest ranked player right now that's not on blue pitch, so that's impressive to see. This matchup really, really interesting. We could try to get Alan's Dio on next match. Could be very, very interesting. Yeah.
Chat said if Eugene wins, put on stream or chat riots for the bingo card.
Oh boy. Nathan, you're actually really close. You get a chat choice and you win. If I get a rogue deck in top 8, I win. We're real close. Also,
choice.
If I get a chat choice here at chat riots, then I also make bingo here.
Okay, chat. Let's make my corner one. Let's make it somebody from blue pitch makes it in top 8.
Okay.
Let's close this out.
No. 5 of 8 blue pitch. I'll let you win if 5 of them make top 8.
Oh, that's a lot. I can't get 50%.
Okay.
50% top 8 blue pitch.
All right. 50% BP top 8. All right. We'll see if you can do that. I think you're the difference,
which is still insane if you think about it. Like half of top 8 from a team.
Oh yeah.
I don't care what size the event
pointing
is.
out if a warrior makes top 8, I'll also get a bingo. So these could actually happen at the same time. And of course, chat will riot if I don't win, because warrior in top 8 is rarer than the 50% BP top 8, and then I'll get a second bingo, so that breaks the tie, right, Nathan?
Right.
Although you're also close too. I mean, if Buns Florian does well and we get an awkward handshake on feature, you never know.
An awkward handshake, or a brute rolls a 1. Yeah.
Yep.
I mean, Bun's pretty much locked, right? So the Rune Blade in top 8 is all but secured. Yeah. Especially if he wins this last one. I know he's locked, but I think he already is locked. I mean, I think he was ranked 2nd going into this round. So
we can pull that up here. So let's see. So standings after round 10. Yeah, as you can see, we have a lot. Wait a second. There's already 5 people in blue pitch in the top 6. You already won that one. What are you talking about?
Wait, is it?
Yeah. There's
really?
Yeah. Look, Pudding, Bun, Shing, David, Allen all have 8 wins.
Jesus. Okay, we'll make it 6.
Oh, we're gonna make it 6. I was gonna make it 5, but okay. We'll make it 5.
That's what I meant. Yeah. That's what I meant. 5. That's
5 BP top 8. Okay.
Pudding, Bun, Terry. Yeah, or Terry's not in, but Allen, David, Shing. I don't know. Pudding's taking a bit of a crash though. He lost 2 since then, right? Or is that including the first loss?
He hasn't won a CC game today. However, I think he might still even make it, because he was like, you would be the best 8-4 in the room, so you probably still make it, because 3 8-4s will make it. So basically, all these guys should be locked for top, or not quite, but nearly.
Right.
But let's refresh this, see if we can get any more things here. Okay, so when on Verdance, he's having a good run. I think his next match should be a win and in as well. Yeah. None of the other matches.
Which is another blue pitch member.
Yeah,
kind of shore that up.
Yeah, only 4 games to finish. I think our feature match might have been the fastest game.
It was pretty quick.
Yeah. I like that we now have the technology to look at this. Good job, LSS.
Yep.
I don't think we've even had a judge call. Like we mentioned yesterday, in all of the games we've cast over the last 5 years, I don't think we've ever had a judge call. Which is actually crazy. let's go back to us. All right, chat. There might be a little bit of downtime between this game and the next game.
So feel free to throw in any question in chat. Fab related, not fab related, whatever the case may be.
Yep.
And we would love to answer. I think 2 of the other Nats are currently in the finals or semifinals. So those are in the process of finishing up.
Yeah, I know Japan, Philippines, Malaysia, all roughly in the same time zone. Australia as well. What would you guys bring to this tournament?
Dio. Dio,
Dory
final
or
answer.
Kasai? Dory or Kasai for me.
How are we feeling about Victor? Not good.
There's so many Syndras to eat, though.
There is, but Gravy's terrible. Verdance is literally unwinnable. Well, I guess I don't want to say unwinnable, but like
how about against
it's
the
really
assassins?
bad. I see the assassin matchup is interesting, right? Because a lot of people be like, "Oh yeah, that should be good." You know, you can block really well, but no, Victor can't run a critical mass of D reacts because of the clash mechanic. So the unpredictable damage of like Mario and Slippy can really pose a problem. So it really, you're bringing Victor to pick on just Syndra, and that's literally it. Maybe Dio. Dio's probably you're probably really favored into Dio just because you can like go toe to toe and kind of have the option for fatigue as well.
Can you fatigue? I thought Dio's unfatigable these days with Cog in the machine.
She's unfatigable if you can push their life total down to like to 5, give or take, and you can maintain all the cog in the machines in your deck. You have to meet that criteria for her to be quote unquote unfatigable.
Are you guys going to Singapore? No. This is the very first Pro Tour I didn't qualify for. I'm so sad.
For me, it's a 27-hour flight, which is approximately 20 more hours than I would like to fly.
Did you know the world's longest flight is from New York to Singapore? 19 hours, 45 minutes. You ever went to sleep, woke up, and you're still in the tin can for another full day? The longest
flight I've ever had was going from Sicily. Went from Sicily and refueled in Ireland, and then flew back to Virginia. And that was 15 hours, I want to say.
But
that wasn't a straight flight. Yeah. But we literally just got fuel and like took right back off. Like it was.
Longest flight for me was Los Angeles to Hong Kong. That's 16 hours.
Yep. It's a doozy.
Singapore is a really cool place, though. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. What new class would you want added to the game?
Cleric.
What are the options? Isn't it like Cleric, Alchemist, Bard? Well, I guess Bard's technically there, but it's not like
Shapeshifter. Expand on Shapeshifter and Bard. Why not? Merchant class.
I'd probably say Cleric. I'm not super interested in Alchemist. I think it'd be neat, but I've just never been super into that kind of
Verdance is basically the Cleric
idea. Feels that way, right? Kind of the Alchemist too, with all them potions.
When do you think the new Briar will come out, Nathan? Got any inside
You
info
know
on
what?
that?
I've been waiting for years.
Years. Years.
Well, I guess not technically years because it's what she left at the U.S. Nats in Vegas, which was
2 years ago.
no years. That was 2 years
Yeah.
ago. So it's interesting though. Like LSS obviously just made Rosetta, which is like all Briar, right? And um, you know made Florian and Aurora, which were great designs. But my favorite thing about Briar was you had the combination of the aggressiveness and the defensiveness, which neither of those heroes have. Aurora was all in on aggro, and Florian was kind of all in on the defensive side of things. So, unfortunately, it really didn't scratch that itch. I thought it would have. Aurora came close, but just really didn't kind of get there. So, I would love for there to be a new Briar. I just don't know.
Double
I
essence heroes seem hard. They've been going single essence for quite a while now.
Right. It creates a balancing problem. For sure, it makes it a lot easier because if you take, you effectively have to print a hero card that can make an embodiment of Earth and an embodiment of Lightning. I'm assuming if they were to do it, they would be forced into putting text to where it would say you have to play an elemental or X card for this to actually work instead of just having it work on all generic cards. Which I would be okay with, right? A little bit of innovation, maybe some of those other cards, you know, get a little bit more attention. And I think the lightning pool is fleshed out enough to where I think that would work. It wouldn't be like a completely just, shit hero forcing her into that lane. So I think it's there. I think it's possible. I just don't know if they're interested in doing it so close after Rosetta. I just like the only shot we have, right, is maybe an armory deck, but it seems like most of the armory deck market share equity is taken up by basically any new hero that comes out. Basically absorbs half of them, it seems, because we get like 2 releases per set. Essentially, is kind of what we've been averaging. Um, so I don't know. It's interesting. Unless they could just slip one into the expansion slot. There's 31 cards in this new set. Just throw a new Briar in there. I won't be mad at it.
They got to add more Tekla-Vossen cards first, though, Nathan.
Yeah, I don't think that's an expansion card problem. I just want Dinosaur Necromancer. I tell you what, my son would love that. Let me get Witch Doctor with all the pox and frailty. That'd be kind of cool. That would be pretty cool. Aurora came close, but didn't get there. Yep, I did say that. Great hero, great design. Just didn't feel the itch because I felt like I was forced um into playing super aggressively, which is
When you guys were testing Gravy for Nats, what was the one thing that surprised you the most?
um
Don't ask me.
one thing that surprised me the most was one that how complex the lines were. And not necessarily because you basically all of Flesh and Blood can kind of be broken down into like flow charts that come off of multiple decisions and kind of if you've seen my first learning curve, I think I made a good visual display on what that looks like. Um, But Gravy, it takes it to the extreme, right? Because you're now looking at 6 card hands instead of 5. And not only that, but you're also you're basically playing DO, right? Because you have an arsenal, 4 cards in your hand, you have the top card on your deck, you're playing around that. Um, but then you add the complexity of, well, you're trying to manage your graveyard and play cards out of your graveyard. So you have like this Dromai equation, you have a Dio equation, and then you're just trying to like plug in a whole bunch of other stuff. It's a lot. But I would say the most interesting thing was the less amount of allies it seemed, the better the deck was.
I think the quote was involves don't have more allies than NATO.
Yeah, something like that. They've been doing a lot of keep card pool small recently. Well, I talked about that yesterday, and to be honest, I know Warrior players hate the idea of it, but I think it's actually a brilliant way to manage power creep. Because if you just keep siloing the card pool, then effectively you prevent the need for true rotation. The question is how much can you do that? Like, how long can you do it? And that's pretty interesting. Um, but I don't know. Um, because theoretically there has to be a limit to how much siloing you can do. Theoretically, that limit could be years away, but um, warriors can only have so many weapons before you have to start printing cards that play across the card pool.
It's very difficult for them. Like the Hunted told me a lot about how they test their cards because every single common and rare said target dagger. The Majestic said target weapon. They thoroughly tested Jagged Edge, Sharpen Senses, and Provoke. And then they're like, all right, we designed some Warrior Majestics. Now let's look at Design Limited, and we'll make them all say target dagger so we don't have to worry about it breaking another deck. Now, I did try to break Dagger Dorinthia. That is actually a very, very fun deck to play. You can go Supremacy on the deck and then perforate it. And you can get really, really, really crazy. But that's just their design. I think that's just how they design things now. And we kind of even saw that with the next set is going to have super rares. They really want to curate the draft set really carefully. In high Cs, you didn't see many yellows. I think the ratio was like 6 to 2 to 4 for red, yellow, blue for a lot of things. Like if you open, I remember I opened up my case and I like grabbed all the golden tipples. I'm like, oh, this ratio is like 6 to 2 to 4, something like that. And they basically are tweaking a lot of things to make the limited set good. Which, I mean, they only have a limited amount of time. So they can't, like, if all of the warrior cards in Hunted said target weapon, it would probably break something. But they don't have enough time.
Oh, guarantee would.
Yeah. Yeah. 0 for 4 pumps. That's it.
Yeah.
It's power creep, power crap the Sharpen Steel. So, yeah. So siloing does expedite their testing and streamline their testing and development. Has its pros, has its cons.
I think the last time that they just straight up said we're not going to silo was probably Jarl. Because you do have definitely the largest card pool. But he's also had trouble to really take a hold in the meta. Even like theoretically right now it should be a decent spot for Jarl, right? Like he can blow up Gravy's Compass and still kind of win the game. It's not a favored matchup by any means, but it's serviceable. And if you build ice centric, you should be good into Syndra. So Jarl theoretically should be a great pick right now. But he's not doing anything. So there's a world where they basically, maybe I'm speculating here, but maybe they realized that he is powered down enough to where there is no need to silo there. Or if you or they built the deck to where if you utilized both sides of the card pool, the deck just was trash, and you basically had to either go Earth, Value, or Ice, and then at that point, there's no need to silo because you just force the player to do the siloing themselves.
A game without rotation kind of has to do the siloing, or
Right.
we'd get to like Yu-Gi-Oh levels of power, and then every deck would just be
Correct.
50 Majestics, and then like the
Yes.
most
Yeah.
broken rare in all colors, and then a Fabled. Then you'd have your deck.
Yeah. Jarl in the semis on stream right now, Malay. I mean, once again, I don't think Jarl's bad. I think that, and can definitely win. I think that just, I think they very quickly figured out that the player base is basically forced into siloing and can't take advantage of um, the what I think is still the largest card pool in the game, and definitely will be after all these new cards drop. Because you literally just can't. You can't run all these Earth cards and decompose. You can't run all the Ice cards and actually have a hero ability. There's just not enough space.
Malaysian Nats was a 9-round Nats. Okay. Maybe it was 12. I don't know.
You give any deck Crown of Seeds and Stomp. That's a fact. Winter's Wail is broken if you think about it. Yu-Gi-Oh is also very siloed rather than classes. They have archetypes to do the broken stuff. Yeah, I mean that's a good point. Um, man, I know I shit on that game yesterday. I don't see the appeal, bro. Pendulum summon, Exceed summon, Synchro summon, fucking Tuesday night dinner summon. Just how much shit you got to come up with to. You got to have an extra deck, an extra deck, a side deck. It
The
just
super sized
it's
deck.
too much.
The super
It's
sized deck.
too much. It's. I saw a video that said Yu-Gi-Oh's like if you just let a kid design a card game and there were no rules. Like you know how like if you just like let a kid go in a candy store, they would just like literally almost kill themselves probably just eating so much candy. Like that it feels like that's the equivalent for Yu-Gi-Oh! And like development. And then there's like a team in the background of like really talented people and they're like trying to plug the holes and stop the ship from sinking. Oh man. Vernet's Crown of Seeds would be insane. That too. I've been testing a few of the Nats decks for Kasai, and I just find myself running 60 cards in every matchup. That's good. Yu-Gi-Oh is fine. The game is just condensed into all the decision points happening in the first two turns.
So what you're saying is they don't have very good deck penetration? That's what I'm hearing, right?
Oh god. No, they do because they just search for in their deck for everything.
Okay, so it's a very short game, but there's deep penetration.
Oh yeah, I
Okay.
think I've seen I've seen a Yu-Gi-Oh turn last 10 minutes and the person never stopped to think.
Damn.
They just like played something,
The actions per
tutor something.
turn off the charts.
Oh, it's wild. I mean, they'll tutor a card, and then that card comes in, goes to the graveyard. That triggers this. They go search that. Then they play a magic card that just wipes everything off, and then does a fusion or something, and then another thing, and then you synchro, and you get that effect, and then so you have one negation on the board, and then you try to like build up the other side of it, and you just it's. I've literally seen So much happened.
All right, let's take a look at
If anybody plays that game, no shade.
let's take a look at some of the results from the round. So let's refresh this page here. All right, so Sheng beat Bun. Kind of would have loved to be able to fly on the wall and look at that game because that seems like a pretty dynamic matchup. Kaiser got his last game, so probably still live for top 16. Eugene beat another Syndra. See,
That's
Nathan,
wild.
you know what you say. You say that, hey, Reiner has no text. It's like, okay, my text is damage. My hero text is damage.
No, Reinar has no text, but Eugene does.
Yeah, that's true. And if you want to search for Reinhardt on Fabry, you can do so in multiple ways now. Would you say any of the decks up here are rogue decks?
Let me look. Syndra, no. Florian, no. Either Assassin, no. Dio, no. I would say Dory is. I would consider Dory, especially Dawnblade. And KO.
And KO. Yeah, so the rogue deck bingo is only going to happen if Dory picks Homemade. Oh boy. They would actually have the same record as well, so there's a moderate chance they'd have to play each other. For a win-in, which would be a hype.
How do I look as good as Nathan? Brick is wild. Brick is wild. If you're not in the Discord, you're missing out, is all I'm saying. If you're not in the Discord. Why are some common cards in Fab that are more powerful than
What are some common
what are some common cards that are more powerful than Golden Tipple and Gravy? Oofa toofa. Let me look at some heroes. I'll come up with some.
Saltwater Swell is pretty strong.
That's a rare.
Commons and rares are basically the same thing to me because they come in multicolored.
And that's fair. Commons.
The
That are
last
that good.
the amount of commons that are played in Rainbow is very low. Like CYB,
I would say Bolton
Warriors
Shot.
Valor, Bolton Shot, yeah.
Yeah, you basically pull up any winning deck list.
Blade Runner.
And if they run 9 copies of something or even like 7 copies of something, that card is just busted, right? So like Bonds of Ancestry would be a good example back when it was playable in 9 of and people just slapped a bunch of them in their deck. What else are people running that many copies of? That I don't
Enigma
know.
used to run Sink Below in 2 colors.
So in, I guess, Wartune Herald in
Oh yeah,
Prism?
Wartune Herald, yeah.
Just because it's the one cost and you can do so much more on the curve. Assassins are just majestic decks, basically. For Dio, backup Protocol
Blast
Red.
Blast to Oblivion. Boom Grenade is not played in blue, but you'd often see the red and yellows. 0 to 60.
Oh, 0 to 60. That's a good answer. Yep. Those are some pretty good cards. Brand with Cinder Claw and Syndra.
Yeah, brand is a good one.
Don't get me wrong, Tipple is very good. Very good. But the reason it's so good is you literally have to have something like that to make your deck function.
Soup Up and Puffin. Soup Up is a pretty good card.
Yep, Soup Up pretty good and puffing, that's for sure. It says 4, go again. Or block 4. Tipple is an enabler. Is there any enabler for any other deck? Yeah, I mean, pretty much. It's not inaccurate, that's for sure. It's basically just what's needed to make the deck function. Simple as that. Oh, Aggro Viscerai? Malefic? Oh, God.
Oh, boy.
Malefic Incantation, boy, that card.
Runeblade is such a synergistic deck. You print something that just, like, is the glue that holds the deck together. Like, yeah.
Well, it's interesting because Runeblade inherently is just a risky deck to play because you have a lot of hard ratios that you have to meet, and if you draw too much of one side, you get punished. With the exception of Viscerai that just builds up rune chance, because then you just kind of embrace it. So for that play style to be worth it to play, it has to do some pretty stupid stuff. So, if you see a Runeblade doing some insane things, it's because the class kind of warrants it to make it even worth it to kind of engage with.
Yep. When you see a Tome of the Arknight, and you're like, oh, he hit a non-attack and an attack? What a lucky duck. It's like, well, what if it didn't hit an attack and non-attack? It would
You
look
didn't
pretty
see the
bad.
5 before that missed, yeah.
Yeah.
Sonata Arcanix looks really good when it hits and really bad when it misses. I kid you not. I have sonated for 12 cards, and I hit 1. I hit 1 back in the skeleton days.
A lot of days. Oh, boy.
Risk of hitting LL.
Runeblade risky.
I guess Florian. I guess Florian doesn't really fit that description. I guess I'm speaking kind of I guess that's fair. I guess I'm a little biased. I'm a Runeblade player, so I'm trying to like cool it down. So LSS don't get any ideas banning shit.
All right, I believe that is time in the round. Let's take a look at the standings.
You want to do a 3-minute break, or hell, I'll just walk out.
Yeah, we could do that. We could do
break.
Yeah, looks like everything has been submitted here. So we're gonna have the final round coming up. We'll be back in about 3 minutes. Okay.
Easy.
All right, guys, welcome back to coverage of the Hong Kong Flesh and Blood National Championship. We got a game coming up for you guys pretty quickly. We're setting it up right now. Nathan, why don't you introduce what's about to happen?
So we have a Gravy v Slippy matchup that's about to happen. Are you sure it's not Shing? Because I see a blue pitch sleeve.
I mean,
But you're
everybody
right,
in
Shing's.
Shing
That's
is
fair.
on a different arachne.
Uh oh, it's Colin versus Jackie.
Yes.
So we have Slippy versus Gravy, which is a pretty interesting matchup because it's it's not as bad as Syndra, right? Because there's not just so much pressure in regards to inconsistent clear, right? Slippy does have the ability to clear, right? Every stealth attack has go again, of course, adds a level of consistency, but Slippy has a lot more of a chance that he can kind of like, brick or draw too many reactions and doesn't have the ability to go wide and has to invest everything on a single attack. And it's situations like that where Gravy can really just start pulling ahead, and because Slippy's basically going to be forced to essentially just leave the ally there in scenarios like that. Now, it doesn't happen often, but it does happen. And so, as the Gravy player, you're probably interested in maybe even prolonging the game a little bit to open up those opportunities and kind of, you know, present a situation where that may or may not happen.
Mhm.
Um, and then, of course, the specific ally health amount is very, very important. Chum can put in a lot of work in this matchup specifically, so it's going to be a very, very high priority target. Because if they don't invest the first attack in, you basically can force them to invest the second one. Obviously, Bonds of Agony is going to be a very relevant threat in this matchup, depending on the D-React situation for Gravy. We can almost bet that Blood in the Water will be in the deck, maybe even the Sink Below or two, uh, depending on what list you are running.
Oh, I got the names reversed. You're gonna have to talk for a little bit longer. We got Colin
Yep.
on Slippy, Jackie on uh, Gravy.
So Slippy is going to go first, starting with that Tunic counter. The equipment looks very, very standard. You do have Balance of Justice, which does have very, very relevant text with cards like Tipple and just the hero ability. There's a lot of drawing going on. If he ever double pops gold looking for a threat or anything like that, you can just get some free value, which is really, really good. And yeah, everything looks standard on Gravy's end. Just you have Crown of Providence for that filter, and we're just looking for some very relevant allies, kind of out the gate, is what we're looking for. Currently, no allies in the hand, but we are looking at the top card, and we do have a chart the highest seas, which is a very great way to kind of extend into one. However, if he's not able to find one, this is one of the most depressing hands possible. But you have a couple ways to manipulate it. If that top card is blue, you can swell to move it out of the way to increase the chances of a chart kind of hitting. Uh, so there's a lot of ways to kind of manipulate what's going on here, depending on what is on the top of the deck.
All right. Well, we got a golden tipple. Unfortunately, no card to discard into a saltwater swell. Kind of feels like we're playing limited a bit, but is what it is.
All right, we do see the Conqueror, so that's why he was not interested in playing the chart the high seas because it would just simply delete a very, very relevant card. The problem with that is kind of a depressing turn. 6 damage, nothing else going on. Just going to arsenal the chart more than likely. Um, not exactly what you're looking for out the gate, but having the Slippy willing to block with a card with this little amount of threat is something that you definitely welcome. Uh,
Yeah. And infect kind of indicating that he already perhaps has 3 attack actions. So obviously we have to count the arsenal as well. And in fact, looks like the turn might start off with a card from Arsenal. Bonds of Agony, the Japanese version, still has the same text.
and this is actually one of the most dangerous hands that Slippy can actually produce, and that is literal double bonds. So if they over respect the first one, you get to do it anyway on the next one. And so really the only way out here is, yeah, so he can just say, okay, that's fine, or he can try to climb over it. It's completely up to him and what the
Yep.
reactions are. There's no more incentive to kind of abandon the idea of arsenaling because you do see the Conqueror of the High Seas that was on top of the deck on the chain defensively. So can have a little bit more comfort in arsenaling.
One thing to note in terms of like the metagame, Nathan, is that with new leaving, a lot of people are cutting snag. So that does mean like, I mean, snag on Bonds of Agony is pretty much the solution. Um, you know, I think that matters
I
quite a
mean,
bit
snag
for
it.
both
Yeah,
Slippy and Mario.
absolutely. And it's interesting because there's a lot of gravy decks that actually run snag, and it's particularly for the Florian matchup because if you can resolve a humper, then you basically can't that they'll try to like plowing into it or a felling or an E strike or something like that, and you can just cancel out the buff on it, and basically you get to keep your humper around for a whole extra turn, and it can be absolutely devastating.
Mhm. A pretty strong turn cycle there for Colin. Gets rid of the quick dodge flexors, which is pretty good. Hey, chart the high seas. You get to pitch one and throw one into the graveyard. That's kind of the best case scenario here for him.
I mean, just a one card, 7 make a gold. Nothing, just casual value here.
Yeah, seems pretty good.
Putting the blue in the bin and being able to play the mortise and swing. So just really, really good value on that card to hit the perfect split. Being patient on it, of course, he was kind of forced to do it anyway, given that there was a red on top on the last turn. Getting an extra gold from the hook here, kind of set up in that regard.
Pretty good. Pretty good. Now, we saw how easy Sindra can clear Rigor Mortis. How easy or difficult is it for Slippy to clear these one health allies?
You obviously have Hunter's Clave, right? The problem is you're on a very low blue count, and the opportunity cost can be a little bit too high to kind of warrant that. So typically,
Right.
you get a whole card in the transaction, whether them pitching a yellow, or they just actually send, in this case, a Kiss of Death into the Mortis. So basically, you just traded card for card. So that one Mortis got 6 value from attacking, and then basically 4 value on defense, which is pretty good value.
Well, Bonds of Agony #2, Electric Boogaloo. No more quick dodge flexors to jump in front of this at reaction speed. Colin still with multiple cards in hand. Doesn't have the Black Tech Whisperers though, so might be a little bit more difficult to get to 3 reactions. Gonna have to rely on Flick and maybe something else. Well, gonna flick the Kiss of Death. Gonna deal 1 and then lose 1 health due to the Kiss of Death effect. So that is 1 reaction. And we got Razor's Edge, and does that take up the mantle? Yeah. Pretty
Yep. So
nice.
just plus
Yeah.
6, then it gets plus 3 from its abilities. So we're looking at 10 total,
It's pretty good.
blocking 10 on 10.
Yeah. Blood in the Water being an MVP there. And Jackie
Made
just
it
gonna
out
Arsenal.
pretty okay.
Yeah.
The problem is there's not a lot of tempo, but um, Slippy could have one of those hands that once again just a little bit more prone to brick, not crazy, but just a little bit more vulnerable. You can have a situation where you draw just a nick like we can see, and we've already went through several bonds, so prognosis is kind of the only other target that's super relevant. Of course, though, mantle is there to kind of fix that if you can draw that.
Yeah. Take Up the Mantle is an extremely strong card. And it's one of those cards like even if you're aware that this is a card that they could have, like dealing with all the possibilities that a card becomes another card is it's just even if you have a D react, it becomes a very, very nightmarish task. All right, let's see how Colin wants to begin this turn. Savor Bloodshed into Upsticks, doing a little Mario impersonation. Savor Bloodshed, much, much easier to trigger the card draw in Assassin because you have Flick Knives. But you could also do it with a good old-fashioned attack reaction, of which Slippy has many, many, many. In response, Jackie's going to activate Compass, take a look at the top of the deck, and Here we go. Hunter's Clave coming in for 9.
9 on-hit draw, on-hit
Yeah.
remark. Pretty good combination. And then 2 cards to continue the turn with. No boots for extension.
Yep.
To draw Kiss of Death, a really good combination there, and the attack for afterwards.
Yep.
Able to flick the Kiss of Death after.
Mm-hmm.
And I think we have maybe a Codex in Arsenal. I'm not entirely sure. I know he drew one and didn't play one.
Pain in the backside. This may cause him to block, although he's already marked, so maybe this doesn't matter as much. Looks like he's just going to take all the damage. So Jackie was at nearly full health and decided to take a full assault from Slippy, and it's going to be. I mean, if he takes the whole thing, he's going to be down to effectively 12 if he doesn't have a blue. And here comes an Infect.
I've heard that's a pretty good turn.
Yeah, I mean, if you can take your opponent down from 39 down to like 12, that's pretty good. Just assassin things.
You see 2 allies in the gravy hand, so it might just be leaning on that gold for the hero activation, or might just sink one here, given the context.
Yep. Crown of Providence. Fixing hands since Uprising. Gold-baited hook also
Decided to
joining in
hang
the
on to it.
fence. Yep. Good way to extract a little bit of extra value from your armor, blocking a on-hit that deals extra damage. Command and Conquer, I believe, a Razor's Edge in Colin's hand. I think that's also a Codex. Can't quite tell. But looks like we're going to start by activating one of our 2 golds, drawing a card. From Arsenal, going to play out a Golden Tipple. Not sure what color this is. Going to draw. Because of the frailty, there's a chance that this is coming in for 0. If it's a blue. Going to use the Gravy Hero ability to draw and discard.
Okay, we do have a couple extra allies. Do we have a portside exchange or something like it to kind of take care of that last ally in hand?
You definitely don't want to be arsenaling allies.
Going with a Murderous Rabble, flipping a blue chart, so 3
Yeah.
go again.
Not bad, not bad. See, Nathan, this is when you want to flip blues. When you were playing Gravy, were your Murderous Rabbles flipping reds?
Yes. Yes,
Well,
they were.
You need to do that in reverse, Nathan. Come on.
And there's only 6 of them.
Yeah, that's an issue.
Unfortunate.
That is a skill issue.
I just have no luck with flipping stuff off the top.
Yep. Slippy actually thinking about blocks is if you're Jackie, that's got to feel good because this is just vanilla damage, and anytime an assassin gives you cards, you're ecstatic. Looks like another card going to enter the pitch zone, and we got a good old sloop. You love your sloops.
Also could have activated Hook on this one. I'm not sure if you did or activated it before, but
Yep.
has drawn 2 cards this turn, so you do have access to Balance of Justice. The question
Yep.
is, does the Sleeping Hand scale appropriately? Because many a times it basically just means defend with an extra card, essentially.
Hmm. Yep. Especially considering the Black Tech Whisperers are gone. All right. So the gold baited hook, I believe, was activated because he just generated gold. And looks like Sawbones coming out to play. This is the one that can do a little bit of a 1/3 of a shelter.
And it is actually interesting here where you did have the ability to establish a limpet and then attack with the limpet using the dead threads for the resource, and then and then playing the sawbones. So basically, the value proposition becomes, is dealing 4 more damage better than having a limpet on board? And you know, while having a sawbones and a limpet, it's not just a 1-for-1 on the dagger, which I think is a really good combination.
Mhm. Or Weaver Spinneret going to generate a Chalicera. Savor Bloodshed into Chalicera. This is a pretty chunky Chalicera. Going to be met with a 8 block.
Do they have the tarantula toxin? Would be absolutely huge here.
Yep. Graphene Chalicera, one of the few mega value targets for Tarantula Toxin. Because it is a dagger and it has stealth at the same time. So it can get both of the modes from Tarantula Toxin, basically converting into a 1-card 6 that doesn't cost any resources. The downside is that you need to get your opponent to block, but with cards like Savor Bloodshed, that is not too difficult to do. All right, priority still on Colin. He's thinking about what to do here. Looks like he's going to close the chain, play a Codex. Now he still has a card in hand, so he's going to have to discard a card. So goodbye, Razor's Edge.
Now, Razor's Edge, I'm pretty sure says attack action with stealth,
Yep,
which is why it can't be played on.
correct. Yeah, Razor's Edge says target attack action card with stealth gets +3. All right, looks like we're bringing back a Conqueror of the High Seas to be eaten by the original version. And Command and Conquer are going to hit. Codex, good card.
Who knew? Who knew?
I mean, if you only read half of it.
Or none of it.
Yeah, or none of it. Well, there's an Infiltrate and a Tarantula Toxin. Oh, looks like the
Did
dice on
hit
the
the tunic.
tunic.
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah, there we go.
Hit the tunic counter up to 5, because why
Yep,
not?
why not? Yeah, I mean, assassins break all the rules, right? So Infiltrate, this is a card that really only sees use in Slippy, but this is a really, really cool card. Allows you to play your opponent's cards, which may or may not be relevant. All right, back alley break line, going to block the Hunter's Clave. And
I really like the block
ooh,
there,
yeah,
having the ability to. The problem with it is you do have access to Flick Knives, so that will get a card from hand. Because at this point in the game, at a solid 11, more than willing to give up that Hunter's Clave, especially already having a Callister as well.
yep. Mark of the Black Widow, a very, very deadly card, especially with the Flick Knives, able to mark at instant speed. So Jackie gonna have to throw at least 1 card in front of this. But Colin with a card in hand, card in arsenal, You know he has a tarantula toxin. This is very likely to hit true anyways. So Sunken Treasure, gonna attempt to stuff this Mark of the Black Widow. In response, he's going to flick the Hunter's Clave, marking him, and Tarantula Toxin is going to pump this to 6. And Jackie says, all right, I'll take 3, and I'll banish a card to the effect of Mark of the Black Widow. And yeah, getting value in terms of damage to Jackie's life total, as well as preventing him from progressing his game plan through disruption. Slippy seems like the complete fighter to me, Nathan.
Really has access to a great toolkit. I mean, you have the disruption, you have the go wide, you have the go tall with certain reactions, and you still have access to bonds, of course. I mean, other than starting with 2 less health, I mean, it's really hard to find kind of a weakness in the hero, other than with the exception of the assassin mirrors, in which you give the opponent free go again. But as long as you can avoid, marionette, then you're actually in a pretty okay situation all around.
Yep. Yeah, and a lot of the marionette decks are not built to take advantage of having go again, because obviously you're not going to be facing Slippies left and right. So, yeah, and that downside is not as relevant as it may appear. Although, don't get me wrong, it is annoying when you give your opponent extra lines of text on the hero ability, but is what it is. All right, Orb Weaver Spinneret, giving the ability to equip a Graphene Callistra and giving the next attack with Stealth +3. That could be the dagger attack. That could be a stealth attack that has go again. Colin debating on the correct line here. All right, so the judge quickly made another Graphene Callistra for him. All right, we got an Infect for 6. On hit, Blood Rot. With go again, of course. Courtesy of Slippy. Sunken Treasure and Tip the Barkeep going to come down and block for 6. Any yellows to flip? Seems like the answer is no.
Slippy with most of the tempo. 19-7. Gravy's starting to feel like his back is against the wall. 2 cards, 1 arsenal, facing down another 3. The question is, can Slippy find a way to effectively get value from all 3 of those? We are running out of, codexes and or not, or you can just find the 3rd one. Why not?
Yeah, and look at this. He's actually playing quote unquote fair codex. He's had to discard for both of these.
Yeah, it's so fair.
Oh no, so sad. Having to discard a card to get a card in a Ponder token.
This is actually huge because that Sunken Treasure prevented a CNC situation. Because that's effectively what they would have grabbed, more than likely.
Yeah.
So that Sunken Treasure flipping down that CNC is actually extremely relevant.
All right, Pain in the Backside is taken. And he flicks. And
Down
looks
to
like
1.
he takes the other Callistra. And now we are dead without shelter or sawbones or healing or some other effect. And Gravy just has not been able to establish a board.
Well, that's because he has 3 allies in hand. And it's very hard to do all that.
Yeah.
And there's another one. Oh, man, just flooded with allies all of the sudden.
Yep. Murderous
Very
Rabble.
tough spot.
into our good friend Chum. Chum does have taunt, which is nice. However, there's no priority window, so if Colin just straight goes for gravy, Chum won't be able to do anything. Looks like we've got a Bonds, a CNC. Is that an E-Strike at the far end? Maybe. All right. Graphene Calycera.
Now, this attack does not have go again?
Yeah, that's what. This is a bit confusing.
Or does Slippy work on Calycera?
Oh, that might. Yeah, that might. Yeah. The first attack was stealth. Yep.
Yeah.
Into an E-Strike. So yep. Colin Lee gets the game there, and that may give him good enough tie breaks to make top 8. We'll have to see. And unfortunately, Jackie Wong going to end his run at Nats at 7-5.
And we got a bingo. Flick Knives win.
Flick Knives won? Oh, okay, all right.
Yep.
All right.
Lethal and Flick Knives.
We can go take a look at that then. Click this. Okay, let's go. We can go to our bingo chart here. Flick Knives got lethal. Sure. All right, we could see if there are any other. Well, we have the standings at the end of round 11. We could take a look at that. So we got Shing. Nathan, there is a world where 7 out of 8 are Blue Pitch members.
That is actually wild.
That is actually wild. Imagine if we had a practice room and we're like, guys, let's decorate our room with the top 8 Nets playbets. And we're like, yeah, let's go do that. Oh my goodness. Okay, so let's see if we could get any results from round 12.
Dory did beat Allen, so there is
wow,
a world where
we do have a Dory in the top 8. That's what. Oh, that means double bingo for me. Rogue Deck in top 8, Warrior in top 8. Let's go. All right, so looks like Shing, because of his record, basically everybody here, Shing, David, and Allen, all going
guaranteed.
to make guaranteed top 8. So we have a Slippy, we have a Prism, we have a Dio. We are also going to have a Dory, because this is going to be a 9-3 Dory. Who Roderick is not on Blue Pitch, so it could be literally Roderick and Dory against the whole team. All right, Nova taking out Pudding, which is actually interesting because now Pudding has lost all 3 of his CC games. But I don't think that matters. I think he still makes top 8. So I think we're going to have 2 Syndras in the top 8 as well. The winner of Bun versus Terry will make it in, I believe. Let's look. Terry currently at 8 wins. Bun currently at 8 wins. So yes, the winner of this match, Bun versus Terry, guaranteed top 8. The winner of this match, also very likely top 8. Wen and PH battling it out here. And we just saw Jackie against Colin. Colin, with a final record of 8-4, could also make it. There are 3 8-4s that are going to make it. So we're going to see about that. Unfortunately, Ray and Marcus, this is too far down. I believe both of them are. Yeah. Okay. So it looks like they're right here. They're at 7. They could, if they get 8 wins and things really line up, maybe. But they're probably just fighting for a top 16 spot right now. And yeah, everything down below Ray and Marcus is just fighting for a top 16 slot. And yeah, lots of different heroes here. But yeah, it looks like we are going to have Slippy, Prism, Dio, Dory, 2 Syndras, the winner of this game and the winner of this game, and maybe a Slippy, depending on how these all go. So Shing, David, Alan, Roderick, Pudding, Nova, Bun or Terry, Wen or PH. Maybe Colin makes it in somehow. We'll see. And that gives us that gives us 7 different heroes in the top 8. Crazy. Maybe 6 if Shing and Colin both make it. That's crazy. What a game. Diverse game. Not diverse in terms of teams, but diverse in terms of heroes. So guys at home, you guys are in luck. You guys are going to get to watch a blue pitch practice session in the top 8. So looking forward to that. Yeah, it looks like Eugene not going to quite make it here. I think he's a little bit too low, unfortunately. He could. I think if he wins, he'll probably bubble at like 9th or 10th, unfortunately. Yeah, entering day 2 with 5 wins, I don't think is quite enough. All right, Nathan. If you had to look at these 10 heroes here, who do you think comes out on top?
I mean, Prism is good into the assassins and the ninjas. Bad into Dio, probably a little bit rough into mid-range Florian with the amount of poppers. I would say matchup spread wise, David on Prism probably has the best spread. Other than that, I think any Syndra obviously can kind of take it down depending on how the cards kind of fall. And yeah, I would say that also if the assassins can go up against Dio and the ninjas, then that obviously is very ideal, but they want to heavily, heavily avoid Prism at all cost.
Mm-hmm.
And Florian as well. So it's a very like gem dependent top 8.
Yep.
Of course anything can happen with these level of players, but at the same
Yep.
time there are definitely a lot of situations where people could have very favorable matchups or very not so favorable.
We will
But I'm
definitely
going to
be.
stick with my original
Yeah.
guess of Dio and say, although
All right.
this field does, Dio is not the best place to be in this spread because of the lack of gravy, more than likely. But I'm gonna double down on my previous thing. I'm gonna go all in on Allen.
Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna have to root for Dory for multiple reasons here. This Dory is built like no bullshit. We getting in there. I'm getting Dom Blake Catters. I got Iron Song Pride. We're going. So obviously, if Dory runs into gravy, that's going to be a complete murder. I also think Dory is favored into the aggro decks. Dio and Syndra. We literally saw Roderick take down Allen. So I like. That's not out of the question. Both of the Florian deck, both of the Earth decks, going to be really, really tough, I believe, for Roderick if he comes against those. And Slippy and Mario. I mean, Dory does not like to see a lot of disruption. Like certain hands, you need every card. So it's really going to come down to like one big turn from the Dory, and if Shing or Terry shuts it down, it's going to be difficult. And Shing and Terry both have a ton of experience against Dory, so that's like literally everybody here. I think I've literally played against every person here has Dory. So like these guys have been playing a long time. Really, really cool. Really, really cool. All right, let's see if we can refresh, get a couple more. Okay, looks like Bun did beat Terry, so we're gonna have a Florian in the top 8. So we're gonna have a lot of bingos going off. Marcus did beat Syndra, so he's gonna get a top 16 most likely. This is kind of the last match to determine the top 8. PH against Wen. Is Vernon's and Gravy? Is that what's that matchup like? That seems like a doozy. You are muted.
Great point. I would say that it's probably, if I had to guess, slightly Verdant's favored. But at the same time, I think it's very player knowledge dependent, to say the least.
Okay. All right. Well, this should be good.
Dorian top 8. That would have not been on my bingo card. I'll tell you that much.
Gotta believe. Both Roderick
Do you?
and Marcus have played that hero probably more than me, because I actually split my attention between 4 or 5. Sorry, Olympia. 5 warriors. Yeah. So, whereas Roderick and Marcus really focus on that. So, I don't think Dory's bad. Dory and Kasai, I both are. If I had to go to Singapore, I would probably bring Domblade Dory, and I would build it aggressively. Maybe not Courage of Bladehold aggressive, because I think that's Courage of Bladehold aggressive is really old school. You're trying to go triple hit. You're trying to get a large hand. Right. You're trying to snowball. I don't know if I would go Iron Song Pride, Courage of Bladehold type of YOLO like Roderick does, but I'd probably play a little bit more mid-rangey like Marcus did. So, all right. Well, we'll have the top 8 pretty soon for you guys. Gonna be exciting. We're gonna post a poll in chat and see what you guys want. I have a feeling I already know what chat is gonna pick, but we'll see. Can't be including Kasai in there, Josh. You hated Kasai's canon. That is true. Played Dawnblade Dory at Battle Hard in Houston, but the Assassin matchup seems kind of hard. Yes. Yes. It is very difficult. Assassins are just mean warriors with 55 Majestics.
They're mean warriors. Assassins are just mean warriors.
Yeah. You can quote me on that.
That's pretty good.
Do I root for Syndra because she's my main or against because she's my main? That's a good question. I think you love.
I mean, she's only getting half points, right?
Yeah. She came out in February. She's not generating a lot of points. Assassin equals better warrior. Hey.
Where's the lie, though?
The man speaks the truth, so we won't ban him. All right, let's see if Wen and PH finish their game. Nope, they're still battling. I believe, yeah, there's about 12 minutes left in the round, so we'll let them finish this. I celebrate a top 2 like a win. Really depends what level of event you're going to, but top 8ing an event and winning an event, I mean, it's any given Sunday. Gem luck matters quite a bit. It's not player skill that really differentiates people in the top 8. Unless you're Pablo. Somehow you can win 2 Pro Tours. I don't know how you do that. But yeah,
Just do it, Pablo.
Some a saying in Magic the Gathering, which has had a lot longer of a competitive history, is that you're not judged based on how many events you win, but how many top 8s you make. Because any given Sunday, anybody could win. That's a t-shirt idea. Thanks, Josh. What t-shirt idea?
I think that's the assassins are just mean warriors.
Yeah. Assassins are mean warriors. What's your favorite card in general? This is actually something that's kind of changed over time. So when I first thought about this question, I'm like, yeah, I like Route. Route's fun. I kill people with Route. But actually, it's this card. That card is aesthetically beautiful, thematically on point, beautifully designed. Giving Lumina Flash is so simple. The text on this card is so simple, but it just hits all the notes. It's also a representation of, Bolton carrying. The lore is Bolton married a cleric. They had a kid, and Bolton had to go fight outside the city. While he was outside the city on a mission or whatever, the Demonastery opened a portal in Solana, and they killed a lot of people there, and Bolton's wife died. But he keeps that necklace around. That's why when stupid Kyloria attacks me, I must defend it. For lore reasons. Can't let Dromai players have her necklace.
My favorite's got to be Rites of Replenishment.
Ah, yes, the paint a picture card. Rites of Replenishment means Briar cannot be fatigued. I watched Pablo run Kasai into his set with 0 AB. Yeah, I heard Pablo's on Kasai.
I mean, if it's very aggressively slanted, the problem is like Kasai operates on a. You have to be able to extract value from random cards that come off the top of the deck, aka draw swords. So you really can't, like, let's say you wanted to like use your only blue or your second blue as for AB, right? The problem with that line is depending on what you draw off of your draw swords or whatever the case may be, you might need that said blue, and you can paint yourself into some really tough situations if you don't kind of just, have uh, essentially just play it like you have more than you need. So I kind of like the idea of just if it's a very aggressive list, I kind of like the idea of not playing AB.
There's also a deeper reason, Nathan, for not running AB against Vincent. Vincent actively likes to block, and for Kasai to have a good turn, she needs to have a gold, which means she needs to be hitting Vincent, which is difficult to do if you are not operating on a full grip. So having an extra card just means you're more likely to hit with the Kasai hero ability and the blood on her hand, or the Spoils of War turns, which is really, really important. Because if you can get a good Spoils of War turn off, that means you're going to have a good blood on her hands turn, and that's really the key for Kasai. Like, the whole reason you run Kasai over a Dory is you have a burst turn. You also have Raise an Army, and there are several builds of Kasai, where you can play the defensive version, or you can play the draw swords, draw side version. So there's many different ways to play it. I think the more modern version is the draw side version, but you can have success with either one.
What are your thoughts on Guardian season starting from August?
Well, as long as they aren't like Oldhim levels of broken or Starvo levels of broken, I welcome fair and balanced interactive flesh and blood. Dorinthia versus Bravo is one of my favorite matchups of all time because that is a very, very skill testing matchup on both sides of the
Yeah,
both sides of the
you like the last one you played?
no, not that one. I was like, what are you talking about? Oh yeah, that one. Okay. Yeah. Let's not talk
Here's
about fatigue Bravos.
no, let's
Oh,
actually do that.
oh no.
Let's have story time with chat. So Josh and I go to a pro quest and for Singapore, and I was like, I don't feel like making a deck. Hey, let me just borrow your extra Dory deck because Josh has like
Cloned
14 of those just
it.
laying around. And so I just played basically his exact card minus like one unsheath because we were just missing it. And so we both do super well. I think went undefeated into Swiss, and then you were close behind, like third or something like that. And so we go in, and there's a just giga fatigue Bravo in top eight, and I'm like, actually, I didn't go in the top eight undefeated. I actually conceded the last round
to put the
to a prism to put prism into the top eight, so that way it would increase the chance that they would run into said fatigue Bravo to increase the odds of one of us winning.
Yep.
And it worked out perfectly.
Yep.
I conceded the very first matchup, Prism v Bravo. I was like, all right, problem solved.
Problem solved.
Let me beat this Slippy. Let me
I'll beat the Kano.
Yeah, and then me and Josh will figure it out at the end, right? And it did not go as planned. The Bravo literally righteous cleansing the Soraya Figment off of the top of the deck, which basically invalidates the loop and ended up just fatiguing the prism, which was horrendous. So that plan failed. So we're like, all right. So then Josh had already played the Bravo once in Swiss, and obviously that didn't go well. I think that was your only loss.
Yep.
And
he didn't even
so
board you have to, full. He boarded 60. And he fatigued me.
Right. Yep. And so then you had to play again in semis, and we had like a lunch break. I mean, I was talking to Josh. I was like, look, the only way you can win is they were playing like Oasis. And I was like, you have to sit on a jagged edge and wait for Oasis to come out, and like that's
get him twice.
That's all. Yeah, and we'll need to do that like 2 times. If we could do that 2 times, we could do enough damage
deck
damage to close the game. And so Josh is just navigating it perfectly, like the
every point of value, every turn swinging a weapon, no cards wasted.
But he blew out all 3 Oasis with 3 jagged edge.
Yep.
And still lost
by like 15 cards.
Yeah, like pretty handedly.
Yeah. Very sad.
And we were like, okay, this isn't gonna work. So then I play him in the finals, and I turn 8, and I'm like, this is not worth my time. You got it. And then we went home.
And that's why we put Josh decks in our deck. Anyways, yeah.
Yeah. So when Josh says that he loves the Dory Bravo matchup, it's only half true.
Yeah.
Only
honorable.
But it
Bravo.
was a good event.
But
yeah. Listening to you guys commentate the Gravy games, it seems like you guys haven't been impressed, which is fair. Gravy does some crazy things, but has higher breaking potential than other decks. I brought him to Nats, so I don't know if it's possible to be more impressed. I think the hero is great. I think he does extremely powerful things. I think he has that illusionist kind of aura, if you will, where everything that surrounds him is extremely polarized, right? Like you get the Bravo player is actually in chat. That's actually hilarious.
Oh no!
Very well
Oh
played.
no!
Very well played. We were
Ah,
dead to rights and we
yeah,
knew it. And we knew it.
yeah, yeah.
But just the fact that um
All right, Nathan.
he's just surrounded by polarization is basically how it works. Um, so if you get the matchups you want, you just cannot be stopped. If you get the matchups you don't want, you're playing against yourself and Jim basically, and it's just a huge uphill battle. He does not have the resilience that say Enigma did, where like she had a ton of tools to really mitigate those worse matchups. So I think it's very good, extremely good, but you
All right,
are kind of a victim to Jim a little bit.
all right. Hate to cut you off, Nathan, but we do
Yep.
have the top 8. So
Oh,
after 12 rounds of Classic Constructed and High Seas Draft, we have our top 8. Let's go switch over to that. All right. In first seed, we have David Yao piloting Prism Awakener Soul with 10 wins. In second, with 9 wins, we have Xing Tang piloting Arachne Slip Through the Cracks. In third seed, with 9 wins, we have Alan Lau on Dash.io. In fourth, with 9 wins, we have Bun R piloting Florian Rotwood Harbinger. In fifth, with 9 wins, we have Nova Chan piloting Sindra Jakai of Retribution. In sixth, with 9 wins, we have Roderick So on Dorinthia Ironsong. In seventh, with 8 match wins, we have Pudding Tam with Sindra Jakai of Retribution. And finally, Terry Yoon in eighth with 8 match wins, piloting Arachne Marionette. I'm going to post a poll. Do you guys want to watch Prism versus Mario, 1 seed versus 8 seed? Do you want to watch Slippy versus Syndra, Xing versus Pudding? Do you want to watch Dio versus Dorinthia, Alan versus Roderick? Do you want to watch Button versus Nova, Florian versus Syndra? Please vote
that's
in the
Dio
chat. You guys will
that's Dio
determine
and Dory all day.
what
That's
we want
Dio
to
and Dory
watch.
all day.
I mean,
Yeah, it's not even
let's let chat decide. But yeah, this is a very, very diverse top 8. We have 7 different heroes in the top 8. We have 6 blue pitch members, with Wen getting 9th and Kaiser getting 18th. So that is just absolute ridiculous levels of domination here. But we have 2 crowd favorites. We have Roderick Gondori, Terry on Arachne Marionette. Let's see if they can make a dent into this top 8. We'll see. Nathan, let's switch over to our bingo card because I think we got several things going in. Warrior in top 8. It's beautiful, Nathan. Look at that. A nice bingo across up here. Also, we classified Dory as a rogue deck. So we're going to take this one too. We got a 2-way bingo here. Anything else up here? I don't think so. No, chat hasn't rioted. We haven't had a Mist Tunic. Over on your side, top 8 has 5 different heroes. Got that easy. 5 blue pitch top 8. Easy. You got that one.
Broomblade top 8.
Broomblade in top 8. You got that one. Pretty good. All right, so you're almost there as well. So maybe you can tie. We're not going to base this on speed of getting, the bingo. We're gonna see who has more bingos at the end, I guess. But that's pretty cool.
There's no brute, so I'm dead across.
Yeah,
so I need a playmat message Alan real quick.
Yeah.
See if he can buy one.
Oh boy. Yeah, that's pretty crazy. All right, let's see what chat has voted for. Good job, chat.
Good job. I mean, like Prism versus Mario is typically pretty Prism favored. Same thing for Slippy versus Syndra, and then also Florian versus. Well, I guess Florian and Syndra would be a decent one too.
No Kano into a brick as well. I mean, there were literally no Kanos at this.
Yeah, not a single one.
Yeah.
One deck had Tip the Barkeep and the Red Harpoon.
Sorry?
Somebody in chat was asking what the 2 M's in draft were.
Mm-hmm.
Do we need the last chat choice still? 3+ counters on Dawnblade might be. That one person got to 4.
That already happened. But you know what? We'll put one. Oh, you already have all your quarters. All right, we'll put this over here for V. That's what the kids say. Swole, right? Did I spell that right?
Yeah. We just haven't seen Alan yet. So I approve of the Dio selection. And plus, I mean that's who I'm voting to win it all. So
Yeah.
we got to see
And
it
I'm
come to
voting for
fruition.
Dory
Although
to win it all. So, I mean,
Dash IO and Dory, I mean that's probably a bad matchup for IO, right?
it is.
Especially Dawnblade.
Dawnblade. This version of Dawnblade Dory also not messing around.
You have so much armor as Dory, so you just negate the first boom grenade, and unless it's max V'd.
Yep. I think what could be the saving grace here is that we also have to take into account higher seed gets to choose first or second. So Alan getting to choose to go first or second, which is actually interesting because typically Dio wants to go first. There is some risk of letting an aggro Dawnblade Dory go first, though. So, although gonna probably be open deckless as well. We didn't see Roderick running any Iron Song determinations in the match that we saw him play. Although you don't really need it in that matchup. So we'll see.
I think Alan actually wants to go first in that match.
Yeah, I think so as well. Yes, I think
just to get more looks at an item and a couple other things, because it's very easy to run away with the game if we can like turn 0 Cerebellum or something like that. I mean, you can run away from the game pretty quickly.
All right, so I believe they are currently taking pictures with the top 12. So, we'll let them take some pictures, and then we'll get this top 8 game going. I guess I can prepare that while we wait. Are you surprised by this top 8 composition, Nathan?
I mean, there's no gravy, so I have to say yes in that regard.
Mm-hmm.
Highest place in gravy got 10th. But at the same time, I mean, this is a very rough gravy. You have a bunch of Syndras, you have Dawnblade Dories floating around the top tables, you have Dash IO and Slippy is a pretty rough matchup, and Prism. So it's a really bad top 8 if you even were gravy. So it kind of does make sense.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no gravy in top 8, a little bit unusual. Also, Vernon's not quite making it in either, although Wen did get very, very, very close. So which players are blue pitch? David, Shing, Allen, Bun, Nova. Literally the top 5. Pudding, Wen. So that's 7 in a top 9. And then Kaiser. That is ridiculous levels of domination here. Okay, I believe I have everything set up. Okay, yeah. All right, looks like chat has a couple questions.
Let's answer them.
So blue pitch, just best team in the game right now. Yes, I know what channel I'm on. Hey,
I mean,
we're not
you're
going
right.
to debate
It is what it is. Yeah.
It is what it is, yeah. We are a content slash, I don't know if we're semi-professional or professional. We're somewhere in between. We're 75% professional. Yeah.
If you had to choose right now, who do you think has the best matchup for the top 8? Right now it's usually 1 and 8 and 4 and 5 are in the same bracket.
Yep.
So that means Prism, Florian, Syndra, and Arachne. So out of that, I would say Florian has the best spread to just go all the way. Also Prism. So I would say that in that bracket, it's very likely that Florian or Prism takes it. So going to the final. In the other bracket, you have Dash.io, Slippy, Syndra, and Dory. In that spread, I would have to give it to actually Dory. It would be Dory or Slippy.
There's 3 aggro decks and Dory on one half of the bracket. So yeah.
But I'm gonna say Dash.io because that's what I said at the beginning of the stream. So
you also, you got to back Alan Pilot Dia. I mean, he top worlds, so he's got to know what he's doing, right?
Right. What is your favorite card interaction in general? Ooh, interaction.
Route and my opponent's blocking card.
Favorite interaction. Um, Not Surging Aethertide. Definitely not that. Um, Favorite interaction. It's kind of deep. Um,
When two mid-range decks battle.
my favorite interaction that I've ever experienced in the game. It's no longer legal anymore because the card that is
Oh,
required. Well, I
God.
guess technically you could still do it. But at the first Pro Tour, came up with the tech of slapping yourself with the Rosetta Thorn arcane damage to keep your creepers around for longer. Um, so that's something that's kind of simple, but at the same time, it really. I did it against a really good player in the Pro Tour that was trying to fatigue me, and I was able to just keep my creepers around for several turns and just get a ton of action points with
When
chain.
when you
Uh,
first said Rosetta Thorn target myself, what did the guy do? He's like,
he said, "What?" And then looked at the card and it said target here, and then looked at creepers and he figured out what was going on really quickly. But that's probably my favorite interaction, for sure. How do you feel about the 4 previewed Super Slam heroes, KO Tough Nut, and the other 2? Is it Pleiades?
I don't know, Rockstar
Then Light.
Guardian chick.
Yep. Old Guitar Girl. So I think Tough Nut's cool. I mean, anybody that can take a piece of equipment that is completely useless and actually leverage it. Um, I think it's way more interesting than just giving Lyeth a 5th card. Um, it's also pretty cool in kind of how they decided to go with the whole increased or decreased intellect, and basically looked at what you did on average with a card, right? You usually pitch 1 card a turn or whatever, and they were like, all right, let's give them 1 card, but give them the ability to pitch without a card. So it's very straightforward, but it's like very effective. And then Lyeth, you're like, okay, we usually attack or defend, so let's give him an extra card, but let's cut down his attack and defense, right? Like it's the appropriate way to handle adjusted intellect, and it's a very, very smart way to do it. So I'm interested in kind of how that actively turns out. The Guardian chick, I have nobody has any clue because nobody knows what a suspense token does. We can assume that toughness is a embodiment for attack actions. And maybe they take it a step further, and a toughness token is attack actions that have 6 attack or higher. If Florian beats Syndra, they should beat Prism or Mario for sure. Slippy beats Dio.
I'll be back.
Syndra beats Dory. Well, Slippy's not playing Dio. 2 and 3 don't play. Dash.io is playing Dory. What's your favorite bad card? Huh. Favorite bad card. I would probably have to go, and Josh isn't here to fix the frames. That's hilarious. It's going to be jacked up a little bit until he gets back, but that's okay. Uh, Favorite bad card. That's favorite bad card. Blue Surging Strike. Let's go with that. If you know, you know. What card do you want to see banned? Not because the card is too strong, but because it means LSS is expanding design space. that I want to see them ban a legendary. They have banned a legendary, but they have not banned a playable in CC legendary. They waited for Crown of Seeds to. He basically waited for no Earth hero to be in the format to ban Crown of Seeds, which is smart. Not hating on it. You know, less friction, whatever the case may be. But yeah, I would just love to see the fact that they're not afraid to do it. Thought your favorite bad card was Seek Horizon. I do love that card. Oh, and Rusted Relic. Oh yeah, from Nats. Shit was gas.
Rusted Relic. Oh god, Rusted Relic. I want to see Grasp of the Arcanite get banned. Oh no, that's not happening.
I remember when you figured that out, our brains melted and we went back to the hotel figuring it out, testing the fatigue matchup. Yep. The similar tech to how you can knives yourself.
Wait, what? You can flick yourself? Why would you want to do that? To keep mask triggers alive against the shelter?
If they have shelter or something up, you can maintain your mask.
That's so niche, but cool.
I want to see Grasp of the Arcanite get banned. All right, you shut your mouth. We're not doing that. Okay. I said legendary. I didn't say my legendary. Okay.
Yeah. If any of the original 8 get a ban, so original 8 is Scab Skins, Brave Forge Bracers, Mask of Momentum, Tech Plating, Cross Wraps, Grasp, Storm Striders, Teklo Heart. Everything is down here, and then Storm Striders is up here. In fact, Tech Plating is even below that. It's like Storm Striders, the other 6, Tech Plating.
Seek Horizon, back alley break line into saltwater swell. Yep. Step 4 profit. Why not?
Nathan, I want to discuss something because this matchup that we're about to watch, Alan against Roderick, Dio versus Dory, they literally played in round 12. So running it back.
Really?
Yes. 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 Roderick beat Alan in round 12. So who do you think benefits from playing a second game more?
Dio, 100%.
Okay. Reasoning.
You get to know what the Dory has or doesn't have. And assuming it's open deck list, now the deck lists are shared, so you know what to play around or slash not play around. You know exactly how many D-reacts they have, whether fatigue is actually a possibility. You know how they sideboarded. Did they side like an even 60? Which, I mean, theoretically against Dio, you should do that whether you're fatiguing them or not. But you never know what decision people make. And yeah, I think overall, and then Alan also gets to pick who goes first, which I think he will decide to go first to reduce the collateral of a big turn 0 from the Dory player, plus maybe establish some items early, which is really good, I heard.
Makes sense. All right, I'm going to post up the brackets. So let me get that going for you guys.
Have we ever done a tier list for legendary equipment? Pretty good idea. Kyle agrees. We might have to do that. What's the best equipment piece in the game?
Good
What do
question.
you think, Josh?
Best equipment piece? Could it be a
Has to be
weapon?
legendary.
Oh, it has to be legendary. I mean, Crown of Seeds is way up there. The Traverse Universe is way up there. No? Legendary equipment.
Nope.
Valiant Dynamos is way up there, but I'm biased. Grasp?
Nope.
What?
As much as I would love to say yes, the answer 100%, and nobody can even fight me on this, is Storm Striders.
Oh, okay. Yeah, Storm. I was
It's
about to say
not
Storm Striders.
like you take whatever you think a card can do, and you just sit there and say, okay, well, what if I got like an extra turn? Like it's just like you can't compare it to like anything, even something like Skeleton. I think legit Storm Striders is just legit, just the best piece of equipment that's ever existed. I don't even think it's close.
Yeah.
And you can't ban it, right? Like you do have to like hit the rest of the card pool, which is why they get 14 million zaps every year or every set that has wizards in them. But you know, it's a necessary piece of that class, right? Like by design, the arcane damage has to be so underrate typically um, that you know they need like if you got rid of Storm Strider, you would have to adjust. You would have to do it alongside an absolutely busted wizard set. You would legit just have to, or else the class would just literally just be dead. I would love to say Spellbound Creepers, but it ain't got shit on Storm Striders.
Scalata is majestic. So if we're talking about the strongest majestic equipment,
Skeleton.
OG Luminaris, Voltaire, Winter's Whale.
Oh, you're right. I guess that depends. Do you count weapons? But if you count weapons, it's not Skeleton. It would be Prism's weapon, Luminaris,
Yeah, Luminaris.
OG. And then very close behind it, probably Winter's Whale. I don't know. Voltaire? Oh, shit.
Voltaire's
It gets
way
deep
yeah.
quick. Yeah.
I could tell you what is one of the worst equipments of the game. Helm with a Sharp Eye. That's a majestic too.
Oh.
All right, Nathan. Well, we have the graphic pulled up here. As you guys can see, we have Prism, Mario, Florian, and Syndra on one side of the bracket. Slippy, Syndra, Dio, Dory on the other side.
All right. What do you think is going to happen?
All right. Let's assign some percentages to this. All right. Prism versus Mario.
Prism favored.
Prism favored. Syndra versus Florian. Syndra favored. Slightly.
Yeah, probably Syndra, yeah.
Okay, so if Prism and Syndra play each other, Prism favored.
Prism, yep. So that would be David in the finals.
That puts Prism in the finals. On the other side, we have Slippy versus Syndra. Slippy favored.
Slippy.
Dory versus Dio. If round 12 is anything to go after, it should be Dory favored.
Definitely Dory favored. Then Dory should beat Slippy, assuming a decent number.
I don't know.
Or no. No, you're right. Because you can just rip the hand apart, and you got Frailty with
Codex.
So, but then
it's close. If this
I
was
mean,
Mario, I'd be
I
way
guess
more nervous.
the better question is, does it fucking matter? Because both of those decks lose to Prism, in my opinion. Right?
Aggressive
So
Dawnblade Dory, if you don't have poppers or D-Reacts, it's volatile.
right.
It's very volatile. We
Um,
saw that literally in there's a world where our bookend matches are actually the same. There's a world.
so my logical choice to take down the tournament is David on Prism.
Yeah.
But I have to double down on good on Allen, and he's gonna find a way.
Right.
He's gonna beat his unfavored matchup, and just figure it out the rest of the way.
Are we streaming every match? No, we will stream
No.
the viewer's choice from each match, basically. That's why you guys have the opportunity to vote in the corner.
Ain't nobody got time for that. Ain't nobody got time. Oh man.
8% of people voted for Florian versus Syndra. Guess we got a lot of Florian players in the chat.
No. No.
Ew, no.
Got it. So we watch Dory till she's out. Probably not. I think no matter who wins this one, there's no shot we'll play Dory again. And we'll probably just go to the
Are
other
you
side of the
sure?
bracket. Play
Are you
that
sure?
one. Yeah.
Are you sure? You're talking to the Card Guys audience. Are you sure?
There's no way we could go. We've had 3 Dory games on stream already.
Have we?
And we've only had.
Okay, we're going to have our third one. We had one
Yeah,
on day one on day 2.
And that's literally 3 out of 7. That's almost 50%. It's like 40 something percent of our matches have had Dory.
I'm sorry.
We got to taper that down a little bit.
Okay.
Yes, I believe in Terry too.
I'm gonna let the people vote. Let's just put it that way.
Put it in reverse, Terry. See if he can put it in reverse. But that Prism matchup kind of shit. I'm not gonna lie.
All right. Do we have the players getting set up a little bit? Yeah, it looks like they're getting set up. So we could actually transition over there, Nathan.
Sure.
All right, guys.
For those of you who don't like Dory, we do get to watch Dio, which is like definitely a change of pace. We haven't seen a single Dio, I think largely because Alan's the only one, but he's been at the top tables just about the whole time, and somehow we've, he's avoided the stream games, but we finally caught up to him, and we get to see, is he cooking with something? Is it standard? I'm very interested to see what he ends up playing. I'm trying to count the cards to see if he's running over.
This should be a very, very, very good game.
Okay, it looks like he's running 60.
Yep. I mean, with Cog in the machine, you don't need more than 60, although it can help actually, because a little bit of extra deck density. Also, there's pretty much going to be a turn where you're guaranteed that you just have to throw your hand down to stop the Dawnblade counters. So you're effectively deleting, 5-ish cards from your deck from the rip.
So hear me out though. They finished their game relatively quickly, right? So I'm assuming it was not an attempted fatigue, and they just, Dory player just kind of rushed down Allen last round.
Yep.
Hear me out, Josh.
Mm-hmm.
What if?
What's up?
Knowing that Allen has that information.
Yep.
Assuming you have a decent D-React package in the sideboard, which is probably, you have at least Shelter and Sync.
Yep. You probably have 6 as Dory.
What if out of nowhere you completely change your game plan and hit the brakes and bait Allen into running? It's very risky with a player as good as Allen, right? Because if
Yeah.
anybody can navigate that situation, it's very risky. I'm
Yep.
just saying, if
I'm
there was
just
ever a time to pull a fast one, it's here and
I'm
now.
I'm just saying, if you run Courage of Bladehold in your Dory deck, you ain't fatiguing anybody. Your mentality is, I'm gonna kill him.
That's more block. That's more block then.
Now, sure, Grades of Bloodspill is the same block, but yeah. Fair enough, fair enough. All right, guys.
I'm just saying it's at
Yep,
least worth thinking about.
it is. It
That's
is.
my opinion.
All right, guys. Welcome to the quarterfinals of the Hong Kong Flesh and Blood National Championship 2025. On your left is none other than world's top 8 competitor, Alan Lau on Dash IO. On the right, we have Roderick So piloting Dorinthia Iron Song. We got the pleasure of watching him earlier today. We know he is on a very aggressive Dawnblade Dorinthia style. Alan Lau has been piloting Dio for a very long time. Roderick So has been piloting Dory for a very long time. This is going to be a good match. And in fact, Nathan, this is going to be a revenge match because these guys played in round 12 and Roderick managed to take that. Let's see how things go here. First of all, the bolters and bracers are in the wrong slots. That should have been a bingo card somewhere. All right. So, Alan Lau, higher seed, third seed versus sixth seed, gets the choice. And I believe Alan opted to go first. Let's see how this goes.
100%. Can he establish an item? That's the main thing. And he can definitely boost a couple times, kind of look through some cards. As long as that top card's not a very high priority, we do see a boom grenade and a Techlicore is what it seems like. The problem is if you crank the boom grenade, obviously it's not going to stay around for too terribly long. So um, he did decide to crank it and just play out the Techlicore. Probably I'm assuming mainly in just an effort to reduce the amount of non-blocks in the hand while also not giving Dory the ability to kind of filter. But really good sign with the Dory player reading Symbiosis Shot.
Mm-hmm. Yep, that is not once per turn. He can get 2 counters because he put 2 items into play. So I would say this is a 8 out of 10, 9 out of 10 start, establishing 2 things on board. Pretty good.
All right, we do have a Cerebellum processor in the hand. Would prefer if it was on the top of the deck. But something to be aware of, looking for that action point generation. Really good offensive hand though. Has I think a zipper hit, a 0 to 60, and a throttle.
Yeah, Throttle, even though it's a little bit of a clunky card, still excellent damage output. We got a red Warrior's Valor to start the turn, as all good turns begin. Warrior's Valor, one of the few cards that Dorinthias could feasibly play 9 of and would be completely valid. This type of effect, extremely important in Dorinthia. Alan gonna block for 7. Gonna galvanize, so blocking for 9. Playing around Blade Flurry, and Roderick does not have the puncture to punish, so he's just gonna Arsenal and IP1 because he had an extra card in hand. Back over to Alan. Techlicore gonna tick down. Give him 2 resources for the turn. 2 cards to work with. Going to start off with a 0 to 60. Another card that you can see 9 copies of and not bat an eye.
Can he find an item on top? Has the 2 floating, ready to execute. Can even use Foundry Heart now to get another look for an item if there's not one on top, but also has the option to just play the Cerebellum and pass. Getting another look with that 0 to 60. Okay, we had a T-bone on top. That doesn't do anybody any good. Now we look again.
Unfortunately, this is just a blue 0 to 60. Bolters being deployed very aggressively.
What does that tell you, Josh?
It tells me this Dory is not messing around.
Well, to
we
me, I mean,
going.
it looks like we might be using it next turn. Maybe
Yep.
there's a twinning blade in hand, something like that, to where,
Yep.
or you're just really lacking on go again.
Yep. Exactly.
Looks like we are using the Teklo to get multiple looks for that said item that could or could not be on top. Really, just he's had 3 or 4 different looks and just has not been able to find it.
Yep. Gonna establish a cerebellum processor, and looks like he's gonna activate it and draw a card.
Yep,
Get another
drawing
look
to
at the
look
top.
again and still couldn't find it.
Dang, gonna end his turn with 3 resources floating.
So it was double boost and Teklo, which is a third, then drew a card. So he had 4 different looks and was unable to find one.
Yep. And here we go. The original WTR Majestic Steel Blade Supremacy, conferring +2 on hit, draw card to target weapon for the entire turn. If you could swing 3 times with Steel Blade Supremacy active, your chance to win the game over 90%. Let's see if we got a Twinning Blade in hand, or maybe we have a run through. So this is another hallmark of a very aggressive card. Command and Conquer in the pitch zone.
Does have a resource problem, pitching reds and yellows.
Yep. So draw from Steel Blade Supremacy.
Bracers. Yep, indicating drew a blue.
And then he's going to swing again with the Dawn Blade. Now this run through is one of the trickier cards in the game, because normally
for a total of 9.
Yeah.
8.
Run through is basically Blade Runner, but it can target 2-handed weapons. Of course, they have to be of the sword variety, but still very, very strong. Alan gonna block with a piece of armor, and Roderick's gonna draw. If he drew a CNC, he might break boots here. Let's see. Looks like nope. Just happy to end his turn with an arsenal, a good amount of damage, and a Dawn Blade counter. And Alan's going to have a full grip to work with. Let's see what he could do. He also has a Technocore and a processor on the field.
Deadly combination, the easiest way to achieve max velocity. No pun intended. And how early will we see the draw on that Cerebellum? The Dory player does not have access to Balance of Justice to and one off the top, which is absolutely massive. Gets that extra action point and additional card draw if you can find a way to get an additional action points, which I think can be accomplished by the boots. Surprised there was no pitch to Grains. That's because that's Courage of Blade Hold in the chess piece for the Dory player, and that is not Grains.
Yep. All right. Banishes 2 Mechanologist cards, so he's going to gain 2 action points thanks to the leg piece from the Dio. Currently sitting at 3 action points. And Nathan, in the past, in order to do all this Cerebellum processor shenanigans, you needed high octane. Alan basically built high octane at home.
I mean, why not? You know?
Yeah.
Right. And here comes the hardest part of playing Dory. I mean, you have the ability to look at the top card. Do you want to draw that? Do you want to boost now and get another look? You kind of have to. It's a risk reward. How much opportunity it costs to you. Do you want to get super greedy and wait for the absolute best card? very, very interesting. You also have you could play the boom grenade out to really put the pressure on, but the Dory player has a ton of armor. So what's the likelihood of actually connecting with a bunch of 0 for 3s? It's deep, and we can see Alan with his we can't see it, but we know he had his head in his hands,
Mhm.
and yeah, it's a really tough spot, a lot of decision points, and we'll see what he ends up ultimately landing on.
Going to start off with a T-bone. No doubt the bolters are going to block again, if I had to guess. Maybe the bracers or the courage. This is a little bit dangerous to block with the courage blade hold because there are some effects that do blow up or give minus power to things on the combat chain. Gonna send another 3 with a boost for go again. Dory not blocking and not even using the Crown of Providence, indicating that he's pretty happy with the hand. Pulse Wave Harpoon going to give Alan some information here.
This is absolutely huge. You get information, you get to tear apart the hand, but also, I mean, Alan being super patient. You could draw the top card that's currently on there. You can tech low. You could tech low away the top 2 cards to get another look. Because still sitting on 3 action points, definitely has access to draw 2 additional cards off of the processors. And really extend that turn. Might just be digging for that max V to see if it's really
Yep.
a possibility.
Interesting reveal from Roderick. Showed him 2 Iron Song responses and a glint, which obviously lose a lot of potency when your opponent knows about them. The Iron Song responses most likely red because in the blue slot you were just going to run Nip at the heels. So you got a glint and 2 reds in hand. I think we're going to see at least one of the Iron Song responses blocked with, if not both, depending on the texture of the hand. Now, Alan did not get to rip apart the hand because he revealed 3 reactions, and Pulse Wave Harpoon cannot grab reactions, which is a little bit unfortunate because the Dory does run a lot of non-attack actions, so the chance that you would see them is quite high. All right,
Does
Dory
have an
taking
extra,
all the damage.
still a card in Arsenal,
Yep.
and an extra action point. Drawing the card. Did he find the max V?
There we go. Max
Because it
V
was in
from
Arsenal the
Arsenal.
whole
Yep.
time. Why not?
Maximum velocity, 10 damage. This game, this is Alan's like 3rd turn, and this game could be over by turn 4. Like this is, yeah. All right. So from Roderick's
I mean,
perspective, from the Dory's perspective, I would block with the 2 Iron Song responses. They are not getting anything done unless you're going to end your turn with an Iron Song response in Arsenal. You could block with, you could sync one of the Iron Song responses with Crown, and then end your turn with the other Iron Song response in Arsenal. That's decent. Assuming that you can use all the other cards in your hand and the card that's currently occupying the arsenal. All right. Crown going to fix the hand a little bit. It's going to take 6 damage, drop down to 17, and this Dory going to have a monster turn. Alan, though, an experienced player, thinking several turns ahead, thinking, all right, 5-card Dory, can't deal 24 damage to me. I have 2 processors. I can probably deal enough damage to get... Okay, so this is the exact play I was talking about. Going to be able to use the whole hand, probably a Blade Flurry in hand, and going to end with the Iron Song response in the arsenal, if I had to guess. But this determination going to mean this turn is not being blocked.
I think the bracers were blocked with. Should have a -1 counter. Not sure why it's not presented.
Yep. I believe he blocked for 4 the last turn.
Alan has a really good hand, just full of boost cards, and just willing to just finish this match by continuing to race. And a good time to do it when you have access to a Cerebellum on the next turn.
I will message judges that bracers should have -1. Okay. Definitely want to represent the board state correctly and remember all of the things that we need to. That is the warrior ethos. There we go. If we win with our skill. All right. So, Dom, is this the second Dom Blade swing? I was messaging the judges there.
Don't. Yeah, he's already taken.
Okay. So this is coming in for 5. Alan going to try to fix his hand a little bit, get the block value out of the armor. Obviously, this doesn't stop the Dom Blade from getting another counter. However, still decent. Gonna play out the Iron Song response for no value, which tells me he might have drawn an extra Iron Song response there. So, all right. Okay, so Alan took a little bit of damage there, used up some of his armor. Dory got an extra counter, but I mean, it's not that bad. Could be worse.
Alan has access to another maximum velocity. Not sure if he has the extra boost. Has 2 boost cards in hand, but you obviously are probably going to have to pitch for the max V in some way. So really need that arsenal to be a boost target in a way to cleanly pay for both. So if he does have all the pieces and he can resolve a max V, I mean that you have to be in an absolutely amazing position to be ahead on life. You are facing down 2 counters on the Dom Blade. It is a little worrisome, but at the same time, the best way to reset a Dom Blade is to pressure that hand.
Yep. No doubt. Expedite also giving a relevant on hit. If it hits, Alan could potentially put like a boom grenade or processor, Techlocore or something from his hand into the arena, and he could crank it, get 2 action points, which would help fuel the processor. Processor, a little bit clunky to use without extra action points because it does consume an action point to draw. Another way that Alan could do this is just, use every card in his hand and boost the final attack and then draw and then arsenal whatever he draws, although that's a little bit risky. All right, a puncture being deployed on defense. Not a very useful card now that Alan has used most of his armor. All right. Alan having a little bit of a think here, depending on what is. Looks like he has a max V, so I guess you're going to try to fire this off this turn. Might be a little bit tricky, depending on the exact resource situation. Obviously, the heart will help some of that, but you need like a boost card in arsenal and in hand. There's one.
Wow. Gave up the option to play the Techlocore off the top, which means we're definitely tight on resources. Also, Techlocore doesn't give you an extra action point, so maybe that's what he's looking for over just the value in playing the card off the top.
Yep. Yeah, if that was a crankable item, I believe he would have done that just so he can draw off the Cerebellum processor. And drawing an extra card off the Cerebellum processor, especially if you know what it is, would have solved the resource issue or the number of 3 boosts situation as well. All right, going to activate Heart. And there goes a Pounder. There goes a Spark. 2 very important cards, but he needed the resources. Maybe he has a 1-cost boost attack in Arsenal. Let's see. It's a 0 to 60. Okay.
All right.
Boosting the
So
super hit.
max V is turned on.
Yep.
And if it's a zero cost item on top, you can even play that. The only problem here is you do have a standing cerebellum, but no action point to really leverage the card draw. But if there is a zero cost item on top, it could be absolutely massive.
Yep. This is a tricky situation because if you block the 0 to 60 and then the max V comes, you still have to give a card to that because you die to a yellow or red boom grenade off the top because Alan has not used his hero ability yet. Tricky. And here we go. This max V with one floating, this represents a lot of risk. If the top is a boom grenade and Roderick lets this hit, he is dead. And Alan he's only played one the whole game. Most dash lists are on at least 6.
You also have red backup protocol that could just be played for the action point to shoot the gun, and then you also have the third syllabellum processor. That would be the absolute nuts. I mean, there's a lot of cards here that really present a problem, but I don't think you can play around the boom grenade if it just happens to be on top. I think that's just the price you pay because I don't even think it's feasible to block out the 10. I guess you could give armor in all of your hand, but you lose your counters, you lose all tempo, and it's just not a place you want to be. So I
Yep.
think you just got to risk it for the biscuit here.
Yep. I think you just have to block for 3 and hope that things turn out well. Or block for 4 is also okay. And going to take 6. Looks like no item coming off the top. And Roderick, very unlikely to get any cards from Dio. But we still have the absolute powerhouse of Courage of Bladehold plus Bolters available together. 2 cards in hand. And here we go. Courage of Bladehold, the original armor piece for Dorinthia, being used, hiding every card from Alan right now. No information other than a puncture was blocked with and a trot along was blocked with. Indicating very likely one of the 2 cards in hand are blue, and he has a pump somewhere. No blocks. We're going to see a Bolter's break. Bolter is going to confer go again to this Dawnblade. And if we have a Twinning Blade in hand, we're going to have a game. Hesitation on sending the second attack is interesting. If you have a blue, you would probably pitch it into the bracers.
I would assume that means you probably don't, and you would basically just be abandoning a card. Well, okay, there it goes.
There's the provoke. Okay. I was gonna say that if you had a glint in hand, you may not activate the bracers, but if you have a blue, you would. All right, so here we go. 6 damage. 2 cards hidden means Alan definitely can die. So he's going to have to give a card, which is going to give reprise. And those 2 cards, I mean, in many combinations, is very deadly. If one of those is Singing Steel Blade, one of those is Twinning Blade. If one of those is Glint, and one of those is Singing Steel Blade. All right, Alan blocking for 1, saying, can you pump 5 with 2 cards? Alan dies to double +3 pumps here. Puncture
Also,
would kill. Blade Flurry Puncture would kill.
the delay means that he doesn't have lethal. So thinking.
Alan not giving him reprise at all. We've seen Roderick IP about 3 times this game. And that is the danger of running Courage of Bladehold instead of Grains of Bloodspill.
Oof,
Damage.
absolutely no
No punish,
reaction.
which means this is a reprise dependent card in hand. Most likely a Singing Steelblade. And this is going to be tough. We got a Processor, a Spark, we got a Boost card. And yeah, we've seen Roderick lose 9 value by IPing 1 card 3 turns. And that is likely going to make the difference here.
Any item off the top, more than likely, means that he's able to pressure the entire hand just based on the action point, assuming that it does produce an action point.
Yep.
So
Ripple
really,
away
Alan's
blocking.
just in that situation where he can just keep boosting, just looking for that that item to crank. Or you can also just go grab one.
Yep, Spark of Genius. Its brother was banned, High Octane. But hey, the other good mech card's still in the game. Spark of Genius gonna grab a backup protocol. Gonna crank that, and with the extra resources, gonna be able to send another attack. And this 3 counter Dawnblade, I don't think is long for this world.
Draws a card, looks at the top. Doesn't he have an item on top to generate the action point?
Get a
Searching
second look.
again.
Yeah.
Okay. No item. Can he find one to close it out?
Looks like no. Still has an action point right now.
Still
Fast and
has several
Furious.
ways to
Yeah.
keep looking.
Yeah.
You have 3 floating for the backup protocol. Can easily find a another 0 cost item. Any boom grenade wins the game.
Dory is going to have to drop to 1. Can't give 2 cards here.
Backup protocol into 0 for close the game out. Could even get a 1 for 5 if it exists.
Yep. 0 to 60 boosting.
Another look.
And going to get 2 cards. And I don't think Roderick has a D-React. Armor completely expended. Another situation where Grains would have gotten an extra value as well. Because Courage of Bladehold, you have to activate it and destroy it, whereas Grains will always get to block for 3. Oh, take it on the chin. Okay. I mean, it's going to give it him an agility point, but it doesn't last the whole turn. The gunshot will kill him.
Yep, did find the boom grenade, but now you can shoot twice to close the game out, and that's not even counting the card in hand.
Yep. And Alan's going to get it there. Good game. Well played there from Alan. Getting revenge on the round 12 game. And so Roderick and Dorenthia fall in the quarterfinals. Which means, Nathan, your prediction may come true.
We will see. Update also, Bun on Florian did win against Nova Chan, which we did state that was Syndra favored, but it turns out Florian just um, really just turned it up. And then also, depending on how many poppers are in that Florian list, that does kind of make it a little bit tougher for Prism. It's definitely not a bad matchup, but depending on the popper count, it can make it somewhat inconvenient. So the last games that we're waiting on is Xing on Slippy versus Pudding on Syndra, which shouldn't be lasting too terribly long. And then the Prism v Mario.
Yep. And, well, this is, if Terry falls to David, then we have all blue pitch top 4. So we'll see how that goes. Are the top 8 deck lists out? I do not believe so.
All right, chat. If you have any questions, throw them in chat now. We'd love to answer them. Fab related, not fab related, go for it. We got a few minutes to kill. All of these matchups are relatively quick, so we shouldn't be on too long of a wait. But just to fill that time, if you have any questions, throw them in chat. Azalea won Malaysia. That's for 15 points. I think that's still out of reach, but ever so closer. Ever so closer. Did we ever get to the bottom of Eugene's Nimblism tech? We did not. He said it was super secret tech. Where's Gravy? The closest one got 10th. Just bubbled out. Rough top 8 for Gravy, to be honest. Was 6 blue pitch in top 8? That is correct. That is correct. Is Puffin any good? I think she is solid upper B tier. Boxers or briefs? That's an easy briefs.
Tell them about the magic of I don't even know how to describe it. Yeah, the what?
The built-in hammock?
Yeah, the hammock. Tell them about the hammock.
Yeah. You know, I'll let chat put the pieces together. It's pretty self-explanatory.
Sure.
Briefs and hammock.
Yeah.
Use your imagination. If you were a card, would you pitch for blue, yellow, or red? I would.
Yellow. So I can go into my Bolton deck.
If you were a card. I'm trying to think of a deep answer. I can't come up with anything.
Blue, deep yellow, answers red. Die after 2 a.m., Nathan.
That's so true. And it's 2:20. So I'm just going to go red because, reds are inherently more risky. And I've played decks that are typically not the most consistent thing on the planet. Kyle said I would pitch for yellow because I'm just mid.
Mid-range, Kyle. Yellow is mid-range.
That's right, mid-range. Mid-range. Finish the sentence. Favorite play this tournament?
Favorite play this tournament is blocking with a nimblism.
I would say Kaiser's pitch stack and limited. I think that was really good. Showed a lot of skill.
What's Josh snacking on? I talked about this yesterday. These are Thai-style red curry limited edition potato chips Very good. Has that Thai curry taste. It's kind of not too spicy, very like coconut cream based. I mean, just go ahead and add Terry and Roderick to Blue Pitch as well. Well, they're all good friends over there. Everybody is good friends with everybody there. Josh made a comment about Dory counters having a 90% win rate. Is there an equivalent to that in Dio and Max Velocity? Yeah, if you can play 2 Max Velocities
back to back,
yeah, you're generally going to win that. If you can get your processors out, that's like Steel Blade Supremacy, and then you make up the damage output of Dawnblade counters with the Max V. So
another update: Xing took down Pudding Tam. Xing was on Slippy, so the last match we're waiting on is Prism and Mario.
Yep. That means we could watch Xing and Allen play because they are on the same side of the bracket. So we could watch Dio versus Slippy, or we could watch Florian versus Prism or Mario.
I think Florian versus Prism would be a little bit better. Because that one can go like one of two ways, depending on like what the popper composition is. But I mean, ultimately, chat's gonna pick. So, do we know, or what's your thoughts on the new 3 intellect brute here? I think he's solid, actually. I think the way that you have to build him, you have to play around certain situations where your opponent just abruptly stops attacking you, because if you're left with a card in hand, you have to make sure you have a way to get rid of said card to make sure your hand is empty for rock. If you are going the rock avenue, which I think is pretty much the only reason to, I guess you could theoretically just use the hero ability as a way to pitch, right? But if you are going rock, that's a problem you have to solve. The problem with not going rock is you have the inconsistency of ripping a red off the top or whatever the case may be. So it can be probably a little bit inconsistent, to say the least.
Nathan, you just run 60 blues, then you're consistent.
My list has 54 blues, or not 54. It's like 45, and then 48, 9 yellows, 3 reds.
Sure, that
my
works.
List. Because you have Tunic to bail you out on the yellows.
Do we know
the format for Worlds yet?
I think we do.
We know that it's LL. We don't know if the LL is stealing time from CC or draft. That is the information that we have. So it's either 6 rounds of CC, 3 rounds of draft, or I guess theoretically they could have more depending on the number of rounds, but it could be 2 slots for CC, 1 slot for draft, 1 for LL, or it could be 1 CC, 2 draft, 1 LL. Historically, when they did Blitz, which was the only other 3 format event, they took the they paid for the Blitz section via CC, and there was 2 drafts. So I would assume that's the more likely.
I'm pretty sure the format is going to be 5 CC, 3 rounds of draft from the not Grand Slam, but Super Slam set.
Super Slam.
So 5 CC, 3 Super Slam, day 1 cut. Day 2, 3 Super Slam, 4 LL. They've been moving towards 15 round tier 4 events because they have been getting increasingly larger.
What costume would Dash.io have on for a Halloween party?
I don't know, maybe something from Cyberpunk. Or from Mass Effect.
I would say whatever Max Ferrari wear. She's the OG mech cosplayer. So I think the suspense will be some kind of stacking attack bonus that will give you a massive buff to an attack for every counter you got. It could be. I don't know. Don't know. It'd be interesting to see if Mario has Plan for Earth. Yep. I don't think rock will be the way to go once we know everything about tough. Really just depends. Um, it's literally going to come down to what can you do if you flip a red off the top? What can you do if you flip a yellow and a blue? And how can you build the deck to accommodate for that? But you're right. If you go rock, you're not going to have that many sixes, right? Which invalidates the other half of the deck. And it's definitely not going to be a situation where you can go from one to the other. So very well could be right. This is top 8. We're moving into the semifinals in just a minute. Hope they cut rounds from draft. As a viewer, the draft is more boring to watch. That seems to be the consensus just based off of numbers. You're not alone.
If they want to begin and end the tournament with CC, they could go 5 rounds of. Well, this would be a lot of rounds actually. 5 rounds of CC, 3 rounds of draft, cut. 4 rounds of LL, 4 rounds of CC.
We think the toughness token is going to be what embodiment Earth is to non-attack actions, but for attack actions. So basically, attack actions will get +1 defense. It also could be done in a way to where only attack actions with 6 attack or more get +1 defense to kind of balance it a little bit more. Depends on how they worked on it, but it's very likely to be one of those two things. Either all attack actions get +1 defense, or attacks with 6 or higher. And how that was derived is revered talent heroes. All of their stuff just works off of defensive things, whereas the other ones are offensive, as far as cheering and booing. So that's where we got the idea of, I'd imagine the deck is going to be mostly yellows and have a way to pitch a resource on a tech plating, so you aren't forced into only blues. Entirely possible. It's also interesting how they've found some very unique ways to bring relevancy to yellow cards as of recently. Do you think the Ira Armory deck will achieve the intended goal for new players to enter into CC? I think it will. I think it'll be a successful product. Playmat Sleeves is a wild choice for bingo. You say that, but very common. Very common in we obviously didn't see it this time, but pretty
using
common.
The official playmats, but yeah. All right, I do have a little bit of an update from the David versus Terry match. David does seem to have a pretty gigantic lead, currently 19-7. If you are behind in life against Prism, you are probably dead.
Yep.
So I think we could make a poll. Of course, if we are wrong, Nathan's going to get this one. Nathan, casters called GG incorrectly, but I think it's safe to say if you're Prism and you're ahead on life against Mario, you're good. So I'll make another poll. What
did y'all get the crazy email chain from judges arguing about an armory should be? I did get that. Did you, Josh?
Yes.
Yeah.
Judging armories, right? I didn't look at it very, very closely, but so I skimmed something. All right, so we got Prism versus Florian, and we got Dash IO versus Slid. This one I think is going to be closer. Yep, as expected, this one is very close. Which means, Nathan, you and I can break the tie. Yes, we do have a new podcast called Breakpoints, so you guys could check that out here on the channel. It's hosted by Taylor, Sam, and Agrablaze96. Saying I didn't finish my potato chips yesterday, I'm slacking. I finished it today. It was at like half, and then yesterday I finished it down to a quarter, and now it's gone.
I think he's saying, why did it take you multiple days?
Oh, because I don't know about you guys, but I can't eat more than like a fifth of the bag at the same time. Like potato chips are heavy.
Yeah, I'm not a big chip person.
Same, unless it's one of these unique flavors.
You're not supposed to finish a whole bag in one sitting. I mean, I'm not a quitter, right? If I do something, I do it all the way. Definitely not. Definitely not.
Are you sure? I was like, are you sure about that?
I have an reputation of finishing my food when we go out to eat.
Yes, Nathan is very hungry and then suddenly not hungry. That's how Nathan is.
Maybe you're not, but this is America. Oh yes, for our food is even more processed and terrible. General question: do you think the prior banless Germinate Scepter was necessary? Looking at the current meta in high seas, could Gravy have been enough to keep Turtle Florian away? Maybe. One important thing is Scepter does say that you can target anything with Scepter. So you could just make Rune Chance off of Gravy. I don't think that changes the matchup. I'm just saying. So, but to answer your question, he would probably be at an acceptable level. Germinate, I don't think changes really anything. I don't think there are too terribly that many matchups that are actually relevant in actually resolving Germinate. And Scepter, I think the meta just sped up a little bit. So we could see like an unbanning, which would be pretty interesting. But if they do that, it'd probably just be Germinate, not Scepter. Do you think the Irid? You think I will be with the new cards will make an impact on them? I do. I do think that she will. Is it going to be Aurora good? Maybe, maybe not. But an impact for sure. I think it'll be a successful product. And David has officially won. And guess what? They corrected the results. Xing did not beat Pudding. Pudding beat Xing.
Really? Okay.
Which changes our poll.
Yes, but I think people still want to watch Prism and Florian because those are, I don't know. That does change our poll. That does change.
I think it has to do with how quick the matchup is, right? Like if Dio and Slippy or Dio and what now we know is Syndra. I mean, the match is going to be over in like 10 minutes, and then we're going to be sitting here talking to chat for 30 minutes, and everybody knows we don't want that.
Yep. So I guess we'll try to get Prism and Florian in there. Does this fall under?
Does this fall under?
Just call GG and Craig. Yeah, let's do it. Let's do it. Yeah.
That's funny.
Yeah. We'll do it to you. Josh runs out of stacks. I did technically run out of stacks, so don't give that to me. And I'm gonna get BP player wins Hong Kong Nats because everybody in the semifinals is from BP. So yeah. We got a lot of these, guys. We got a lot of these.
Impressive on Pudding to take it down Xing on Slippy. That's a tough matchup, but just pulled it out.
Some people are. He's built different. He's built different.
So unfortunately, Xing cannot have the back-to-back. One of the other 14 players from Team Blue Pitch will have to carry that torch because that's all that's left in top 4. So it's a guaranteed win for Team Blue Pitch, which is another bingo, right?
Which one?
Didn't somebody have Blue Pitch wins?
Yeah, I already scored that one. Yeah.
Pudding is built different. If another channel started doing Fab Jeopardy, would you guys be mad at them? Definitely not. Definitely not. I think you should do it if you enjoy it. Just know that nobody can stand up to me in Fab Jeopardy. Yeah. I'm the undisputed.
You are the back-to-back. 3-peat, maybe 4-peat. I can't remember.
Yeah, we got them all.
We got them all. I did make a Jeopardy board for the next episode, but we never played it. But I could dig that up. Have to probably update some of the questions, but I do have a Jeopardy board ready. We should have played Jeopardy on stream while we were waiting for the drafts. That's what we should have did.
That is a pretty good time kill.
Yeah. Damn. Oops. Can Blue Pitch top 8 US Nats? I don't think so. That's right. That tournament's so hard right. They don't even show up. Look at that.
Yeah, that's it.
All right, guys, looks like we're going to have the next match coming up pretty soon. Let's get onto it. Well, they're still going to prepare a little bit, but we do have David Yao on Prism up against Bunar on Florian. Should be a good game, Nathan. A dynamic game, like you said, that can go several ways. In the past, this was a matchup that was a little bit Prism favored, because if the Florian was playing like stacked Florian, Prism would just, beat them down and you'd be sad as stacked Florian. Now that the Florians are built more mid-range, really depends on how many poppers Bun has and, their experience in this matchup. Of course, these guys are teammates, so they probably have played a little bit. They might have discussed
a couple times,
how to play the matchup and stuff like that.
Yeah, so we got Florian versus Prism. Very, very interesting matchup. A lot of people would like to make the assumption that it's very Prism favored. However, if we were talking about Turtle, or I guess it's not technically Turtle, but like Scepter, Florian, very defensive, then yes, it's very, very good for Prism.
Yep.
However, ever since Florian got pushed into more of a mid-range deck, cards like CMH kind of showing their face a little bit. You have to keep in mind that when CMH is out, it turns almost every attack action into a popper, because it does apply to cards that you block with. So really, the combination of that, and you typically have things like, Red Autumn's Touch in some lists. So some lists just have generically more poppers, specifically 7 poppers, which is not what Prism wants to be seeing. It actually turns it into a game. So I don't think either side is particularly favored in any direction. I'd probably have to put Prism as slightly favored, but it's not by terribly much, assuming that the Florian is on a very mid-range game plan.
Yep. Well, while they're setting up, we did have a question about teams. Said, what are the pros and cons of teams that run the same 80 at events versus teams that don't, i.e. TheCardGuyz and Blue Pitch? So for the TheCardGuyz, we generally don't run unified lists, obviously because I play Warrior and nobody else has the balls to run or the stupidity to run Warrior in Tier 3, Tier 4 events. But you guys were working on like a gravy list. What do you think is the benefit of like having a unified list versus like kind of everybody kind of playing what they want to play?
I think teams are so big now on average that just never happens. I think the norm now is you'll have like a pocket of people within a team that are like about 4 of them will play the list, and then the rest of them are just kind of doing their own thing or attacking the meta in their own way. But it definitely helps because you just have more eyes looking on a list, right? And kind of working on sideboard guides and whatever the case may be. So anytime you have more eyes looking at something, theoretically it should be just more thorough. But one thing that you have to take into consideration is you do run a higher chance of having what we refer to as kind of like inbred testing, where like you come to a conclusion based on what you are running. So let's say I have a gravy deck and I run like 30 allies, right? And we all playing gravy and practicing. Well, when I go out into the tournament, I'm going to have the thought process that every other gravy is running 30 allies, and that may or may not be the case, right? And that you can kind of, I'm not saying that always happens. I'm saying the likelihood goes up the more players on your team play a certain list, because there's less people kind of, or you have to go outside of the circle to see more copies of the deck. So it's more of a psychological thing in that scenario.
Mm-hmm. Can we justifiably riot for Jeopardy? Okay. I mean, I wouldn't mind a little bit of rioting.
I think it's a
uh,
little late.
yeah. Actually, yeah, we're getting a little tired for riot. I hear every armory in New Zealand is as hard as U.S. Nats. Well, I don't know about that.
Maybe 3 years ago,
Yeah,
maybe 4 years
we
ago.
don't need to see
But
Josh's box again. I don't know what you're talking about. The bingo box. Uh,
no, I mentioned that we didn't wanna, sit here and talk a bunch, so we want, like, a longer matchup because then you'll start just going through your box of
Oh yeah,
keepsakes.
yeah. Let's not do that. I don't want to have to kill time that way. All right, guys, welcome to the semifinals of the 2025 Hong Kong National Championship. On our left, David Yao piloting Prism on the left. David Yao piloting Prism. On the right, Bun R piloting Florian. And well, Nathan, you briefly mentioned that this is a matchup that's going to depend quite a bit on the card I have pulled up right now. Channel Mount Heroic, gonna be able to create a lot of tempo against Prism because she's very, very reliant on Herald's hitting. David is the higher seed. I think he elected to go first. So let's see how good his turn 0 is.
So I think the most important card to kind of look at in this matchup, believe it or not, I think from the Florian side of things is a card called Summer's Fall, which is a 2 for 6. It is a popper in red, but the most important aspect of it is the decomposition effect is you literally put an aura from the opponent's side of the field or anybody's aura to the bottom of their deck. So if you ever get behind on Spectre, that's a good way to actually present damage and pressure angels, and maybe get rid of an aura that's kind of giving you a hard time, if you will.
Yep. All right, Bun reaching for the Grasp of the Arcanite. Going to team up with a card from hand to block out this moderately threatening Erudition, giving David 2 more looks at ALS, giving him 2 more looks at, cards to put into Arsenal, giving him a card in Soul. Definitely doesn't want this to hit. Going to block with Swarming Gloomveil and the Grasp, and looks like David's going to move to Arsenal, or not. Oh, yep, he does have Go again. So there we go, Pierce Reality, and going to pass the turn. How likely do you think this Pierce Reality stays around?
It really just depends on the hand texture of the Florian player. If all you have is like a CNC or something like that, it's probably worth it just to make a rune chant and swing Reaping Blade and just arsenal a D-React or something along those lines. You really have to ask yourself in this matchup, am I being productive with my turn? And if the
Yep.
answer is no, just take out an aura.
Well, E-Strike is the ultimate productivity tool.
This is what I like to call productive because you could do this and go ahead and swing at the aura. But in this situation, 100% of the time, unless you just want to follow with CNC after 1 card block, you just for sure just take out the aura if you're swinging Reaping Blade because it's just you get way more value with that card not sitting there.
Yeah, Pierce Reality is one of those things that if they play it on turn 0, you guys just gotta respect it and get it out of there. And he agrees. David gonna flash in a Merciful Retribution.
Okay. So
That's
we'll go
going
to
to
Soul.
ping.
We'll
Yeah.
trigger an Arcane.
Mm-hmm.
There's no AB on the side of the Florian player, so therefore all that damage is true.
Other than the
However, we
well-grounded.
basically have the same situation the next turn, basically saying, all right, Florian, can you draw a hand that actually does something? And if the answer is yes, then, that's great. But a lot of times you can get very clunky hands and only really produce 6 or 7 damage. And not really be able to be productive while David gets the opportunity to just kind of sit and wait for a lot of those cards to kind of line up.
All right, let's see if Bun has one of those extenders. Looks like he's going to make a rune chant by pitching the Plow Ender. And going to come in with the Swarming Gloomveil. Targeting Prism. Of course, this is going to have go again because he has made an aura. So 3 go again. It's interesting to see that David has chosen the Vestige of Soul as the chess piece. That's normally indicative of a aura-based game plan. We already saw Merciful Retribution as one of those auras. And David going to block the Swarming Gloomveil, and Bun going to take out the Merciful Retribution, which is going to ping on its way out and go into Soul. So it looks like David going to set a couple heralds, but cognizant that Florian does have a decent amount of poppers. So just going to start working on getting the
Good
life
point in
totals down.
chat. The first aura should not have went to soul. It should have dealt 1 arcane damage, but it should not have went to soul because it's not a light card.
Ah, you're right. Let me message them.
All right, we do see our first popper. Do we have the Celestial Reprimand? Not sure how greedy the Prism list are lately on that card specifically, because there is definitely an opportunity cost in playing it.
Herald of Triumph. This is a card that has, picked up popularity because it shrinks down all the 6s into 5s.
Really good for getting around CNC that was used on the last attack to pop. So slightly inconvenient for maybe that not coming out first, although I don't think it would have changed things. Judges are correcting that now. Light only cards go to soul, but it does deal the 1 arcane damage.
So that card should be in the graveyard, I believe. Let's just pull up that card one more time, take a look at it. Merciful Retribution says, whenever an aura or attack action card you control is destroyed, deal 1 damage to target hero. If it is a non-token light card, put it into your soul. Reading the card explains the card. Yep.
It's the hardest part, though.
Yep, that is true.
It seems like they're doubling down.
Interesting. It's Merciful Retribution. Yes. And it says...
In Pierce Reality. So there's the other 7 popper that could have been used on defense, but at the same time, looks like they're figuring it out now.
Yes.
But still deals the arcane, just doesn't go to soul.
Yes.
Nope. Don't put him back up. Yep, keep it. There we go. We got there.
There we go.
7 coming at you, David.
Okay, we got there. Good job, chat. You guys have helped maintain the integrity and the board state. Good job. All right. So
Oh,
looks like an
3
Autumn's
Herald
Touch.
block.
Ooh, yeah, 3 Herald block. And just going to set up a card into Arsenal. All right, back to Florian. Let's see if Bun can have a quote-unquote productive turn, as you like to say. So Prism has made a little bit of headway in terms of the armor, and Bun hasn't done much decomposing yet. So who do you think currently is in the driver's seat in this game?
Um, I mean, David did just give a lot of tempo away, although the tempo is kind of artificial, right? Because that's what I meant. Both players are actively telling themselves basically is, if I'm not doing anything productive, I'd rather do nothing at all.
Mm-hmm.
Because the last thing, for example, Prism would want to do is send one Herald, right? You're not going to accomplish anything. It's very likely that Florian will have an extra card in his hand anyway. So taking a card or two is not going to really produce any actual value. So really, it just comes down to what can you set up, have a bigger game plan, and just go from there.
Yeah. All right, Bun pitching away a truce and maybe I'm not sure if that's tilling or rootbound carapace. So it generates a rune
Yep.
chant. Going to swing reaping blade. David taking all the damage. Looks like he's going to make a play. We're going to see if this is like a double herald. Play. It looks like a Genesis play. Okay, so we got a Genesis. I saw a blue back there as well to power this turn. This could be a Halo turn. We'll see. And Merciful Retribution pitching away 2 cards. And then a passing Mirage pass. So he didn't have the opportunity to block because he had 3 auras. So yeah.
Somebody in chat asked if we're allowed to get involved if there's a mistake on the board, and the answer to that question is technically, um, if a judge is watching a match, I don't think they're allowed. If they just witness the situation, I don't think they're allowed to step in if it's like a trigger situation or something. Um, but if somebody tells the judge, aka reports it, then they're allowed to act on that. I think, don't quote me on that. I'm not a judge. That's just my understanding. More than willing to admit that maybe that's not correct, but that's how I understand it.
Nathan and I operate on the logical thing is, hey, if we see something wrong, we want the game to be in the correct state, in a
Yep.
fair state, you know. We just want good games here, guys.
Watch it turn out to be the complete opposite. It would actually be. Uh,
We made our mark on history in multiple ways, I guess. It's actually fascinating to watch a Prism game against decks with poppers because this is like completely different than my experience as a warrior player. Like I don't
yeah,
see
if you have a
these
bunch of
4 cost
poppers,
airs.
you could
Yeah.
just sit back, relax a little bit, wait for an opening. But no, if you don't have poppers, you just get slapped around.
Yep. Like Aura Prism, I almost never see Aura Prism as a warrior player. I just get Herald beat down all day, every day. And okay, looks like David's gonna Arcane Barrier and take the others, which means he has a plan for the other floating resources. Most likely, if Bun like targets the Merciful, he'll probably flash in something. Maybe he drew a Genesis. All right, so Bun with
Buns
2
had
cards.
some
Yeah. Okay, there's a
Buns
felling.
actually had
Ooh.
some really good hands.
Yeah.
Basically had the Rune Ragers to kind of lean on. He's had, the go again. I think he's only like IP'd a couple times.
Yeah.
Um,
Very smooth. Of course, this is a baby felling because currently there's not enough Earth cards in the Banish Zone. But 4 and force them to sink a card is pretty good. No doubt David's going to respond. Now, the issue is that if he has a Genesis, he's going to want to hang on to a card to put into Soul at the beginning of his turn. And, okay, looks like we've already passed that, so he's already sank a card. Now, he could deploy the Footsteps, paying 1 resource to give this a block value of 1 to mitigate some of the damage. Looks like we have a, yeah, okay, so we have a Herald, and is that a Soul Shield? That is a Soul Shield. Okay, so his plan for the 2 resources was the Soul Shield, but it's a little bit of a waste because if you Soul Shield this, you don't have a turn. Kind of unfortunate, awkward draws for David.
Can utilize Footsteps here to save 1 life if you don't plan on using the 2 floating.
Yep.
Of course, he may want to play an aura or something along those lines.
Yep. If he has
Card
Genesis
in
in the
Arsenal's been there
arsenal,
for a while.
yeah.
There's the Genesis. Yep.
Yep, that makes sense.
Makes sense.
So now he'll be able to put the Herald into the Soul, which will have several triggers here. He's going to draw a card, make a Spectral Shield, and Prism will allow him to tutor for a Figment because a Herald has entered his Soul.
And this is where...
Oh, he drew the Figment.
No. He drew it.
He drew the Figment of Erudition, the one Figment that you don't want to draw. Wow, that's a ton of information for Bun. The fact that he didn't want to activate Prism.
He could have gotten another Figment, right? Like,
yeah, he could have.
Maybe he's just like super tilted and
yeah, that definitely could be.
Yeah, but that's the worst thing ever is when you like pop Halo to go to go grab something, you just end up drawing off the Halo. Absolutely terrible, but you know it does happen.
Yeah. Figment of Erudition, the most important Figment. Yeah, I'm kind of wondering why he didn't just grab a Figment, put it out onto the board. I mean, it feels like you might as well do that. Like, why wouldn't you do that?
Oh no, they said you can't search for a Figment with the Genesis effect.
Oh, really?
Reading cards, explain cards.
Oh
yeah,
my
second time.
God, guys, hold on. Am I a potato?
The second Prism just gets on the board. Everybody just forgets all the rules, you know.
Oh, during an action phase, and that happened at beginning of phase.
Yeah. See the devs, they thought of this.
You guys in chat are so smart and so handsome.
Yeah, I was gonna say that as well, but y'all got it. Thank you. Oh man, look, it's hard at 3 a.m. You know.
It's also hard because I don't play
There's
anything
that
other
Figment
than Warriors.
they drew.
All right, so gonna pitch the Figment to Arcane Barrier. Going to add a defense to the Phantasmal Footsteps. Bun, I think, firmly in the driver's seat right now. Although, you gotta sweat a little bit when there's 3 auras on board, and one of those is Genesis. Cadaverous Tilling gonna take up the Genesis. Okay. Back to David. 3 cards in hand, 2 auras on board.
Herald of Protection coming down.
Yep.
Does not have Phantasm due to passing Mirage, which is definitely a lot better spot to be. However, I think I see a Felling, which is not exactly what you want thrown right back at you. Very, very good card if the graveyard composition is where it needs to be.
Yeah, I think this is a 4. I think this is a blue Herald of Protection, so the block card plus Grasp covers us up real nicely. And Bun gonna get to move to his turn. 3 cards in hand, Arsenal at the ready. Gonna go with Arcane Seeds. Life.
Really good tempo card here with Prism and 11 life, really reducing that range, forcing action.
Yep. Now, we've seen him use several of his extenders already, Swarming Gloomveil and E-Strike, so it's time to call in the big guns, aka Felling of the Crown. Looks like David is going to respond to the attack being played before the decomposition. It's going to pitch for the
Pitching
Arcane.
Rebirth.
Yeah. So drawing Figment's definitely not where you want to be. Felling effect going to happen. Bun banishing 3 Earth cards. I believe he is up to maybe 5 or 6. And David gonna block with 2 Heralds, which is gonna cause him to take 2 damage down to 9. Feel like we're running out of runway right now.
Room.
Yeah.
Yeah, David really needs the Florian player to really just have a brick hand and not really be able to produce a lot. But once again, we have Bun recognizing that, trying to get online as quickly as possible, putting 3 Earth cards in the banish zone, and even have a little bit of a disruption piece with both CNC and Plow Under if you want to make the interaction, or if you want to make the disruption non-interactable. Josh, are you dropping frames?
Oh, yeah, a little bit. Let me adjust the settings on the stream a little bit, because yes, it does look like we are dropping some frames. So I'll lower this down just temporarily. See if we can recover a little bit. Yeah, looks like we're dropping a couple frames. Maybe I can, yeah, we're just going to have to fight through it and see what we can do. Sometimes there is a little bit of spikes for rural Alabama internet.
To have Trot Along, a great addition for Florian, just being able to extend on the Reaping Blade, or even cards like Plow Under that really give you the ability to kind of extend with it being a 3 or less base.
Yeah, still working on things. You can keep talking, Nathan. I will try to get this back.
Mm-hmm. David down to 5. Really tough spot, and have a CNC going that way, rendering that Soul Shield in hand absolutely useless. Very tough spot for David to be able to kind of materialize. David kind of laughing about it. They're having a good time and just understanding that this matchup is not going exactly to plan.
Yeah, I have reduced the stream quality as much as I can. I'll eventually kick it back up as the internet recovers, but you know, this is what happens when we're in rural Alabama. We're trying to do our best. Okay, so Trot Along into Blade into CNC, gonna force David to make a move.
I think this would be an excellent time to riot.
Oh no. I'm so sorry, guys.
Oh man. David facing down the CNC with a Soul Shield in hand. Worst time to see that CNC. At 5 life, not a lot of room to negotiate the game state.
Yep.
Does have a little bit of soul built up, but really missing actually there's not a single figment in play. So really banking on something hitting to really turn the tide.
We may just have to restart the internet after this game. We'll see. We'll just try to stick it out for the moment being. All right, and ALS coming down to hopefully buy some time. But Halo's still available, so maybe there will be some way to come back out of this. Okay. Let's try our best. Looks like we are... Okay, looks like just clicking restarts worked. Okay, we'll take it. We'll take it. We will take it, guys. Sometimes just hitting the restart button.
Apologize, everybody.
Yeah.
The old IT special, right?
Yeah, just hit the restart button. Sometimes that works.
CNC coming in hot for 6. A little bit over the ward amount currently on the board. Oh, I guess it was going at the figment or at the angel, not at David. Light of Soul pitched. Can we rip the Herald off the top? Oh no.
Yeah, you're gonna have to commentate this while I still try to fix this. Give me a second.
Yep.
Sorry about this. This is very disruptive, I know, but we're trying our best.
No, you're good. Herald of Triumph, obviously really good against any popper that's not a 7 or higher. But also Bun having plenty, and I mean plenty of life to kind of play with it being 1 to 30, and there not being any ward currently on the board for David. So basically the next felling or even like a cadaverous tilling or anything can be absolutely backbreaking and still every ounce of tempo, if not just win the game, mainly due to the critical amount of non-blocks in a Prism deck. Passing Mirage still on the board. Don't think it's really a big concern. I think the goal for Bun here is to just reduce the amount of cards in the hand of David. David having a long think means there's quite a few options more than likely. Has a decent amount of soul. Erudition's already gone. Next best option is possibly there's a world where you could go get Rebirth if a Herald does hit, and you can actually go and get the Erudition again. A very risky play, obviously, because you need the room to play it, and putting a non-block in your hand can be pretty risky considering the fact that you are at 1 life. But we do see him favoring the Rebirth currently.
How many figments does David still have left in his deck?
He's only played 1, so
5, presumably.
whatever he started with minus 1.
Yeah.
Whatever he started with minus 1. Looks like David is going to go with the Figment of Protection, which is a phenomenal choice when you're almost dead. A little bit of ward is definitely not going. Yeah,
Doubling
effectively
your life,
doubling your life.
Yeah.
And just looking for a little bit of room, maybe for a break point that he's kind of expecting. Although if Florian is turned online, it's not going to help the AB situation in pitching for a rune chant because it'll make two. We'll definitely be taking at least one card from hand.
Yep. All right, gonna flip into Aegis, Archangel of Protection. This can help generate some spectral shields when it attacks if you banish a card from the soul. I presume that's what he wants to do. There goes the Genesis out of the soul. 2 more spectral shields going to join the battle. David has a wide variety of spectral shields. He has the OG from Prism, has the new one from Enigma, even has a white version. And there is the Great Library of Solana. An excellent card. A little bit late, but better late than never.
Really good foothold, to be honest. Now, Bun didn't block, which would have me a little concerned.
Yeah,
But
just a
with
little.
that being said, I mean, you did establish effectively 7 more life, depending on if it's efficiently distributed. Then you also have Merciful, so every one of those spectral shields is going to, create a ping. And then you have also Library, 5-card hand. Last time I checked, pretty good.
Yep. Yep, 5-card hand and 1 life and a dream. So Channel of Millennium Tree gonna be extra deadly because he only has AB1. However, of course, Aegis is a ward 4. So Channel of Millennium Tree gonna allow one of these rune chants to come in for a single source of 4. So Rune Rager Swarm going to target Prism. Bun smelling blood.
Looks like Bun may either be missing a blue or holding it back to bait out very particular blocks.
Yep, blocking 3.
There we see the blue.
Yep, the new blue.
Now we'll see the amp to 4.
Yep, so we have a rune chant coming in for 4. Does he make 2 rune chants
David
here?
almost has no choice.
He should have. Florian's online, right?
I think he's actually missing 1 card. I don't think he's quite online. But it is amped by 3. So this will be 4 and 3, with the interesting aspect that basically forces David into, unless he can produce an ounce of ward somewhere, effectively just forcing the angel to trade for the amped rune chant, and then possibly even forcing a block on the Reaping Blade, because it's very dangerous to have a situation where you have no ward on the board and then they send the rune chant for looks like Bun decided to go for the Merciful Retribution.
Okay.
Which actually gives David a little bit of breathing room.
Yeah.
Allows him to keep the whole hand. He can trade the angel for the amped rune chant for a 1-to-1 trade, and just keep 3 spectral shields on the board for the following turn, because that tree is going to hang out for a little bit longer. And really just apply some pressure, maybe get 2 yellow cards in the pitch zone to get an extra card from library. So we will see what David ultimately decides to do. Maybe try to hang on to the Herald and let the shields go, and then try to attack with it to actually create even more.
Yeah, that is a line that he could take.
2 cards in soul.
All right. Yeah, he looks like he's going to try to hang on to Aegis to generate some more rune chants to help play around this Channel the Millennium Tree. And I think you got to be sweating a little bit as Bun, right? I mean, David has been at 1 life for so long, and you just can't quite get there. He let him build the board up a bit. And there's an erudition. Uh-oh. So
okay, chess piece is online.
Chess piece is online. Yep.
But you do have the situation where there's no phantasm here, Angelic Wrath is absolutely brutal. Does Bun have the non-attack to get pumped by the double embodiment because the chess piece is turned on? Does have 4 earth cards in the banish zone. If somehow David can find a way to get 2 yellow cards in the pitch zone, this is a great spot to be in, actually. You still have some ward on board, and you know you have library out. I mean, it. I wouldn't want to be at 1 life, but if I was at 1 life, this is where I would be.
Yep. We might be seeing, before our very eyes, a very, very epic comeback here. So Rootbound Carapace plus the block.
And
Oh,
there's the
yes!
Angelic Wrath.
The
Now,
Angelic
no
Wrath.
card's been defended with from hand. No card's been defended with from hand. Is there a D-React in Bun's hand? There is not. It does connect. That does tutor the Figment.
And confers 2 cards. And
Does draw 2, almost guaranteeing the library for the following turn.
yep. And Vestige is online. So we could have an ALS come out. We could have another Genesis come out very easily. But let's see what David wants to tutor for first. Every experienced Prism player knows that 1 is not 0.
You have more than a couple options. You can go Ravages to kind of try to speed the game up a little bit. You can understand that you're going to more than likely keep the well, I guess you're not going to keep the angel around next turn more than likely because you will have an amped rune chance. So maybe Balana is a little riskier, but you can go Ravages to speed the game up a little bit. Triumph, definitely solid pick.
Solid pick.
Or is that Triumph or Judgment?
That's Judgment. That's Judgment.
Judgment. Okay. So Judgment is the one where it flips one upside down in the banish zone and basically reducing the amount of earth cards he has in the banish zone.
Yep. So that is possible.
There's the
to
second
take Florian
yellow.
offline. Yep. Yep. Having 2 yellows in the pitch zone going to confer +1 intellect because of the Library of Solana. The Figment of Judgment awakens into Themis. And it's going to be, when it attacks, he could banish a card from his soul to turn a card upside down. I don't know if he's going to do that. I don't think Florian being at 7 or 6 earth cards in the banish zone really makes a big difference. You have better uses for the soul, I believe. And now he has Ward 4, Ward 4, Ward 1, Ward 1 on the board. And I think we're seeing a comeback, Nathan.
Oh, and not to mention the 5-card hand that's about to be drawn due to library. I would say that somehow, some way, David has come back from a 1 to 38 life deficit off the back of a Figment of Erudition after ripping it off the top at the most inopportune time.
Yep. This game is so epic that the stream almost went down, but the back alley, the backwater Alabama internet fighting tooth and nail to bring you guys this game. Bun gonna have 4 cards, but I mean, in terms of evasion, in terms of dealing with ward, there's not a lot of things. Maybe a second Channel the Millennium Tree could. I mean, he has 2 ward 4s right now. That even that doesn't help. Oh boy. Bun thinking on blocks because the Themis is attacking right now. Bun 5 years ago pulled off one of the most insane comebacks we've seen. And now he's on the other side, it looks like. Bun elects to take damage from Themis. David gonna draw up to 5. Soul Shield, Genesis, and other tools at the ready. What can Bun do to deal with this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Seven currently in the Banished Zone. So Florian's ability not online. Gonna pitch a blue. Make a rune chant. Singular rune chant. That resolves. And here we go.
Somebody in chat
Felling
is
of the Crown.
mentioning
Yep.
blue being pitched first, and the way that that trigger orders is you can draw. So the on hit resolutions happen first, and then after all, of course, turn player gets to layer them how they choose. But after on hits resolve, then you resolve the chain link and you gain go again. So if you do rip a card off of resolution or the on hit effect of erudition, you do have the ability to then pitch a card before the chain link resolves, giving that go again by putting a yellow card in the pitch zone.
Felling of the Crown with Decompose brings Bun's hero ability back online. And felling for 8. I believe David has sunk a card, or is about to. Looks like he has 4 cards in hand. So maybe he's already done so. So how does David convert this position into a win? Because I guess the first step is to start getting Bun on like 2-card hands. Because as soon as Florian starts getting on small hands, there's no way he's going to break through this level of ward. Not to mention the library, more likely to trigger on larger hands for Prism. Tense moment.
Really good comeback from Bun to apply the pressure with, I think, the last felling. I think there's been 3 of them that have been thrown. Also, you have the fact of the amped rune chant to take out the angel, which is definitely ideal. And yeah, this is a tough situation. At absolute worst here, you prevent David from accumulating 5-card hands anymore, because this is going to warrant more than likely at least a block.
Looks like a Soul Shield being readied up to join with the 2 Spectral Shields, which will allow David to swing Aegis yet again to generate some more Spectral Shields. Several Earth cards have entered the pitch zone, so this Channel the Millennium Tree going to stick around as well. Also has 1 block on the Vestige, which may become relevant. The decision tree becoming increasingly complex here. Just simply going from 4 cards to 5 cards already makes things way more complicated.
Thinking about giving up footsteps.
Because if this is a blue, no, that's a Genesis. So he currently has a Soul Shield face down that he's preparing to block with. Looks like no blocks. Soul Shield plus 2 Spectral Shields going to eat the 8. And Florian out of power cards now. The third felling.
Still really good spot. You can attack with the angel to maintain a little bit of life.
Looks like we may have a judge talking with the players at the moment. I saw him pick up the deck several times. Of course, we do not have audio of the stream, so we are unaware of what is happening.
Somebody asked, so misplay is allowed to happen even on stream? Well, at the point at which it was discovered, there had clearly been irreversible game actions. I mean, we're talking cards drawn, we're talking an entire turn elapsed, essentially, which is if there was ever a, you know, irreversible game state, then that probably would fit that. It's completely up to the judge on if that's possible to reverse. But I think there's been 2 instances where we've caught a mistake and we've been able to correct it. But that one, you know, not much we can do there. David didn't have anything to pitch in the yellow after the draw. He needed to go to the Figment first. Yeah. So it makes sense. You can't retroactively give the.
I'm not sure what just happened. Nathan, what do you think just happened? If I had to guess,
I think
David
I think they caught it, and maybe David would have conceded because he didn't want to kind of.
I'm not
make
sure.
the assumption that he,
I'll message him. I'm not sure what happened.
Standing.
Yeah, let's see if we can refresh the standings. We have turned our cameras off, so we don't know. I don't know if we have. Wait, hold on. They're back. They're back. What's going on? Hold on. What's going on? Prism got
They're just
told by
discussing
head judge and concede.
Okay.
So Prism did concede there. Obviously, these guys are good friends. David,
they're teammates.
Yeah, not gonna take a game like that.
David just realized that the game looks way different in that situation. Just offered the concession, which is great. Great on David to do that. Obviously, it was very non-intentional.
Yep.
So we will have Bun on Florian versus Pudding Tam on Syndra in the finals.
Yep. So David, being an honorable light hero, going to concede the game to his teammate Bun, and Bun will move on to the finals to play against the winner of Allen versus Pudding, I believe, right? So let's see if we can. So it looks like Pudding won the game. So we are going to have a Florian versus Syndra finals. I am going to restart. You know what? I feel like I shouldn't restart the stream. I feel like that's risky.
No, it looks fine.
Well, it's currently streaming at half the bit rate than normal.
I mean, you can tick it up a little bit.
Yeah, well, it's already like crying at 3,000 kbs. I was streaming at 7,000 earlier, but I think it would be best if I restarted my internet, and we'll come back for the grand finals. They need a little bit of time, anyways. So, guys, don't go anywhere.
You can restart the internet without restarting the stream. Yeah.
Yeah, we are going to be right back. Don't go anywhere. Grand finals coming up. All right, guys, welcome back to coverage of the Hong Kong National Championship. I have restarted my internet. Hopefully, things are okay. We may need to adjust the setting quality a little bit, but we are going to set up the grand finals right now. Looks like we're going to have to operate at a little bit lower bit rate, but looks like everything is a little bit more stable. Okay, so Nathan, we have Pudding Tam piloting Syndra against Bun R on Florian. So you could chit chat a little bit about that while I try to set up the game.
Yeah, so this is a matchup where I think most people would consider them the most recent list kind of a little bit Syndra favored, not by a ton. I think if depending on deck construction, how risky you are with cards like Oath of Loyalty and things like that, it can be a lot closer than you would think. But with that being said, just the ongoing pressure and Syndra's ability to kind of prevent. Um, you need to make the mat big.
Oh, my bad. All right. Yep, keep going.
So the ongoing pressure from Syndra really reduces the amount of time that Florian has to achieve decomposition in regards to turning on the hero ability. And really that's kind of how Florian can kind of approach those really good numbers that Syndra can kind of produce. So what we're really looking for is getting some quick earth cards in the graveyard on Florian's end. A really well-timed rootbound carapace would be absolutely massive. And then after that, really just getting those power cards like Plow Under, Felling, things like that, and just trying to mid-range the game and just kind of, just control the game in that manner.
Mm-hmm.
They are setting up. And then for Syndra, you're just going face and then hope it works out. There's no real, of course, you have Flick Knives to kind of maintain the, you have the ability to maintain the on hit chain link, even if it's blocked. So there would Nova or Pudding definitely knows enough about that interaction to really lean on it. But the question is basically how many cards is Florian willing to block with on any given turn to really reduce the effectiveness of the Mask of Momentum?
Yep. All right, guys, welcome to the grand finals of the Hong Kong 2025 Flesh and Blood National Championship. On your left, sporting 6 different sleeves, 7 different sleeves, 8 different sleeves. It is Pudding Tam on Syndra. Over on the other side, his teammate and good friend Bun R piloting Florian. One of these players is going to be your national champion in the next 20 to 30 minutes. Nathan, I can't think of any better 2 competitors here to fight it out. The semifinals had 4 blue pitch players. All of them could have made worthy finalists. But in the end, we got Pudding, who's made multiple tier 4 runs over on his signature class of Ninja. Bun, he was the national champion in 2021 for Hong Kong. Let's see if he can repeat it. All right. I believe Bun is the higher seed. Currently going to let Pudding go first, I believe. So here we go. Just going to Arsenal and pass. So over to Bun. Let's see how his hand converts. This round's on me. Going to be played out. Going to allow both players to draw a card. Also going to give -1 to attacks that are coming in next turn. Going to activate Grasp of the Arknight, make a Rune Chant, and going to swing an Autumn's Touch.
Very interesting hand composition on behalf of Pudding, with Oath of Loyalty obviously becoming a little bit of a liability in that hand with first tenant fire, first tenant, and I believe a alt art Ravenous Rabble, if I'm not mistaken, which definitely does not play along the guidelines of maintaining those draconic chain links only.
Nathan, I need to point out that there is a Claw Vincerakai in this game. Very interesting.
I mean, that's, if you think about it, it's actually really, really good. Just being able to stop or get essentially what free value, almost, because you're not really swinging your daggers all terribly often, but just being able to effectively just lean on it for free AB can produce a massive amount of value. So tech like that can really just take what I just described as like slightly Syndra favored to even more, because that's just really, really good. You're going to get those draconic chain links. It's not going to be a problem. Just re-equip it, let it go when you need to.
Mm-hmm. All right, so Ravenous Rabble, unfortunately, did flip a yellow, so only coming in for 3. Pudding flicks the kunai to keep the MOM chain alive. Oh, maybe not. It looks like maybe not. All right. Not going to flick. And okay, so no reactions. And let's see how Pudding wants to continue the turn. Looks like he has a Command and Conquer.
Also Rabbles for 3, not due to revealing a yellow, but you know.
Oh, this round's on me.
This
yes,
round's
yes,
on me.
Yes, you're correct. Right. How could I doubt the ability of other players to not name Nathan to flip reds? My bad.
Exactly. Exactly.
All right. Fire Tenant.
First tenant?
Yeah, first tenant, yep.
Maybe it's Fire Tenant.
It's Fire Tenant strike first. That's the official name.
Oh, okay. So it's both. Okay,
it's both, yep. So this only comes in for 2, but it does confer a +1 buff to the next Draconic attack this combat chain. And surprise, surprise, there's a Draconic attack. Going up by 1, going down because of this round's on me. And
dagger is actually coming in from 1.
Yep. Thanks to
trying to get some chain link going for Mask of Momentum to force even more blocks.
So the middle chain link was blocked, so I don't think there's a high risk of MOM this turn. Looks like Haunting Rendition.
Well, if the dagger hits, you do have 2 cards, so just any 2 attacks really can threaten it.
Yep, that's true. All right, so Haunting Rendition going to float 1 Prevention. Display Loyalty going to give Pudding a fealty token. And Bun elects to take 1 damage. So currently the MOM is only at 1 because the kunai was blocked. Okay, looks like all the prevention has now been eaten. And going to make this snatch into a Draconic Snatch. For those of you who don't know the story behind that, that is the Blue Pitch. Well, I want to say Blue Pitch exclusive, but that was a card revealed by Team Blue Pitch. It is the second Chinese card to be printed. The first, of course, being Fate Foreseen. So Snatch coming in for 3 because of that. This round's on me. Bun probably has a turn lined up already, but okay. Having the D-React makes the problem much, much more simple because you don't really want to give Syndra a random card draw because that basically meant you just took 3 or 4 extra damage. Unless you literally had a plow under that was ready to go, in which case maybe you do let that happen.
Really, just showcasing the power of Trom. It's been a while since we've really seen that card make an impact in the meta, but I don't know. It's looking pretty good in Florian to say the least. I mean, literally devaluing what 5 different attacks, if I'm not mistaken, on the last turn.
The last time we saw this rounds on me really be played was when Phi was in the meta, and hey, Phi Syndra cut from the same cloth. All right, so Bun playing the value game, just going to send an E-Strike. I presume the mode is for 7.
Have another Oath of Loyalty. Looking a little clunky. But apparently not too clunky.
All right, take 7. Going to start the turn off with Oath of Loyalty. A strong 4-power go again 3 block. The downside is you can only play Draconic cards until the end of your turn. For Syndra, not really an issue, especially with an open arsenal slot. Over on Bun's side, looks like no blocks. Going to take 4. The life totals evening up a little bit.
Not trying to fight the Mask of Momentum.
Just quite yet, yeah.
Link.
I believe that's Rising Resentment. The fact that Pudding hasn't immediately put down a card means that he has several options in terms of sequencing. Looks like he's going to go with an Ignite. This will discount the next, presumably, weapon. Maybe he has a 1-cost thing that he wants to use. But the next Draconic card he plays or activates, this combat chain will cost 1 less to play or activate. Bun going to block this second chain link out and force Pudding to flick right now if that's what he wants to do.
I really like this block, knowing that if you want to keep the Mask of Momentum alive, you have to give up the kunai to trigger the on-hit, but very likely the value from the discounted resource from Ignite is likely to be used on the kunai on the regular chain link. So really, really like that block, just absolutely shutting down Mask of Momentum this turn.
Yep. Good defense from Bun. Rising Resentment, I believe, on the combat chain at the moment. Going to be blocked again. And a flick and a re-equip. Bun has 2 cards, and hey, 2 cards 7. We take those. E-Strike, the backbone of many, many hands in the game of Flesh and Blood. Oh, ticking it up. Nope, got to tick it down. There we go. Pudding takes 7, goes down to 24. 5-card hand with Assault the Wound. And Bun has shown a strong propensity to block. So that Assault the Wound definitely could get some good value. Brand with Cinderclaw. Starting off the turn. Going to confer a Draconic subtype to the next attack on the combat chain.
There are a lot of cards for sure in the graveyard for Bun, so it's pretty stacked. But really, probably what Bun's actually looking for is basically just really high value targets like Felling or a very convenient decomposition on defense via Rootbound Carapace right now. Does gain Go Again from gaining Draconic from Brand with Cinderclaw.
Yep.
4,
This
Go
one
Again.
also going to discount the next 3 Draconic cards that Pudding plays. This doesn't discount the weapon because that's an activation. But why not? Another Draconic Head Jab on the combat chain. So currently 3 links. Gonna flick the Claw of Vincerikai, it looks like. So currently the MOM counter is going to be at 2.
Two more cards in hand.
Yep.
Cut through. It has dealt damage. 4, Go Again.
Yep, cut through pretty good.
On hit, draw a card from Mask of Momentum.
Yeah, going to be pretty annoying to block. I mean, he still has 1 block on the grass, so I presume this is the time to use it. Although Bun may have a very beautiful 2-card hand lined up.
Bun really having a hard time finding those real premium decomposition cards.
Yep, looks
Giving
like he's
up
going
the CNC.
Yep. Insult the Wound, going to get a small buff because one of the attacks hit. And I think Bun likely to take this if the card is a decent arsenal target. I guess technically if it's a blue, you also keep it because Grasp Reaping Blade is technically 1 extra value. And Bun going to take the damage, and we have a tie game. Pudding gonna re-equip the Claw of Vincerikai at the end of his turn. Before the combat chain closes, obviously. And Bun, yep, with the blue, says 4 is bigger than 3. Let's get the value from...
That's the interesting part about the tech piece of Claw. It really does change the math on that. It's no longer a bigger number, right? So
It's true.
Forcing Bun into that decision of, do you want to speed the game up or slow down? Because I'm not going to let you get any extra value.
Yep. Claw of Vincerikai proving that it is worth its weight in gold. A card that, unfortunately, the other Draconic hero cannot run. Because we can't get daggers back as warriors. Sad fang noises.
Bun has to find a way soon to decompose, turn on those boots, maybe stop a Flick Knives. That has a very important key aspect to the turn. Pitching reds, though, for Kunai. Very big signal here. Should give Bun a lot of information on the context of the hand. Obviously lacking a starter of some sort, so it gives a little bit of information there.
Mm-hmm. I believe Pudding's list has a decent amount of blues, but did not draw one this turn. Still very likely to have a way to utilize all these cards. He may opt to end with an arsenal, although that is giving Florian a little bit of a risky, or giving Florian a clear, easy value line with cards like Plowender. So I think Pudding's going to choose to avoid arsenaling whenever possible. All right, Shelter from the Storm being discarded.
That shelter is absolutely huge because it does look like Pudding was really relying on getting that resource from Blood Splattered Vest.
Yep.
Absolutely just shutting down Flick Knives and just the Kunai, doing a 1-for-1 trade and getting oh so much more. Josh, he went to the AFK channel.
Oh, uh-oh. I better go back. Hold on. Sorry, guys.
No, he's back. He's back.
Okay, I'm back. Okay, my bad.
You just got to click on it.
Yeah, we're good. Sorry about that, guys. Okay, so, yep. Blocking the first Kunai, as Nathan pointed out, does not allow Pudding to activate the Blood Spattered Vest, which means he had to pay for the Demonstrate Devotion in the middle of the combat chain. Still going to get to, turn this into a 9 damage turn. So it's not awful, but obviously pitching 2 reds to have a turn is not where you want to be. And heads up play there from Bun, recognizing that he can stuff the turn by denying Blood Spattered Vest. And going to get to crack back with Felling of the Crown. This is how you come back, Value Town.
This is very well timed after what I would consider a brick on behalf of Pudding. Just being able to get a very high value decomposition solely on the basis of it's only 4 damage, but you're also getting a card, really giving it upwards of anywhere between 7 and 8 value without the buff. Which just goes to show how good the card is. Now the question is, can we follow it up? Do we have Rootbound Carapace to further extend our decomposition? Maybe we can get online and get those boots rolling to stop those key vest turns along with Flick Knives.
Yep. All right, looks like we're going to go with Art of the Dragon Blood. I believe this is a Draconic card because of a fealty token that he made last turn. So this is going to be 4 Go Again and a discount to the next 3 Draconic cards. Although we've already seen some of the 1-cost Draconic cards pitched and played already. So unlikely for the other effects of this card to be relevant. Can't go wrong with 4 Go Again. Looks like Bun going to use the Face Purgatory, blocking with Toma Harvest and the Yum Yum.
I really do like this play. I mean, using Face Purgatory more as a, hey, I just need a different hand composition kind of situation instead of just raw value. Bun recognizing that, Pudding is beginning to slip up a little bit, and this is the opportunity to attack.
Yep. Gonna mark on play because he's played a red card. I believe this is 5 power, I believe. Or no, this is a sorry, this should just be 3 power, I think. Forgot the name of this card. Nope. Is this Hunt the Hunter? Am I crazy? Oh, he got a resource from the Blood Spattered Vest, yeah.
Yep.
Yep. Hunt the Hunter. Yeah. I didn't see any cards in the pitch zone, so I was like, is it what? All right, so going to consume the mark, make a fealty. We've seen Pudding's deck have quite a few cards that care about being Draconic, and cards like Brand with Cinderclaw definitely helped. Looks like he also got a Mask of Momentum trigger and able to re-equip the Claw of Vinserakai. A pretty good turn, all things considered.
Very strange with Bun allowing the card draw with a 3-card hand. Usually Bun or Florian players don't like to block down below 2 cards. But I mean, it seems to Bun seems to say, okay, we have a good enough hand, and we'll see what he can produce from it.
Yep.
Or it just knows it's getting arsenaled and you just plow under, because why not?
Yep. Arcane Seeds life into Plow Under. It's one of those situations where you're like, yeah, I know you can draw off MOM. That's okay. Once again, we're seeing Claw and Serakai, the Spell Void, mattering. This thing has prevented 4 damage so far. And we're seeing Pudding have a little bit of a life buffer. It's kind of reminding me of Jubil a little bit. Oh, he can't gain... Oh, okay, he can gain life. He is lower. Yep, that makes sense. All right, having to deal with 6 is going to take it down to 10. And Nathan, I think we're getting to the end game portion. Ronin Renegade going to kick the turn off for Pudding.
Just an update on the armor situation. Bun's boots are online to stop any key resource generation associated with Vest, and also has 2 different blocks on the chest piece, while Pudding basically has his entire suite untouched. So one thing to factor in, also Pudding having exactly 4 cards worth of tempo.
Yep. Who would you say currently is in the lead?
I think it's really tough, but I would give a slight edge to probably Pudding.
Okay.
Assuming no felling does not resolve.
Yep. Oh, he finally did not flip a red. But it wasn't even that bad. At least it flipped a yellow. So Tenacity on the top of the deck. So Root-bound Carapace. Going to help decompose. And now Bun has 9 Earth cards in the Banish Zone, which means Florian's Hero ability is online. The Chest going to make 2 embodiments. The Grasp going to make 2 Rune Chants. The Arcane Seeds Life going to make double the Rune Chants. And Bun.
And this is the interesting aspect of the weapon, is it just literally makes Florian's text useless. Just basically reducing it down to 1 Rune Chant. So much value off of that weapon.
Yep.
Really impressed with the tech for sure.
Yep. Vinserakai may not have been the best dragon, but Claw Vinserakai pulling its weight. 5-card hand from our Ninja Master. Let's see what he can get done this turn. He blocked with the Dragon Scaler's Fight boots, indicating he might want to use it.
Very likely to see the boots utilized here, because that is a great way to prevent some damage while also not adding to the tenacity that you know is in Pudding's hand.
Yep. Fire Tenant Strike first.
Yep.
Going to be the opener.
Does look like Pudding has 2 finishers in hand, a Lava Burst alongside a Tenacity, but you do have the boots to kind of bail you out in that situation, and a Fealty as well if you are lacking some Draconic Chain Links.
Yeah, Dragon Scaler Flight Path. Going to give a weapon or ally attack go again, or a draconic attack go again. Allows you to attack an additional time, but I don't think that's the relevant text for him. Another 3 go again. Following this up. This is the turn I believe we are going to see Well Grounded used to interact with the Flick and MOM threats. Unless, of course, Bun has a Shelter. We've seen him run that, so maybe he has it this turn.
Bun just realizing that, every single card I lay down could possibly pump a tenacity on the end.
Yep.
And as these life totals walk further and further down, that card becomes more and more important.
Blood Spattered Vest going to give a critical resource to Pudding for this turn. 3 more cards in hand. 2 finishers, Dragon Scalar Flight Path. However, he doesn't have a lot of Draconic Chain Links at the moment.
Well, he does have Lava Burst and a Fealty. With the Kunai also on the chain,
Yep.
then that's effectively all 3 for the boots, if that is what he's trying to entertain using. So he does have an avenue to basically lay everything out and then also still play the tenacity at the very end.
Yep. The
It just
Rabble
is.
revealing tenacity is really, really creating a lot of mind games here.
Yeah, and basically Bun's notification that tenacity is coming off is basically the activation of this fealty token, because that's the only reason on why you would actively, you just know the boots are basically going to be invested. I guess there is also getting the daggers back. That is a small aspect of it, but we are going to see the flick knives here. Very curious of what Bun is going to do, but I mean, you're just in a tough spot. You're effectively at 7 life if you count the flick knives, if you're not willing to invest the boots. And at the same time, I mean, that dagger has just put in an astronomical
amount of value.
Absolutely.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, fealty tokens. I haven't seen a Syndra use fealty tokens to this great of an effect in a long time. And Felling going to block. Flick Dive's going to keep the threat of MOM alive. Two cards left. We know they're Lava Burst and Tenacity. There's Lava Burst for 5. And he has 3 Draconic Chain Links, going to be able to activate the Dragon Scalar Flight Path to give this Lava Burst go again. And end with a Tenacity. Bun knows what that last card is. He knows what's about to happen. The sequencing here, really, really, really beautiful. If Bun wants to get some extra value from the Bark Skin, the Tenacity is going to be buffed up. And this is going to be difficult. Shelter plus Bark Skin, going to block, going to create several embodiment tokens. Dragon Scalar Flight Path into Tenacity.
Does Bun have the non-attack to leverage the value on the embodiments? Would be absolutely huge to block here for 5. Although being at 6 with Pudding having full tempo is not exactly a place you want to be. It's a lot better than being at a much lower number. And there is the non-attack action to block for a total of 5.
Yep, trot along. Blocking for 5. Pudding buys back his dagger, his kunai, and his Clavin Serkai. All Bun could do is pass back the turn and pray that Syndra stumbles a little bit. The hand looks not too bad. Pain in the backside. The card that basically demands that it be blocked or free flick will occur. All right, Canopy Shelter plus the Bark Skin being deployed, making 2 mites and 2 embodiments of Earth. This is the value that Earth heroes are known for.
Blaze Headlong is turned on. Red card has been played. Wrath of Retribution, needing the discount on having Draconic Chain Links.
Yep. Could also get a resource from the Blood Spattered Vest. We'll see how he wants to sequence this. Probably going to lead with the Blaze Headlong. Comes in at a breakpoint. Okay, looks like the Flick Dive is going to be activated on this first chain link.
I think this is a very good boots activation to prevent Blood Spattered Vest from being utilized, because I think reducing the amount of resources in Pudding's hand is absolutely massive here.
Yep. It's not really disruption, but in this case, it could shut down the efficiency of the turn massively. Let's see if Bun activates the boots. Looks like he doesn't. Does Pudding grab a resource from the Blood Spattered Vest? Making no indication that he wants to yet. All right, Blaze Headlong in the middle of the combat chain right now. 4 go again. Blocked cleanly by the Millennium Tree. Cut through. Doesn't have go again. Rootbound Carapace going to cover this up. And does Pudding Arsenal this card? I think, yep. Wrath of Retribution going to go to the Arsenal. And let's see if he could find a better hand to utilize that Syndra specialization. 2 Ignites drawn. Ancestral Empowerment. Bun content to play the value game. 2 Rune Chance and 5 Power. Clavin Serkai providing, I believe, the 6th point of value this game. Five physical damage. We might be at the point where Mask of Momentum is used for its block value. A second Ignite, also not the most useful card in the world.
Tough choice. Ancestral Empowerment in hand, you do kind of have to account for what you could or could not draw. So makes things a little bit more difficult to kind of formulate the line.
Yep. MOM and Ignite going to be blocked with. Bun at 5 still has well grounded. The MOM basically irrelevant. Bun has only let Pudding draw once, and, well, it immediately got plowed under. So looks like just going to block for 2. Drops to 3. Going to hang on to this double ignite. Double ignite brand with Cinderclaw and Ancestral Empowerment. Ancestral Empowerment a little bit weaker with MOM gone. But let's see what Pudding can do. 5-card hand. A tense grand finals, Nathan.
Also to note, Pudding is without daggers right now, has to formulate a way, preferably before the ignites come onto the combat chain, to acquire those daggers, and then use the, you can kind of weave the daggers in between those ignites to extract full value.
Yep. All right. Ignite. As the second one. Bun going to use the well-grounded to block. Bun with 4 cards in hand. Pudding with an Ignite, an Ancestral, and a Wrath of Retribution in the arsenal. Currently no daggers either. Here we go. Wrath of Retribution, the Syndra specialization. The Syndra legendary specialization. Going to be met with Channel the Millennium Tree. Ancestral Empowerment. Going to buff this up to 4. It looks like, unfortunately, the Wrath of Retribution just going to be a a fancy head jab. Oh, no, never mind. Coming in for 2. Forgot. That's an instant speed. And another Ignite going to allow the Claw of Vincerikai to come in for no cost. A 3rd card on the combat chain. Snatch for 4.
Does have Flick Knives.
Ooh, and he has the
Take him to
Rootbound
1.
Carapace. Wow. Yep, Flick Knives. Going to bring Bun down to 1. And Bun is at 1 now. No well-grounded. I think Pudding Tam can taste victory. Brand with Cinderclaw. This could be the last turn of the game. Plow under. And Ancestral Empowerment brings us up to 4. Does Bun have any answers? He does not. And Pudding Tam is your 2025 Hong Kong National Champion. Well deserved and well played from our Ninja Grandmaster. Pudding Tam putting on a masterclass with Syndra, showing us how to generate fealty, how to sequence turns, and how to pick apart Earth Heroes. A very, very beautiful grand finals. Congratulations to Pudding. Bun also played
Absolutely
extremely
massive.
well. Yeah.
I mean, just the sequencing, understanding when to really maintain those mask momentum triggers, and understanding when to let them go. Just absolutely phenomenal play on both. Especially that block, understanding the context of the blood spatter vest on Buns, and I mean just both of them, just absolutely phenomenal play.
Yep. Beautiful, 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 beautiful stuff. Well, with that, Pudding has topped several Tier 4 events. He has gotten very, very close to winning a calling in Phuket. But I believe this is the first time he has won a Tier 3, Tier 4 event. So well deserved, and congratulations to him. All right. Well, I am not sure if this is an iPhone or this is a webcam. So I'm not sure if we're going to walk around a little bit at the venue, if we're going to watch the gold foils being open. I don't know if we're going to, watch the prize ceremony. We kind of just got to figure things out as we go. Well, Nathan, I think we are 5 for 6 on good grand finals.
That's a really good one.
Yep.
Uh, just tripping up at the beginning a little bit with some awkward hands and awkward resource curves. But really, I mean, just the all star there is that claw. It
Yep.
put an insane amount of value.
Yeah. Let's bring that up one more time for the people at home. Claw of Vincerakai, MVP of this game, right there. Who would have known a weapon, a tiny, tiny weapon like that could lead to victory? Spell Void won 6-7 times during the game, making all the difference. Allowing Pudding to drop to low single digit health, got to keep a full hand, and got to play out the Wrath of Retribution. And yeah, ending a game with Wrath of Retribution is very poetic. Chat saying you're already asleep, Nathan. Is that true?
Not already,
No,
but
I don't.
definitely,
I'm gonna switch to our cameras. I'm pretty sure you're not asleep. Yeah, there. Look at it. There he is.
definitely,
He's not
definitely
asleep.
looking forward to it, though.
Yeah, he's
Definitely
definitely looking
looking
forward to
forward to
it.
it.
Yeah.
I appreciate everybody bearing with us. We essentially been staying, or at least I have. I had to do the time adjustment on a whim, had no time to prepare. So I
Yeah.
just basically stayed up for over 24 hours yesterday and got a little bit of sleep and had to go back at it. So we did the best that we could. So I appreciate you guys sticking with us. And if the commentary was a little lackluster, give us a break on that one.
Yeah, it is.
It is
It is.
5 in the morning for
Yeah,
us.
4 or 5 in the morning right now.
So yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Sorry about a little bit of the internet issues, but we powered through it, and well, that is another Nationals in the book, Nathan. Really,
We
really
did it.
like the story of this tournament is just how consistent and strong Team Blue Pitch are, and how dominant they are in this region. I mean, having 75% of the top 8 be people from the same team with somebody at ninth, like, this is unheard of levels of domination from
Yep.
the team. And if you are playing against them in Singapore, good luck. Yeah. Yeah. Wouldn't be surprised to see these guys do really, really well. We saw that they drafted very well. We got to watch Bun. What's so funny is that Bun drafted a god tier deck, and the only people that actually beat him was Pudding and another Blue
Mhm.
Pitch member. I believe David beat him as well. So it's like everybody in this top 8 played really, really well, and in the end, Draconic Heroes go burr.
That's it. Go again.
Go again. All right. Well, I have not gotten a message from the coverage team about what they are going to do. But I think this is a webcam, not an iPhone. So unless they bring the action over here, we may not get to catch much. But we will give them a couple minutes to let us know what's going on. Anyways, we can wrap things up a little bit. Thank you so much for joining us. We really appreciate you guys being here with us the last 2 days. Always a great pleasure to cast and bring you guys all this coverage. Looks like they finished doing the photo shoot, so maybe there will be some gold foil openings on stream.
We can only hope. I think Pudding's still searching for a mask of momentum.
Yeah. All right, so I sent the message to them. We'll figure out what's going on. Nathan, I think this is a good tone setter for Pro Tour Singapore. If you brought Florian, Prism, Dio, or Syndra to Pro Tour and you knew what you were doing, I think those would all be good.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay, looks like they're sending me some photos. Let's see if I could pull them up for you guys to take a look. Let's see. All right, so we have Pudding Tam winning $2,400 at a World Championship invite. Although that guy has like a bajillion PTIs at this point. But let me see if I could pull up some photos for you guys here. Okay. All right. Okay, let's switch this over. Yep. All right, so here we go, guys. Here's some photos that they're sending me on WhatsApp. So as you guys can see, there's Pudding Tab, Team Blue Pitch. Really a team effort on this. No doubt they're practiced many times with each other. They drafted many times with each other. Hard work paying off. And, well, $2,400, a nice little payday there. Definitely going to buy a lot of hot pots and what does Shing like to eat? The chicken hot pot or whatever. So definitely got those. Yeah, let's see. We got some other images as well. Looks like here he is with the head judge there with the trophy. Makes a lot of sense there. Looks like they said they're just not okay. Unfortunately, not going to open the gold foil, but I do have another really good picture. Let me see if I can get this one up for you guys. So here we go. This picture is the summary of the tournament. There is 6 of your top 8, 7 of your top 9. Yeah, and I like how David is holding a picture of Jack, right? Second from the right. Jack there in spirit. Bun there. So we have, for those of you guys who don't know, I'm going to tell you who each of these guys are. So over on the left side, we have Wen, got 9th. We got Bun, who played in the finals there, playing Florian. Nova, Shing, Pudding, obviously won the whole thing. Alan, semifinals. We got David, also semifinals. And then Kaiser, who loves to play Acilio. That's why he got 18th and not 3rd or something. but yeah, he played what he loved. And so, yeah, right there. That's the some of the best teams in the world. Looks like Ken decided to mess up my frames one last time. All right, there we go. All right, big shout out and thank you to the people in Hong Kong for giving us the feed for us to show you guys and all that. Big shout out to Home Run for running the tournament. Event space in Hong Kong is not cheap. Running this tournament is not cheap. So big shout out to them. Thank you so much. If you're in Hong Kong, go search up Home Run, a fabulous card shop. Go check them out. And yeah, big shout out to the production team over there. Couldn't do it without them, obviously, because we are literally as far away as you could get. Probably a 26-hour flight from Hong Kong or something like that from here. But yeah. All right. Well, I think
one quick thing.
Yeah.
Kyle has a good point. As amazing as Team Blue Pitch is, very recently they engaged in a
battle
team show match.
Yeah, with who?
And I think they lost.
Oh damn! Did they?
I think they lost.
Oh,
I think they lost the 7v7.
Yeah,
5v5,
and
whatever.
I heard you guys didn't even need to use your secret weapon. Lost Jiao.
Lost Jiao.
He didn't even have to play, right? We didn't even have to go call up Lost Jiao to play. Oh, look at that. All right, guys. Well, that was fun. Pro Tour is very soon. We should have some streams for you guys this week, so hope you guys check that out and enjoy that. All right, we're going to get out of here. We hope that you have a good rest of your day or good sleep or whatever. This is a global game. There's people all over the world. So good morning, good evening, wherever you are. This has been Josh Lau, Nathan Crawford with TheCardGuyz. Thanks for watching. Take care. Bye-bye.
Thanks for joining.